Cha! Bravito! In the building!
Spreading his vile, toxic self, and I want him stopped.
Gotta go!
Button 47. Soon there will be no more problems. You need to find an exit. Our business is done here.
Absolutely flawless execution, baby.
Allow me to accept this challenge on your behalf. I will
What's happening?
I know my brothers. Poetry in motion. I believe in you. You are in the
Yeah, fuck you, Jules! Fuck you, I'm the best! I'm a champion! Who do you think you are? I am! Oh no, Jesus! That actually scared the shit out of me! I turned around and saw you running at me with a knife. I actually fucking jumped for a second. So fuck. Oh,
Lucky me.
I don't know how you made it through that.
Today, folks.
What the fuck? Who do you work for? Get into the flames, buddy! You see, that takes me back. What? Wow.
Probably. She's actually really far away.
I'm gonna make it, I'm gonna make it! I'm full healed!
And you have a hit left.
Oh, you fucking suck!
NLG!
I could die. Ah! What? Oh no! Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Are you enjoying me playing? Oh my god! I may have lost the plot. It works! Hey everyone, happy Friday. Hope you guys are having a good one. I'm back, and I'm gonna be doing something a little different than what I normally do today. Today I'm gonna be playing what might be my favorite video game of all time. It's Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, normally abbreviated to DCSS. This is a roguelike. It's not the original roguelike, but it's one of the earliest ones, and probably the most popular of the like standard type roguelikes. You know, not something more like the more modern ones, you know, like Binding of Isaac, Slay the Spire and stuff, which are also fucking fantastic games that I love. But today, I'm going to be playing this, and I want to do kind of a beginner stream, teaching you guys the basics of the game and how it works. Because I love this game, but, you know, for a new person coming in, it can be very confusing as to what's going on, and it's very slow. And, you know, I'm also going to be popping some music on in the background while we're playing. Because this game has, there's no music or sound or anything like that. It's all in your imagination. And so here, you know what? Let me go get some music. Thought I had it opened up a second ago, but I guess not. Dagnabbit. There we go. Okay, I got it. We'll get the music started when we get into dungeon. You know, I want to have that nice atmosphere. So when you start out this game, this is a very slow, turn-based, tiled roguelike. Right now, it's a little small, but I've customized the game a bunch to make it what I think would be the optimal viewing experience. So right here, the first thing we got is we get to choose our race for our run. They are separated into categories of simple, intermediate, and advanced. And for the most part, this is pretty accurate. I think some of these are a little harder than they say. Like, Ghoul and Merfolk, I'd say those are maybe a little closer to intermediate, personally. Same with Gnoll. Gnoll's weird. I love Gnoll. It's probably one of my favorite races since they added it, but it's a very weird one. I don't know if I'd say it's a simple one. But the advanced, they're pretty on point. Like Mummy, oh my god, I've played this game a ton. I've never won with a Mummy. They're hard. I mean, I think I could get a run. I think I could get a win nowadays, since I've played one in ages. But, whew. But today, I'm gonna be playing as a Minotaur. And if you're new to this game, you've never played it before, this is the #1 race I recommend you pick. They are the most beginner friendly. They have like really good stats all around. They don't really have any weaknesses other than not great magic aptitudes. But for your first character, I would recommend doing melee. It's a bit more simple. It'll get you more used to the positioning and recognizing which enemies are ones you gotta stay away from early on and which ones you can just be like, yeah, I can take them. I can take them. And so today, the 2 recommended classes, I'd say for a first-time player. Also, I'm also going to be occasionally referencing, there's a guide written by someone named Ultraviolent 4. A lot of stuff I learned through them, and occasionally, you know, I forget stuff, so I recommend looking through their guides. They're very helpful. I will be occasionally referencing it myself when needed. But yeah, the 2 most recommended characters for a beginner are Minotaur Fighter or Minotaur Berserker. The nice thing about Minotaur Berserkers is they start with decent enough gear, not amazing gear, but decent gear, and they worship the god Trog. And Trog is the god of berserking. And what he'll do is, when you get into a fight, he gives you abilities that can make you, well, go berserk. And when you go berserk, you're hasted and you do extra damage. When you're hasted, you basically act at twice the normal speed, which in a turn-based game, getting double the amount of turns, pretty good. As well as he'll give you other buffs and he'll occasionally gift you stuff. He's a pretty decent god. I wouldn't say he's one of the best gods in the game, but for like your early runs, he's more than enough than what you're gonna need. But personally, I think we're gonna go with Fighter. Fighter is also one of my favorite recommended ones for a beginner. It's these 2. They're the most simple. Fighter is very similar to Berserker. They start with better gear though, and they don't start worshipping a god. So let's go with Fighter. Alright, now you get to choose your weapon. And here, for a beginner, you can honestly go with any of these highlighted ones. You can't really go wrong. They all have their upsides and their downsides. Usually, when playing a Minotaur, I like to go with War Axes just because, I don't know, whenever I picture a Minotaur, I always, I picture like that guy down at the bottom of my screen, I always imagine like the big, beefy bull man with the gigantic fucking like great axe. That's what I imagine when I'm Minotaur, but you know what? You can't really go wrong with any of these. Flails, they have their own bonuses. Flails are probably the weaker of these weapons, but they're the most reliable. There's a lot less enemies that are resistant to them. Like, if you fight skeletons and stuff, you're going to just destroy them. Whereas if you're using, like, a trident, skeletons take a little less damage and the like. And nothing really resists blunt damage. As well as the fact that they're the most common weapons in the game. You'll find them everywhere. Flails also have the advantage of, there's an enemy, it's not like super common, but there's the Hydras in the game. And the way Hydras work is incredibly annoying, and if you are early in the game and using an axe or a longsword, or possibly a polearm, like, the trident will be fine as well, but like some of the other polearms, like glaives and scythes, any of those, if you fight a trident, your character will lop off the heads that thing, and it'll spawn more heads, and it'll fucking murder you. If you use mace, you never have to have that worry. It's pretty nice. Axes are pretty nice. Like I said, well, they have the issues with dealing with Hydras, but you'll find other ways of dealing with them once you figure out how to play the game more. Axes have the bonus of they cleave, and they'll hit enemies near your target. And I wouldn't recommend really, like, just because you grab an axe, I wouldn't be like, oh, go out into the open and start hacking away at enemies because you got cleaving damage. You still want to go on taking enemies one at a time. But it's more like nice when you don't have that opportunity. You can just start cleaving through enemies. And sometimes when you go back to earlier floors and there's some enemies you missed, you can just tear through them. It's pretty nice. Plus, they have some of the highest damage in the game if you're going for two-handers and not bothering with shields. Tridents and spears in general, they're pretty nice. I like them, but I'd say they're probably, out of all these, I'd say probably the least useful. They're really good if you play like a really speedy character, like a Tengu or a Spriggan. The nice thing about polearms is, obviously, they have reach. You can hit enemies from a tile further away than you can with any other type of melee weapon, including even like reaching over enemies. So that you can have nice situations where, say, you're in a hallway and there's a really tough enemy, but on the in the hallway in front of that enemy is a really weak enemy, like a rat. you could just ignore attacking the rat and have it in between you and the really tough enemy and just reach over and keep stabbing the big dude. So in that regard, they're pretty decent. I'd say for a new player, I'd recommend Flail, War Axe, or Longsword, though. They're the most basic-ass weapons. Longsword is what I think we're going to be running with today. Longsword is nice because it's got pretty decent speed, good damage. It's like about, you know, in the middle for everything. But its special ability is you can riposte, meaning, you know, you can parry an attack. Occasionally, if you dodge an attack, you will parry it and you'll get an extra attack in. So, I quite like it. I think it's pretty nice. So, we're going to run with that. And we step into the dungeon. Oh, you know, we don't have a name. What is our name today? You know what? Let's just generate a random name. Drop what? Drop what? Sanji, this is a tutorial stream. Random name. Let's see here. Drop the act. Alright, you know, I don't know what the fuck. I know what I'm doing. This stream is very much gonna be a big case of do as I say, not as I do. Because I have a bet. I'll teach you all the tricks. I can teach you how to beat this game, no problem, almost every single time. If you roll, like, a Minotaur fighter or a Minotaur berserker, I can guarantee you, with my tips and tricks, you could win, like, 99% of your games. If you stick to them. I have a bad habit of, you know, getting distracted. Or I'm like, wait, which, and then I forget sun, and then I'll just get myself killed in a really stupid way. But, you know, I'm going to do my best to keep paying attention, and we'll get a victory today. I did a test run right before this. I could show you the score. I got another victory today right before this. But no, we're just, you know, I'm just going to generate a random name and we'll get into this. Our name is Waltz, the Minotaur Fighter. Or, as the game abbreviates it, we're a Mifi, M-I-F-I. Alright, so here's the overlay I've made for the game. This is the best way I could think to have you guys having a bunch of visible, and then I just filled in all the empty space, which is goofy shit. Up on the top right here, you have information on our character. You have our name and our title. The title is based on what your highest skill is, which we'll get to that in a moment. There's our race, our health, our magic. Right now we have none. AC, this is our armor. EV, evasion, and SH, that's our shield rating. Here's your basic stats. You only have 3 stats in this game. You don't have to worry about, like, having, like, 500 stats of, like, charisma and agility and shit like that. You just got strength, intelligence, dexterity. That's it. Then you have your place. We're in Dungeon 1. Start at the dungeon. Very beginning. Which, by the way, if you notice, right on us, we have this portal right here. It's a staircase leading out of the dungeon. We can literally just... We could leave if we want. You can literally just leave, and it'll be like, are you sure? That ends the game. And you'll be like, yeah, I'm done. I leave now. Here we have our XL. That is our level. So, you know, like your standard RPG thing, you know, we're level 1. Next, that's showing you how far you are to your next level. Right now, we're at 0%. Noise. This is a meter. Right now, it's completely grayed out. That means we're not making any noise. That's actually very important, because the more noise you make, the more enemies you start to draw from outside of your vision range. So, like, say if we did something like cast a lightning spell, something that's incredibly loud, the meter will fill up and turn red, and then all of a sudden you'll see some messages saying, like, enemies nearby, shout! And they're coming your way. Well, this is our currently equipped weapon. It's a longsword, basic, just, you know, what we're starting with. So, at the top, we have the text. If you do download this game and play it yourself, or play the web version, which personally I recommend playing the web version, everyone who plays this game over time eventually converts to the web version, and then they're just like, you can't go back. It's like playing the downloaded version is so much weirder. Also, I forgot to mention, I'm playing the latest trunk release, which is essentially the beta branch of this game. Testing out some of the new stuff. It's been a lot of fun. I really like it. Some of the changes are a little weird, but I've been getting used to them. I like them. It says, welcome, Waltz the Minotaur Fighter. Will you prevail? I've already fucked it up. Will you prevail where others failed? Will you find the Orb of Zot? And then there's just, you know, press question mark for list of commands. And that just tells you some stuff, what we saw immediately. We found our leather armor, 13 stones. And you know what? We found the staircase leading out of the dungeon. This is our first screen. This is restart. Everything in this dungeon's design is completely randomized. There's like little segments that are, you know, like little set pieces that'll pop in, but the generation is completely random. This game has been going on for about 25 years now, and it still gets updates to this day. And I'm addicted to it. It's so weird and fun, and there's just so much, like, there's so much world building to just all the crazy shit in the game. It just really hooks me. I find this game, honestly, it really inspires me and really gets my creativity going whenever I'm playing it. Like, it's just, you just see these two little non-animated tiles standing next to each other, but in my mind, I'm imagining these amazing epic battles going on between these two warriors. Minotaur foot. What? What? You can't say that. Don't say that. Don't bring that attitude in here. It's very rude. So first thing you should do whenever you start, this is my number one tip. Hit M, and that's lowercase m if you've got caps lock on, by the way, because in this game, your bindings, caps lock does matter. Basically, every single button on the fucking keyboard does something, which, by the way, made finding a binding for my Discord push to talk very complicated for today. For today's stream, I was like, fuck, literally every button on this keyboard does something in this thing. No, Brady, no! So you hit M, it brings up your skills. Now, the first thing you're going to want to do is, at the bottom here, you see it says auto/manual mode. I have a command that makes it automatically start in manual, but if you're starting this for the first time, you probably don't. So your screen probably looks something like this. Oh, I'm sorry, wait, I accidentally hit, there we go. Your screen probably looks something like this by default. You want to switch it to manual mode. Auto is weird. I don't know why they make it the default setting. Auto's terrible. Don't use it. So, you're going to want to level a couple skills at a time. Because the way it works is as you level and get XP, it also kind of like, it funnels that XP into your skills, as well as just your general level. And obviously, you can choose to be like, hey, I want fighting to be my main skill. So here, as you can see, I hit A, and now it's highlighted as a little asterisk. That means I'm focusing on it more. I don't know, because it's weird, because they try to remove over the years, they've removed all the bullshit stuff. I don't know. I think auto was I think they wanted auto to work, because the idea of auto is as you use skills, it'll automatically, like, change what you're leveling. But that, like, causes problems, because it doesn't prioritize the right stuff. Like, you might, yeah, it's possible they just forgot about it. It's possible you might pick up something and then you want to start leveling it up, but, like, you're not using it. You want to level it up for later, though, which auto will never do. I would recommend early on, level up fighting or your weapon first, and then don't have too much stuff active. Because you want to get a couple levels in fighting and your weapon. Fighting is the most important skill in the game. I cannot stress this enough. People are just like, oh, what, it just, like, raises HP? That doesn't seem that important. No! Fighting is so important. Because, I mean, yeah, its main goal is to raise your HP, but it also does slightly raise things like your accuracy. It's very slight, but it does raise your accuracy and damage slightly. But the main thing is, it raises your fucking HP. And this is a roguelike, and the number one thing you need to know about roguelikes is survival is the most important thing. It doesn't matter how strong your weapon is, if you get hit by one of those rare, really high roll damage spells and it fucking blows your brains out, you want to level up fighting. But early on, I would recommend kind of alternating between fighting and your weapon a little bit until you're consistently hitting enemies. Once you're hitting enemies at a pretty decent rate, then just kind of focus on fighting for a long time. And then, so all the like I said, this game, it's a little daunting at first because there's so many bindings. And it can be a little like, wait, how do I do that? But as you play, they're pretty self-explanatory. Like, I don't know why M is skills. That's the one that's kind of confusing. Like, M for skills? What? What? I don't understand. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, the other, like, M for training, I don't get it. All the others, though, are pretty self-explanatory. Like, I for inventory. P for prayer, although they removed prayer. But, you know, it's all pretty self-explanatory. I want to grab that item. You hit G. I want to put on this item. You hit P. I want to wear this thing. You hit W. It's all pretty self-explanatory. You use the numpad to move around. So, like, I'm hitting arrow keys on my numpad to move around here. This area, oh god. Okay, you know what? I just realized I have to change my binding immediately. I forgot that this happens. So, my bind right now is shift, and if I'm holding shift while I, hit a direction, it makes me run in that direction. So, I'm gonna have to change that real quick. But as you can see around us, there's water, and most characters, including yourself, well, Sachi, I'm trying to teach people this game. Do you have to? Ugh. There, I unequipped it. And I dropped it. And you know what? I hit D to drop it. That's right. So let's see here. Why didn't I fucking disable that? I knew you guys would fucking do this. Oh, what should I make my binding for this? Alright, yeah, Alright, I can do this real quick. I gotta drop my shield. Are you fucking kidding me? There, I dropped it. Give me a second. Fix these bindings. And then I'll get the music on. My character's not wearing shorts. Alright, I have to go back to using caps lock, which will cause some issues because, like I said, everything is based on using whether you caps lock keys or not. Like if I hit, here's M, here's shifted M. Oh, well, okay, I can't do it because I don't have a book, but that's the button to memorize spells. Alright, some assholes in my chat made me drop my weapons and my shield, making this much more difficult than it should be. Because I have no points in unarmed combat, as you can see. But this also offers a nice little teaching thing of, even though I'm not using my weapons, although, wait, okay, I can still train long blades because I've trained it before, thank goodness. So I just punched that thing to death. I'm a Minotaur fighter. As I said, this race, pretty strong. Even with no training in martial arts, I was able to blow that thing's brains out with my fists. So now, we stepped into the dungeon and began our first fight. I think we need some appropriate moody music for this situation. Yeah, so, oh, you know, I need to turn it down. It's actually a little louder than I expected. Chilling. So yes, this game, you take turns, you move around very slowly. Yeah, it's the Cry of Fear OST. Pride recognizes it. So when you see an enemy, you'll notice up here at the top, it tells you, like, a goblin and hobgoblin come into view. The goblin shouts, the hobgoblin shouts. When that happens, they're making noise. As you can see, the noise meter fills up a little bit over here. And if there's any enemies nearby, you'll also hear all the messages like, you hear a shout or something like that. Oh, we got a bat and an endoplasm. So starting out, you're not going to really know what enemies can fuck you up and what ones are relatively harmless. But there's a way to actually figure that out. All you have to do is hit Control and X. And this shows you everything in the nearby area. Everything you can see will be on the screen. Items, enemies, whatever. Then what you do is you hit at the top it says, use the exclamation mark to examine. So, hit that. Now, if you click on any of these, we'll get some information. So let's click on the bat. Bat. A large gray bat that, despite being herbivorous, is quite aggressive. It is myopic and uses echolocation to navigate. This gives you everything you need to know about any enemy you could ever encounter. I highly recommend using this feature, especially if you come across any enemy that has a name, and we'll get to those eventually. It says max HP 3, meaning it dies incredibly easy, but they have a lot of evasion. 63% chance to evade my catching these hands. They have no willpower, which willpower is magic resistance, essentially. AC armor, as we talked about. It looks easy. It can see invisible. It is immune to blinding. Really? I didn't actually know that. It is extremely fast. It can fly. It is tiny, and it can hit for up to 1 damage. My god. But now let's look at something like the endoplasm. It's a Christmas film. glob of gray sludge that has somehow developed a rudimentary awareness and limited motility. Motility? Is that really a word? I learn a new word every one of these streams, I swear to God, and I've played so much of this game. It periodically draws heat from its surroundings to sustain itself, freezing enemies unfortunate enough to be adjacent at the time. It looks easy, it doesn't have any evasion, it has only 6 HP, it is immune to acid and resistant to poison, it can see invisible, it is immune to blinding. It is mindless, meaning you can't use any spells that affect the mind, which there are actually a lot of those. Well, I actually do want to do a magic stream sometime, because magic's fun and it's like an entirely different fucking game. That's the fun, and it also tells you abilities they have. So this one, it can freeze you. So if you have maybe like weakness to freeze, it'll really fuck you up. And damage works, and like most standard, you know, like D&D type thing, damage will be like 1d6 or 2d8 and stuff like that. Meaning, you know, it rolls like 1 6-sided die to determine the damage, or 2 8-sided die. Oh, you know what? I forgot to mention, we should look at our abilities. Okay, lowercase a, it says, sorry, you're not good enough to have a special ability. I can only act in self-defense. Well, you know what? That's not an issue, because literally all of these are running at me trying to kill me. So, I guess I can't murder anything that's paralyzed or asleep. In which case, okay, they haven't swung yet. Honestly, that's literally one of the things one of the gods has. I want to say that's one of the Shining One's rules, is he will not let you attack any enemies that are unaware of your presence. Like, if there's an enemy paralyzed or asleep, if you try to attack it, he'll be like, "What the fuck did you just do? That is not my way." So that we're not even worshiping him. Do not approach me. So I'm just gonna stand here, and then they're all gonna rush at me. So, as a Minotaur, we have some cool abilities. Let's look at actually some of our attributes. Innate abilities, weirdness, and mutations. We're a Minotaur, so blue are natural mutations to our body, you know, different from, you know, your base human. We have a pair of horns on our head, and we reflexively headbutt those who attack us in melee. Bat hit me full clearance. The bat hits you, but does no damage. Because I have armor class of 6, bitch! So I'm just gonna, I punch him. But I missed him because I have, like, no fucking accuracy with using my fists. So, you might think you want to approach these enemies, but I wouldn't recommend it. If you go and approach, like, you know, I'll do it here just to show you. If I go and approach here, this means I've got 3 enemies all targeting me at the same time. And I do believe there's also mechanics where, like, if there's multiple enemies all hitting at the same time, it makes it easier for each of them to hit you. I haven't checked the rules on that in a long time. I've played this game since like version 0.14 and it has changed so much. So some things I might be a little off on, but you know what? Stuff like that. Just for the most part, the basic rule is don't get surrounded by enemies. They're gonna fuck you up. Unless, you know, you're using maybe some big AoE spell. You always want to find something like this, a little spot where they can't really surround you, easily at least. Like we can also go, the hallway would have been a better choice, but this also works for now. So I'm gonna try and sock it to these guys. Just gonna, I punched him. I hit the goblin. The goblin's moderately wounded. You can see, you know, text up here rolling as we continue. Goblin hit me with the club first, by the way, Pratty. Oh, also you can notice up here, the bat closely misses you. You furiously retaliate. You headbutt the bat because, you know, we got that horn mutation. We killed the bat with our headbutt. This is another one of the reasons why I recommend Minotaur Fighter, because the headbutt is so good early on. So we got a little surrounded here. It's not great. Because we could have killed this thing very easily if, you know, we were, say, using our weapon. But I punched it, I headbutted it. You know, I haven't landed a single punch, but I've been getting a lot of headbutts in. Because luckily things like headbutting, or if you have a mutation that gives you hooves, you got a beak, claws, anything like that, those are, those actually aren't based on your unarmed, which you might think they would be, but no, they actually follow a separate modifier for hitting. I headbutted, I'm getting so many headbutts in, let's go. The main way you want to get more hits with headbutt is actually leveling up strength. Strength is incredibly good on Minotaurs. I mean, it's good on basically any type of fighter. I kind of like to do a little bit of a dex in there as well, but for Minotaurs, you can basically just go pure strength and not have to worry about anything. So this endoplasm's put up a bit of a fight, but he's not doing a lot of damage. Alright, I headbutt him. Let's go. Really need to find another longsword since bastards made me get rid of these ones. So I can show how to play this game. So we're just gonna do some exploring, and I'll show you guys the different ways you can explore in safe ways and the way most people do it. Alright, here's a rat. I mean, it's your most basic ass bitch enemy. Just punch. Oh, he's done more damage to me than anyone. Oh my god. Punch him. There we go. I furiously retaliate. I hit the fucking bratty rat, and destroyed him. Alright, we're gonna get fighting to 4, and then I want to say we're gonna level up long blade. Well, I guess we should just keep leveling up fighting. I don't know when we're gonna find another long blade. Oh, as you can see, there's nothing open nearby. So that's because I had caps lock on and I hit O, and it was capitalized. And if capital O means open, which you can use for opening doors. If you hit O, again, another slightly weird one, but it's for auto explore. And honestly, most people just use O. Unless you're in like a really dangerous place, you can just auto explore to get around most of the dungeon. So here, I'll show you what happens if we hit O. So it'll automatically just explore until something happens. You see an enemy, you see maybe like a really cool item or a staircase leading down to another part of the dungeon. Here we just got a giant cockroach. That ain't too much, so we can headbutt that, no problem. There we go. Yeah, listen to this nice spooky music. We killed the giant cockroach. Alright, so let's keep exploring. Alright, we found a potion. Oh, he did some damage. What did he have? Oh, he had a +2 short sword of venom. Damn. Yeah, that'd do it. +2 short sword on a kobold. That was pretty dangerous. So here we found a potion. But you might notice it just says blue potion. It doesn't say like potion of might. Why the fuck does that do? Well, here's the thing. We don't know. An easy way you could find that out is you could drink the potion. I wouldn't recommend it. It's a good way to get yourself really killed. They've actually made just randomly drinking potions a lot less dangerous than it used to be. I want to say there's only one truly negative potion in the game now. In the old days, there was so much shit that could just absolutely ruin your life if you drink a potion. There was 2 different types of poison potions, first of all. You could get just a bottle of poison, which would just poison your ass, and then you could get a bottle of venom, which would really poison your ass and probably kill yourself if you found it at a lower level. You get a potion of draining, which would lower all your stats. Potion of degeneration, which would make you degenerate when you take damage. All kinds of fucked up shit. Nowadays, there's just potion of degeneration, which lowers your stats for a little bit, but as you kill some stuff, you'll get them back. It's not that much of an issue. I still wouldn't recommend randomly drinking your potions. Ooh, a Knoll. A Knoll Dungeon 1 is actually a little dangerous. Luckily, he's only wielding a +0 club. So we know that's basically the most weakest bitch-ass weapon in the whole game. And so, he may be a Knoll, and they're a little strong, but considering he's using such a weak-ass weapon, I think we can take him. That being said, we also are using no weapon and have no training in unarmed. But, you know, we got a fucking headbutt because we're a Minotaur, so I think we can... Oh, God. Oh, there we go. We furiously retaliate. We headbutt. Get him. Yeah. Alright. Whew, I don't like it being this risky this early on. We shouldn't be taking this much damage. Ideally, we'd have had, you know, like a weapon and maybe a shield of some sort. Alright. So, the main trick is whenever you see enemies, you want to lure them to hallways like this, or what are called kill holes. Suffering makes me stronger. No! This isn't Kenshi! These boa constrictors are a little annoying to fight early on. They're decently fast and pretty evasive. They do okay damage. Luckily, I don't believe these ones have any poison, so, you know, bam, just headbutt them. Oh, it's a ball python. Yes, sorry. Boa constrictor is actually a later snake enemy. There are, like, a billion enemies in this game, and as you play, you will eventually recognize them all and learn just how strong they are. Kobo with a +1 club? Dude, I ain't scared of you at all. Get over here. I headbutt you. You die. Okay, we got it. Okay, they're coming from 2 angles, so we want to pull them up here. This is perfect. Non-humanoid enemies cannot open doors. Kobolds are humanoid, so they could open door, but he had no reason to. The slot now, say if we were fighting a bunch of humanoids, this spot wouldn't work. because the slime could have come around the other side and opened the door, and I could have just gotten cornered badly. But since the slime was the only backup for the kobold, it was completely fine. Oh, that was one hit, damn. He shouted, but nothing shouted in return, so he's alone. Okay, we headbutt the... Oh my god, we might die here. Because I don't have any way of defending myself and I have no other items. I can't believe it spawned a group of gnolls on Dungeon 1, that's messed up. Alright, so we're gonna drink this Potion of Might. So Potion of Might increases your strength by, I want to say, 5 points. It also increases all physical damage you deal, as well as... oh fuck, there's something else. But the main thing about it that's really nice as a Minotaur is, not only does it increase our damage, but, as I said, strength, well, I don't know if I remember, I can't remember if I mentioned this now, but strength increases our chance of landing stuff like Headbutt. Headbutt and any sort of retaliatory attacks based on body mutations and shit like that are all based on your strength. So hopefully we can get a Headbutt in here. Hey, let's go. Didn't want to have to use our potion that early, but kind of don't have a choice at the moment. Alright. Oh yes, when you're... I haven't mentioned this. I have... There's so many things I'm just used to just doing, so I have to keep track of, you know, like, explaining what they are. So, say you get really wounded like I just did. You want to retreat back to somewhere you know is safe, like, say, like one of these tunnels. Or, like, here's good, because, you know, not many stuff can spot you from here. This game, vision works pretty simple. If you can see someone, they can see you. If you can't see them, they can't see you. There are some exceptions, but they're pretty rare. Basically, like, an enemy that might be... There's, like, 1 or 2 enemies that can see through walls. But... So when you get to somewhere on your own, you can hit 5. And now, not the 5 on the numpad, but the 5 over on where the number keys are normal, like, on the left side of the keyboard. If you hit that, your character will rest until something happens. And usually, you just use it to regenerate your health when it's lost. This game used to have a hunger mechanic, where you actually had to keep track of food and keep food on you, and as you waited around, you'd have to eat more food because you would be getting hungry and you could die of starvation. And also, if you were hungry, it would lower your stats. It was a real bitch. This song is quiet. Okay, I think it's been... Okay, it's been... Yeah, it's been 20 minutes. I feel no shame in picking these back up now. I've shown I can survive without them. Yeah. I mean, Mummy is still, like, the hardest class there is. Same with, that was also one of Kobold's advantages. One of Kobold's advantages is they could eat raw meat even when they were, like, not starving. Because most races would only eat raw meat if they were starving, whereas Kobolds could just gorge on that shit till they were just completely full, which made it so that food was, like, never an issue as a Kobold. Now Kobolds have the advantage of they have a smaller vision range, but their stealth is increased, and also things can't see them from, you know, outside their vision range as well. Because they're so tiny. Okay, this is an interesting thing. It's got added in one of the later editions. I want to say, this is a faded altar of an unknown god. And so what this does is, there's, let's see here, let me bring up a certain menu. You bring this up by hitting Control and O. This is the dungeon overview and level annotations. This is a really important menu. This is one of your most helpful ones. This is, all these names here, this is how many gods there are in the game. Right now, ideally we're going to aim for Okawaru, but if we don't see him, we could just go with Trog. Essentially become a berserker. Drop one, I'm not using anything right now. But let's see here. Yeah, look at all these gods. There's so many fun ones. This game has some of the most creative gods. I love them so much. Like this one right here, next time if I stream this again, because like I said, this is a bit of an experimental stream. I want to see how this goes. I absolutely love this game. I could talk about this game for hours on end, but I didn't know how well, do for a stream game. I tried to make it as, nice and appealing visually for a stream as possible. I made everything nice, big, and readable. Drop with your religion. Because this card right here, Che Briados, is probably my favorite. No graphics, yeah, fuck that. I would never follow that rule. Fuck me. I genuinely do not know how to play the ASCII version of this game. It's so confusing. Because so many things are the same letters and numbers. They're just different colors. And it's like, fuck, dude. I know like half the end game enemies are just 8, but a different color. But yeah, Che Briados is the god of taking it easy, dude. Just taking it nice and relaxing. Che Briados rewards those who are slow and really rewards them for destroying those that are fast and hasty. You get extra piety and relation with them. The more you destroy enemies that have a difference between speed, and the more pious you are for Che Briados, the more they slow you down. And eventually you become like, I think it's like 1 step is the same speed as another character taking 4 steps. But to make up for it, they massively buff all of your stats. And also give you abilities like letting you step through time and shit. It's fucking sick. They're a god that require you to definitely know what you're doing to play them. I wouldn't recommend them for a beginner. I'll show you some of the beginner ones. Now, I kind of love the Altar of the Unknown God, but I feel like they need to change it, because I swear to God, like, the last 5 runs I've had where I've used it. So if you worship at this god will convert you to one of the gods at random, just complete random. I want to say it can be any god in the game, except Baal, because that god can only be worshipped by hill orcs, but that's a very specific niche one. That's like the one unique god that's only based on a certain race. Oh, hey, Paul, that's awesome. Glad you could tune in. Yeah, I've been talking. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I've been playing this game for over a decade. I wouldn't say I'm an expert at it, but, you know, I know enough that I can teach. I feel I could teach anyone how to get a win. So the altar, the way it works is when you worship at it, it picks a god at random and then makes you follow him. But the advantage to this is it gives you 2 stars in piety level for them, which means you get access to some of their abilities right away, very early on, which can be pretty powerful. Sanji, shut up. The problem is I can't count how many times I've worshipped this altar and started as like, alright, I started as a magic caster, I got my magic spells, I picked a race that's really good at magic and terrible at melee, I worship at the shrine, and then the shrine's like, alright, you're gonna worship Trog, the guy who hates magic now. I'm like, oh fuck. This is the worst. No. Oh god. And then at that point I'm just like this run would be salvageable, but it's gonna take so much work. I'm just gonna restart. So it's happened to me so many times lately. I'm steering clear of them for now. I'll like pop these back on. It's got a little shield and sprite. Fun little thing, you know what? There we go. This button that brings up this menu is what makes me disappear off screen. But so this is a fun little mechanic that I think most people actually forget is in the game. If you have -10 on your keyboard, you can actually customize your character sprite. I like to just play with the default thing. You like the music? I'm glad, Sanji. I like to just run with the default stuff that the game has, which just has, you know, your equipment on your character. But you can actually completely customize your character if you wanted. You could be like, I want to run around with the halo, and also I'm on fire, and you know what? I've got dragon wings. Yeah, why you got a problem with that? But no, we're just gonna be running around with default. That's just a fun little goofy thing you can mess around with. I feel like people always forget that's in the game. You can make some goofy sprites, but what's kind of nice about it is like if you get a look you really like, you can just set that as a default thing. There's a lot of really goofy little small things like that in this game. Like, CR plus, like our regular ass longsword. Yeah, the outfit, that's right. Yes, it's the minus key on the numpad. You know, right above the plus on the right side of it. You hit that, it brings it up. And yeah, you can just completely customize your dude. You can even change between, like, a lot of the races have alternate default sprites. Like, yeah, see like all these different bases? I can change them out. And you can also, like, do stuff like, oh, I don't want to have a shadow, or I do want to have a shadow, or I want to be wearing this cape. And then I could set it, and you could turn them on and turn them off. Yes, it is in the web tiles version. I'm pretty sure. I'm like 99% sure. I was playing it earlier, and I want to say I tested it, and it was. It's very, people always, it's like, it's so weird though, because like, you can take some time and customize your character, but at the same time, it's like, you know, you play so many different races and stuff. I like to see just what they become through playing. So as you see now, I'm just wandering around, fucking shit up. That kobold didn't even get a chance to touch me with my longsword skills. So here, the scrolls are the thing that I generally recommend just reading if you have an unknown one. There's some different thoughts on how you want to do this. I would also personally recommend you should at least clear the floor you're on before you read it. Like, if you find it on a floor you haven't cleared, just go back up to a cleared floor. Otherwise, you know, just read it. Or, I don't know, there's a couple different ways. There's so many different thoughts on what to do with scrolls. So, some people like to save them all up for when you get to floor 4. Because floor 4 is the earliest the temple can spawn in, which is where you go to start worshipping your first god. And you might get lucky, and one of the first scrolls you read would be a magic mapping one, and you could find it fast. But it's like, I get the idea behind it, but it's so niche and so specific. I just read them once I'm sure the floor is clean. And alright, our first one, Scroll of Teleportation. That's a really good one to know. Sadly, we used up our first one, but, you know, we've got that. We know for the future, if we find any of those, I'm not on screen, let me fix that. We know for the future what that is. Now, Scroll of Teleportation is probably one of the most important items in the game. If you find those, you're gonna want to start hoarding those, because they're kind of your get out of jail free card. Well, I suppose maybe calling it your get out of jail free card is a little disingenuous, because it's not really free. Sometimes it'll take you out of jail and drop you into prison. It won't always get you fully out. That's why you want to stockpile them. Because what it does is, you read it, and then you'll notice you'll have a little status effect over here. You might notice it when I read it before that says Telly. And what that does is, after a short delay, you are going to teleport to a random spot in the dungeon. And that spot could be anywhere. It could be, like, right there. It could be... Oh, yeah, I'm pressing a key, so I can't auto-travel. It could be right there. It could be right next... It could be 2 feet away from where you read the scroll. That's the worst feeling when that happens. It's like, oh, I gotta get out of here. Read the scroll, teleport, give me it. And then you just teleport 1 foot away, and it's like, oh. Oh, God. I'm in trouble. Okay, so... This is one of my first tips that I have for new beginners and people who might know some stuff about the game and might not have thought about this. Always check your 3 main staircases down before you fully dedicate to going to the next floor. This is a tip someone gave me a couple years back that I was like, oh my god, how did I ever play without doing this? So when you go down a staircase, you know, you're going to the next floor. When you go down, I would recommend going down each of the down staircases, because this will now reveal on the minimap, we can see where each of our staircases are. This way, if we get into any trouble when we've stepped away from the staircase we go down, we know where the nearest one is that we can retreat to for safety. Because if you're getting chased by something dangerous... Nice boner. Yeah, dude, thanks. Hope everyone's having a good day. Hope you're having a good one, Carrie. So yeah, so if you're getting chased by something dangerous, there's a very common thing in this game called stair dancing. You know what? Here, let me find an enemy and we'll show it. Alright, here we go. We got a good weak one to show it with. So... shorts. If something's chasing us, we're like, oh god, we gotta get out of here. That thing is gonna fuck me up. Oh, really, Gary? Oh, wow, that sucks. Well, I'm sure they... What are they gonna do with your Twitch account? So, if we come up here, and even if we just wait around for a bit, you can see on the right there, the number's going up because I'm hitting the button to wait. Nothing happens. He doesn't follow us up here. No, Carrie, no! Oh my god, you're right. We can't let people get into your account. My god. But if we go back down, that little bastard, he's still waiting for us. But see, here's the thing. If an enemy is adjacent to us when we're near a staircase, we go back up, they come up with us. They're like, hey, where you going? And then they chase us up. This can be very important. Gary, that's exactly what would happen. So, yeah, that's definitely something Carrie would do. I agree. I agree, Carrie. With your hypothetical situation, mate, I'm right. That's definitely something you would do. So, if you step up and an enemy follows you, this can be actually really helpful. Because say you have a large group of enemies chasing you, and you know that the staircase is something like this one, which is going to put you into a hallway, you could lure some of the enemies with you and then get into the staircase and bring a couple of them up with you and then take them out. And then, you know, like, take them out one and then go down and bring a couple back up. You gotta be careful, though, because going up and down the stairs isn't just, like, one turn, it's a couple. So enemies around you will get a couple hits on you while doing this. So it's really dicey doing this if you're near something that's really dangerous early on, like an ogre or a poisonous snake. Because they're gonna get a couple chances to whack your ass as you're going up and down those stairs. Oh, that little guy, you got a good hit on me there. Considering what weapon he's using, that's pretty impressive for the little guy. Alright. You know, we got some pretty good spread with our skills now. Everything's around 4. But I think we could level up our long blade. Well, no, let's keep leveling up fighting for a bit. Go find Jivia. Listen. I love Jivia runs. They're probably my favorite. And we're definitely going to do some. But this first one, like I said, this one's to teach people how to play the game. And Jivia is definitely one of the last gods I would recommend for a new player. Jivia runs are chaos, and I love them. For those who are unfamiliar, Jivia is the god of slimes. Jivia's whole gimmick is, yeah, there's slimes. There's one sentient slime, and it is essentially the avatar of Jivia. And if Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup is one of those settings where if you kill, like, if there's no followers left of a god, that god ceases to exist. And so there's one worshiper of Jivia in the dungeon, and if you kill them, the god ceases to exist. Unless they've changed that in recent patches, because I haven't tried doing it recently, so I don't know if that's still in, but I always thought that was a really cool feature. If you kill the one sentient slime that worships Jivia, you can stop her from existing. But you can also worship Jivia. And Jivia, for the first thing, makes all slimes friendly to you, which is pretty nice considering some of the slimes in the game are incredibly dangerous. Jelker, no! And it lets you get one of the runes very easily. But my favorite thing about Jivia is as you become friendly with Jivia, she starts to just fuck with you and mutate your body and just like do eldritch abomination shit to you. Like you just start turning like slightly invisible and slime starts oozing out of your body. It'll have stuff like when you take major damage, parts of your body just break off into slimes, which then start fighting the enemies. You can turn other enemies into slimes, which will then be allied with you. That's one of my favorite ways of dealing with high-level hydras. Like, oh god, this hydra's really tough, what do I do? Oh, I know, I poke him, and then he turns into a slime, and then he jiggles happily, and Jivia's like, ah, blah, 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 my good servant, and then she's so happy. Oh, I love Jivia runs. We'll definitely do one of those, Carrie. Like I said, we're doing a beginner little Minotaur fighter run, so let's just do some more exploring. Hobgoblin, yeah. So your typical thing when you run into an enemy out in the open, you should always retreat back here. A lot of people early on might see an enemy up there and be like, oh, I'm just gonna do something like this and just go, I'm just gonna tab up to it and just kill it. And, you know, like, that can work sometimes. Like, it worked right there, obviously. But a lot of times, if you just see an enemy and then you just hit tab and just start running over to it to attack it, you're gonna uncover more enemies, and they're gonna surround your ass, and they're gonna beat your ass. You don't need to just move arrow keys and touch until they die. Listen, early on in the game, especially as a Minotaur fighter, it's pretty simple. Obviously, like, yeah, I just go, yeah, I just run into them and then I just obliterate them. But it gets pretty difficult later on, and especially when I want to show off some of the other classes. Yeah. Well, some of them are also like, hey, that's just a quokka. That's no mythical creature. We got Hobgoblin. Alright, see, here we're getting surrounded, and these things that I could easily kill, and that's starting to fuck me up. So I'm gonna retreat. There we go. Got him this one tile hallway. They can't surround me, and then just, yeah. Well, I miss. Oh, he hits me, but he does no damage. Yeah, I hit him once, and I immediately obliterated him. As I said, gnolls are a little tougher. Surprised. Dungeon 2 seems a little more standard for a spawn, but finding that group on Dungeon 1, that could be dangerous. The thing with gnolls is they also usually travel in a small pack of like 3 or 4. But then, bam! Just take him out. I'm a fucking Minotaur fighter, dude! Early game, I destroy everything! What? You know, I gotta say, I don't hate monkey personas, but I've always thought they were like some of the least interesting. It's like, dude, you could you're furry and you can have all these cool animals and you pick the one that's like the most like a human? What's going on? Also, okay, so you might notice I'm getting kind of fucked up here. I got a little distracted by chat and I played a little recklessly. So these guys both have spears, and that guy has a spear of freezing, which means he's doing extra damage to me every hit. So what I need to do, check my inventory. I have nothing. Wow, I have found shit all in this run, but we're also holding a dungeon too, so that makes sense. There's a couple options you could do here. Since what we want to do is we're gonna try and get some distance between us. So these guys both use spears, which means ideally neither of them want to be right next to me because they can hit me from a distance. Which means when they follow me, this guy close to me is, yes, he's gonna try and keep one tile of distance between us so we can keep attacking me. Which actually works in our favor because he's keeping the more dangerous guy further away from me, so he's not getting an extra hit in. So while we're occasionally gonna get hit by this one null, with our defenses, I told you they travel in packs, dude. Okay. But this puts us at an advantage because it means he's further away. So this guy's going to get a couple hits on us. But that other guy is now out of range of us. And we can just go, boop, right back up these stairs. And we're gone. And we're safe. And we can just have a nice little heal. And it's all good. And this is, like I said, why you'd want to find all your nearby staircases. Because if I didn't know that staircase was there, I might have been like, fuck, I just got to wander around, try and find a staircase and wander into danger. So here, now we're back here. I'm gonna grab these booties. Because no reason not to put them on. Boom, gives me a little extra armor. Why not? So I'm cheating. How is this cheating? Please explain to me. I'm quite curious. Alright, we found an unlabeled scroll. What is it? Or an unknown scroll. It's a scroll of silence. That's actually an incredibly powerful late game scroll. Right now, it does nothing for us. Oh, yes. We're definitely playing as a coward. You got it. Alright, I furiously retaliate. I headbutt the goblin. This, man, I could have honestly really taken those gnolls easily if I still had my potion. But I didn't have to use it to save myself earlier for fighting unarmed. As long as we don't fight, we don't want to encounter him. That one. That gnoll with the spear of freezing. He's our real danger right now. Oh, here we go. I got one of them. I brought him with me. Bam. Sliced him up. I need to take them on one at a time right now. We gotta play this real careful. I couldn't say, Carrie. I don't think so. Oh, we got a little slime here. This is a pretty weak slime. Hopefully we could get like one more level in fighting before we find those gnolls again. That would actually be really good. Because it's a tough group of them. Oh, here we go. Okay. I'm going to make a prediction right now. You might be like, wow, that's a lot of enemies. And I'm like, oh, I know what's behind this group of enemies. I've seen this. So, they're all wielding very incredibly shitty weapons. They're honestly all going to be pretty easy to kill. The main gimmick here is that there's so many of them. And because there's that many, that means there's an NPC nearby. This horde of hobgoblins only spawns when there's an enemy named Robin nearby. Robin's gimmick is he can grab hobgoblins and throw them at you. So if you're in a big open area and he spots you, he immediately chucks them at you and they start surrounding you. But we're close enough to the stairs, this isn't really an issue. Unless the gnolls came from behind us, that would fuck us. That would be really bad and we'd have to basically take a chance on chugging one of these potions. I'm gonna try and cut off vision for most of there we go. Get in there. Gonna pull a couple up with me. There we go. Now I've got what the fuck? Alright, Robin didn't see us, so we managed to just pull a couple of them. And we got fighting leveled up. Let's go. Now I'm gonna focus on long blades for a bit because it's kind of lagging behind, and I don't know if you noticed, we've been missing a lot. There he is, see him? With his big old name. Now I'm playing the downloaded version, so his name shows up. If you're playing the web file version, you'll just have to recognize that they have unique sprites. Robin of the Strong Arm comes into view. They are wielding a +0 weapon, wearing a +0 helmet of intelligence. Hey, that's not a bad helmet. If I wasn't a Minotaur, I'd take that. let's examine him. Let's see more about Robin. A mountain hobgoblin recently come in search of the legendary orb. Not foolhardy or reckless enough to delve into the depths of the dungeon alone, Robin has built a small army of minions. Potential competitors will quickly find a stream of screaming goblins flying toward them. And that's his ability, throw ally. He can also battle cry, which makes everyone around him stronger. Which is also kind of a bitch, which is why I wanted to, you know, drag them up one by one over here. Here, he just battled. Oh, fuck, he hasted himself and got up here. That's fine. Oh, he blocked my path, you bastard. But it's fine. This is actually a really good staircase, because no matter what angle they block me from, I can go to a tunnel. So I can just, boop, right in there. So, Robin is hasted. That's what this little arrow here means he's hasted. And that kind of sucks. And this means he's battle cried, which kind of works like a minor haste as well as a small damage buff. For one hobgoblin, it's not really an issue. Bam, I'm just gonna fuck him up. Robin says, my army is invincible. You kill the hobgoblin. Robin just picked up a scroll. Oh, yes. Enemies can use all the items you can, by the way. Scrolls, potions, wands. They can use it all. And they will. And oh my god, I can't count how many times. Where's all the blood? Oh, we'll get to those, Carrie. Don't worry. Oh my god. I had a conjuration run the other day that was making me laugh because I had Orb of Destruction, which is a spell where you basically just cast a magical boulder at people, and the farther it gets, the more damage it does. And every time I hit an enemy, the entire room got covered in blood. And I was like, this is incredible! Hey, glad to hear you're enjoying it, Paul. But yeah, there is the web version. And as I said, you got any questions, feel free to ask. This stream, this one in particular, I just want to teach people about the game, give you some tips on how to play and do better. As I said, I recommend Minotaur Fighter or Berserker early on. Berserker's probably the most easy one early on for the free Berserk, but I like to have Fighter as your first one just because it'll teach you some good game tips and not have you entirely rely on the Berserk. There's so many functions, yeah. There's so many, and what's funny is they've actually removed a lot over time, although some of them were ridiculous. Like, in the old days, there used to be a mechanic where you had to keep track of corpses' freshness, and if you didn't, if you, like, chopped it up and made it into meat, you would get sick out of it. But then you could also hang on to corpses that had gone past their, like, expiration and keep hanging on to them, and eventually they would get so bad they would turn rotten, and then you could siphon their blood and use it to make your own poisons. And it's like, this is insanity. This is so, like, I love how complex that shit was, but at the same time, it's like, this is ridiculous. You need to simplify some of this shit. Sanji. Alright, so this could be a little dangerous, but Robin is also wielding, I want to say what? He was wielding a +0 whip, right? Yeah, +0 whip. So that's basically one of the weakest weapons in the game. So even if he's hitting me a lot with the haste, it's not going to be too much of an issue. And the more he hits us, the more chances we have to riposte or headbutt his ass. Try on it. Alright, yeah, that's pretty good. So wait, I forget, have you gotten a win? Was that a win? I never, honestly, I stopped keeping track of points. I'm just like, did you get to the end? Alright, so let's go for the hit. Look at how many hits, we hit him once, and I did no damage. It was just a terrible hit. But in that one attack, he was able to, we blocked one of his attacks, he hit us, and then he barely missed us. He got 3 attacks in on that one attack. Orc 2, yeah, Orc 2 has gotten me many times. Like, sometimes it can be deceptive because you'll fight a lot of weaker orcs and all of a sudden just one, you start getting a little cocky. You're like, this place ain't so bad. You step a little bit further in, All of a sudden, like, Saint Roka and an orc warlord step out of the mist and just pull out a triple crossbow and light you up. And it's like, oh god! How did it go so wrong so fast? Alright, look at that. We just got one good hit on Robin and bam, his health drops. And he's gone. And he's gone. So you can see some gear. We're a Minotaur, so we cannot wear helmets. They don't fit on our big horn-ass head. But we can take that scroll he had. Oh, also, I forgot to mention, when you use Auto Explorer, it'll auto-pick up stuff like gold, potions, scrolls, and stuff. So let's read this. Scroll of Identify. Oh, finally. Most useful scroll in the dang old game. Well, we got 2 potions we gotta identify. Let's identify the 2 black ones. What are they? Potion, Potion Magic's not a bad potion normally, but on a Minotaur fighter run, it's never gonna get used. What that does is it automatically refills our magic, basically, so really useful on a wizard fighter. You ain't never gonna be using it. To the point where, so auto pickup will keep picking up potions of magic, and they're gonna start clogging my inventory. So there's a way we can actually stop that. If you hit the forward slash. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh no, wait, I'm sorry. Backslash. It's been a bit since I've done this. There we go. Backslash. You can actually tell the game, this is your auto pickup menu. This is something like, you don't really need to mess with it if you don't want. This is more just to save you some tedium later. But you hit backslash, it brings this up, and here you can be like, okay, I'm never gonna use Potion of Magic as a Minotaur fighter. So hey, set this to minus. Now you just close this, and now your character will never try to automatically pick up the Potion of Magic. Again, that's a minor thing. Don't really need to do that. That's just for, like, you know, it'll just save you some time later when you're like, my inventory is full. What? Get these out of here. I don't need these. That's something I've been trying to do more, honestly, to save time, because I have so many runs where I get to the end and I'm constantly having to sort my inventory and drop stuff. And I'm like, you know, I need to mess with my drop lists. All right. We killed most of the stuff I was worried about. We got some good XP. We can encounter those gnolls now. Probably deal with them. I would like to find maybe an... Oh, okay. This guy right here. This green little bastard. The Adder. This guy is probably your most dangerous enemy in the early game. In my opinion. In the early game, this guy is one of the most difficult. It looks easy. It looks easy! This thing is so dangerous. So, it has 65% chance to evade your attack. That's pretty good for early game. It's pretty hard to hit. It has 11 HP, which for an early game character, that's pretty decent amount. It's gonna take you a couple hits to take him out. It's fast though. So it gets a couple hits on you at a time. Here's the problem. It has about a 49% chance to poison you. And poison early game is dangerous. And since it hits you a lot, it has a lot of chances to poison your ass. And it can really fuck you up. You don't ever want to fight anything else with an Adder early game. We're a Minotaur fighter, and we got a couple levels in us though, so killed him. But those guys, like, don't underestimate Adders. They will destroy your ass early game if you're not ready for them. It's just, like I said, it takes a couple hits to put poison on you, and poison will drain your health so fast. Damn, you got, like, I feel like that shows you how strong gnolls are. That dude was using a +0 whip, and fucked me up, dude. We got a couple levels. Destroyed that guy now that we're stronger, though. Let's go. So, fighting increases your max HP based on your maximum level. And I cannot overstate how good it is to just have fighting leveled up. Any top crawl player will tell you, like, how important fighting is, because it's more HP. More HP means you're not dying. Okay. Get this freezing son of a bitch. Alright, got him. Whew, we took some hits there I didn't want to take, but we killed the guy with the freezing spear. He's taken care of. Now, the other guy with the spear is in the front, and the guy with the... I'm stumbling on my words. The guy with the spear in front, he's going to be trying to hit us from a distance. As I said before, the guy with the whip can't hit us because the guy with the spear is between us, which means now we're just fighting one-on-one. And early game, ain't nothing standing between me and them. So, fuck him up. Ooh, he got some good hits in, though. So, honestly, I probably should have played that a little safer, but I've played this enough that I know that we would, unless we had some insanely bad RNG on our rolls there, we're gonna be fine. So then you just want to go back up to the next floor, or, you know, a safe floor. Just rest back up, and then pop back down. I'll also try and teach you some gimmicks you can do with other stuff. Like, say you're using a axe weapon, and you get caught in an area, and you're fighting an enemy that has really high evasion, but doesn't have a lot of HP. In that situation, I would almost say it's actually worth to go back to this tile right here that I'm standing on, so you can have two enemies here. And then hopefully you'd have, like, say, like, the enemy right here with the high evasion that's fucking you up, and you can't get a good hit on him. then maybe another enemy comes right here, and they don't have as much evasion. Like, say maybe you're fighting, I don't know, like there's a rat here, and then there's like a hobgoblin here, and he's just evading your attacks. What you could do if you have an axe, hit the rat. Like, for one thing, you should also just try and get that extra enemy out of the way, but axes always cleave nearby enemies. And if I remember correctly, like, if someone might correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm 99% sure, enemies cannot evade the cleave damage. So you can use that to your advantage if there's really high evasive enemies to fuck them up with an axe. It's all kinds of stuff you'll learn as you play the game a lot. Alright, so we finished Dungeon 2. Also, I want to say, modern version of this game, the dungeon is so much smaller than it used to be. In the original game, I want to say it was like 4 versions ago they changed it. The dungeon is now 15, let's see. Dungeon is now 15 floors. It used to be 27. And all the branching paths were also longer as well. They've massively shortened it. Also increased how much XP you get, which is nice. At first, I wasn't sure on this change, because I was like, you know, one thing I like about Dungeon Crawl Zone 2 is it's one of those games you can just kind of like veg out on and just play for like fucking 15-hour sessions. But you know what? The runs are shorter, but they're also like, I don't know, they just feel so much nicer now. I feel like they've got a really good balance of game length with how everything works. Plus, some of the runs can still go long, especially if you try to go for a 15-rune run. Which I suppose that's something I haven't really mentioned, is the way runes work. So to win this game, ooh, baby, we actually got a pretty good thing there. Yes, big dungeons. Oh my god, they were so big, dude. Holy shit. 27 floors. Woo! Like, it was kind of nice because it was like, damn, this game goes on forever. So it was kind of nice when you had a really good run because you get to enjoy it longer. But at the same time, it meant those tough runs they were so much longer. So we just got the Amulet of Reflection, and that's a pretty dope-ass amulet to find early on, especially as someone who uses shields. An amulet which exerts a force that blocks some incoming attacks, and can even reflect any blocked range attacks back towards the attacker. It increases our shield rating by +5, meaning we have a higher chance of blocking attacks, but also now, whenever we block range attacks, we have a chance of reflecting them. Which is pretty fucking sick. Especially as a melee character when range is one of our weaknesses early on. Dude, look at all this money blocked by these toadstools. Just grab that real quick. So we're gonna go with Okawaru. I think Okawaru and Trog are probably the 2 best ones for beginners. Get over here, Adder. I'm so lucky I've not gotten poisoned once. That's honestly crazy. Oh, so there's your magic scroll mapping. It shows you everything on the map. It's very useful for if you're trying to find the altars on, as I said, like floor 4. I already reflected you reflect the stone off an invisible shield around you. The stone hits the kobold. Let's go. It's already working, buddy. What's nice about Okawaru is his abilities. He's probably one of the weakest gods for the end game, but end game in this is a little different than most games. End game is not really like. So as I was saying, there's runes, and you need 3 runes to win the game. But then there's other types of runs. And there's 5 rune runs, and like 7 rune runs, and 9 rune runs. And if you're early on, you should just aim to do a 3 rune run. Because that's the bare minimum to win, and that's what you should be going for. Just trying to get a win early on. And if you're going for a win early on, Okawaru will carry you the entire way, and no problems whatsoever. It's only when you start trying to go for runs later than then that I'd say you want to start branching out. Because some of his abilities will fall off a bit later in the game. Because his main ability you're going to be using early on is an ability called Heroism. And what it does is it makes it so that all of our skills here, their levels will count as being 5 levels higher. Hey Azura, how you doing? Hope you're having a good day. I'm playing my nerd games. Meaning our armor skill, shields, even skills we haven't leveled up. Dodging will become skill level 5. Shields will become 9.6. So in other words, it'll increase our accuracy, it'll reduce our encumbrance from our armor, increase our rate of blocking. It's incredibly nice. Nerd. The only problem with it is, even though it increases fighting, which will give you the damage and accuracy upgrades from it, you don't get the HP upgrade from increasing it that way. It's going good. Thanks for asking. Hope you're having a good one yourself. But it's incredibly useful. The only time it really falls off is once you get to the late game and your skills are already maxed out to the point where they can't get any higher. Then that's when you're like, okay, I don't really need this. But his other ability is really nice. And he does some other good stuff for you. Like, he'll give you free gear. But he can also be kind of a dickhead. Like, sometimes, I can't count how many times I've been worshiping Okawaru, and it's like, I'm playing a race that has a really negative aptitude with a certain weapon, and it just keeps giving me that same weapon. And it's like, dude, please, give me any weapon other than this one. And he's like, no, no, no. You're gonna love these axes, dude. And I'm like, no, please, I can't use axes well. And he just keeps giving me axes. And I'm like, please, Okawaru, I beg you. Any other weapon type. So it's weird. I will say, a lot of stuff I learned early on in my, because I started in version like 0.14, like 12, 13 years ago. It's on version 0.27 now. And some stuff has changed. I remember people, the constant recommendation was like, oh yeah, basic game, you want to worship Okawaru early on, and then you want to abandon him later on. Basically, as soon as you can, once you get a couple good gear pieces. Nowadays, the rule is like, basically don't ever abandon a god. Unless you really know what you're doing, don't abandon a god. Because if you abandon a god, they're gonna fucking destroy your world. Whenever you abandon a god, that puts you in a state called penance. And that means that god is pissed, and he hates your guts. And all the gods do different shit. There's a couple exceptions. Basically every single thing in this game, whenever I tell you, there's always like 1 or 2 exceptions that you learn way later when playing. But for the most part, these are general rules. Yeah, that's like the most common thing that happens is, yeah, if you abandon someone, Trog's basic thing he'll do is he'll send a bunch of monsters your way. Trog will also fuck you up even more. Trog will randomly confuse you. Not only will he send you a bunch of enemies that surround you, he'll wait till you get to an open area, and the second you step into an open area, surround every tile around you with enemies, and then he'll cast Berserk on all the enemies. Don't abandon Trog unless you really know what you're doing, because he will destroy your ass. Trog is the hater of nerds. That's what Trog does. Trog really gets happy whenever you kill mages, and if you see spell books, he even gives you a special ability to burn them. But he's pretty good for melee users. So we got here an ogre. And these are probably the most... I'd say these are the most coin flip enemy in the game, for early game. He's the jock god. Yeah, basically. A large, ugly, and fat creature distantly related to orcs and goblins. It is tremendously strong. You might notice it has nearly triple the HP of like the strongest thing we've examined so far. Not much evasion or armor or magic resistance though, but it looks extremely dangerous. It's got enough intelligence. It attacks very slowly and it is large. But you might notice it could hit for up to 17 damage. It has a low chance to hit. So ogres, the thing is, they have a really low chance to hit, but when they hit you, they'll fucking smash you. And if you're playing like a squishier race, like a Spriggan or a Kobold, getting hit by one hit from an ogre early on can literally just be run over. I would always be cautious about ogres. I would never fight an ogre with another enemy. So I'm gonna try, and also I don't want to lure him to the staircase because, as I said, if I try to run back up the stairs while he's fighting me, he'll get a couple attacks in, and we could just get really bad luck, and he could get like 3 hits in a row. Which, yes, I have had that happen. I have had a character who had a 15% chance to get hit by an ogre, and the ogre hit 3 times in a row and killed them. And I wanted to scream. It's happened, so we're not going to take that risk. Let's go down to this other staircase. It seemed a little nicer. There it is. Okay, worms, these guys are a little tough, but they're a lot easier to work. They're kind of like ogres, but slower. They do a lot of damage, but they're so slow. Like, even a Minotaur like me, who's pretty slow, I can just... see, like, if I just keep running, I can outrun them. They do some pretty good damage, but they have low accuracy, but as a Minotaur, we can just kill them. Just kill them, no problem. It is pretty easy for us. As I said, there's a reason why this is the recommended beginner. Oh, wow, they didn't follow me back up? Oh, I killed them! I was like, why didn't they follow me? And I just looked up here. The Quokka barely misses you. You repulse. You slash the Quokka. You kill it. The Kobold completely misses you. You repulse. You slash the Kobold. You kill the Kobold. Minotaur fighter, baby! It's just that easy, let's go. So yeah, like, right, those were some jackals just ran at me and I just immediately obliterated them. This is a dart slug. Shoot some darts, but you know, I get melee and then I stab it. Alright, that's a jelly. They can be... This is the first start of, I'd say, more dangerous slimes. Unless, did they remove that ability? Let me check real quick. Always gotta examine enemies. Okay, yes, they do still do acid damage. I thought so. They do very little damage, but they do acid damage. Acid is probably one of the most dangerous types of damage there is in the game. For one thing, you can never truly become, like, outside of some enemies like jellies, there's almost nothing in the game immune to acid, and you certainly can't become immune to acid. There's no artifact in the game that makes you immune to acid. You will always take damage from acid. But what's really dangerous about acid is when acid hits you, it has a chance of corroding you. Which in the old versions of the game was basically like, well, fuck me. We're fucked. Because corrosion would, in the old versions, literally just destroy pieces of equipment. Like, the typical tip for fighting jellies is always carry a wooden club on hand to fight a jelly. Because if it gets destroyed, oh well, all you lost was the wooden club. Nowadays, corrosion still sucks, but it's nowhere near as bad. So what happens with corrosion is when corrosion hits you, all your stats get lowered temporarily for a period of time. And as far as I can tell, there's no end to how much corrosion can stack. So like, say first time a slime hits you, it gives you like -2 to all your stats essentially, including your damage and your accuracy. Hits you again, now it's -4 to all your stats. Hits you again, -6. And I've seen it go up to like -12 in all your stats, which is like, fuck me. Get out of there, you're not gonna do anything. You ain't hitting anything, buddy. So let's pull this orc up with us and just take him out real quick, and then we'll go back and deal with that slime. Yeah, corrosion's rough. Corrosion's one of the most dangerous things that you can have on you. And oh my god! Look at that, holy shit. First hit, he got good damage, he did 15 damage to us, corroded my armor and my weapon to -4. So here's what we're gonna do. This is what I talk about when I say these things are dangerous. We're gonna, I'm gonna say, we need to be careful, we need to get out of here. We have found, I will say, man, the fact that we have found, like, pretty much nothing so far is a little weird. So what we're gonna read, I was capitalized. Oops. There we go, I accidentally hit the button to remove my amulet, that could have been bad. We're gonna read a scroll now. We're gonna read a scroll of teleportation. As I said, we blocked the jelly's attack because we're feeling unstable. There's a good chance we could kill it, but it getting that hit on us as the first attack, we don't want to fight it. Oh, I killed the jelly. Okay, you know, I panicked, but I played it safe, and honestly, in this game, you should always play things as safe as possible. But hey, we killed it, which means we don't have to worry about it later. So, while not having that teleport scroll sucks for later, I mean, it's better than just being dead. We got really lucky that, honestly, after that first hit, it just missed every attack from that point on. Because they could have kept that corrosion train running. Also, here's an incredibly useful tip as well. If you hit Control F, much like on your internet browser, it brings up the search menu, as you can see at the top. You can search for so many things here. So let's see if I just hit period and enter, what happens. Why, it shows you every single item on the floor of the current level. Which is pretty useful, right? So that can be useful, say like, see right here is a pile of items, you don't want to like look through it, you can just use that to find what items are on your floor. But I also kind of use it like, sometimes I'm like, have we killed any enemies that had a long blade? I don't think so, but you know what, let's check. Control F, long. There's only one long sword we've seen so far, and we're carrying it. Ooh, okay. Let's check out these unnamed scrolls, or unknown scrolls, what are they? Scroll of Noise. Alright, that's one of the ones are why I say you want to use these on an empty floor. You hear a loud clanging noise. It was a scroll of noise. Look at our noise meter. Filled and completely red. That means anything nearby would have heard us and immediately started running towards us. God damn it. I'm using caps lock, so if capital R removes any, like, a jewelry you have equipped, and since I have only one equipped, it's not asking me, so it keeps removing my fucking amulet. Because lowercase r is read. So if we read this, this will... Okay. That's a pretty good scroll to have an extra of. We have the Scroll of Fear. So any enemy that isn't mindless, we can scare away as long as they don't resist it, which anything early game is not going to be resisting a scroll of fear. That's pretty strong. So we can, that's another get out of jail free card. Although it wouldn't have worked on the slime, funnily enough, because the slime is mindless. Okay. So we got some dangerous room. We gotta watch out. Oh, I sure wish I had a scroll of magic mapping here. I feel like, though, I'm a little scared for this run. Because I did a little test run, making sure everything would get captured, and I was fucking with the settings, make sure everything was going to be nice and readable for the stream. And I did a run, and I did basically the exact same run I'm going to be doing for this stream, just to test, make sure everything was going to be going good. I had genuinely one of the luckiest runs I've ever had in, like, my 15 years of playing this game. It was, like, every single item slot with artifacts, +9 electric weapon, every single resistance maxed out. I was like, holy god, this is one of the best runs I've ever had! And now I'm just like, well, I used up all my luck. Next stream is gonna be terrible. This stream's gonna suck. I'm gonna get destroyed. Oh, my water's empty. Let me go refill my water real quick. Alright, I'm back. Alright, so that's an Orc Priest. They're also an incredibly dangerous enemy in the early game. And they can even be dangerous into the mid game. So what's dangerous about them? Well, they don't have a lot of HP. Oh, their evasion's okay. They don't have really much armor or magic resist, but it looks dangerous. And the answer is smiting. Smiting is a real son of a bitch. Because smiting cannot be blocked by armor. It goes right through all resistances. Smiting is one of the most dangerous types of damage there is in the game. So the thing with Orc Priest is you want to get their attention. Oh god, there's 2 of them there. That could be dangerous. And then you want to immediately break sight with those sons of bitches. Because they're going to come over here. And then I'm immediately, the second he walks around the corner, I'm going to rush him. Because the longer they're in a range, the more they can just keep casting their smite spell. But as you've seen, their evasion and armor isn't great. So if we get up on them, they're fucked. Alright. I made him come to me, and now I hit him, but, oh, I closely missed, and he hit me. Oh, God! Holy shit! Oh! I don't know if you just saw what just happened in one turn, but look how much damage he did to me with one smite. Look at my health bar. That was one turn. Oh, I guess it was 2 smites. I don't know how the fuck he got 2 smites off in that span of time, but holy shit. And the scariest part is he also alerted other orcs nearby. And as I said, I don't have any items. He still got that Scroll of Fear, though. So as long as it's not more Orc Priests, we can scare him. Let's hope we can kill him before he gets another godlike smite like that off again. Holy shit. I missed! Oh, we killed him! Whew! That first smite was scary shit, dude! He took off more than half my health with his first turn! Whew! We need to immediately bum rush that staircase. And I'm scared because I know there's another Orc Priest not far. There he is! Okay. So this is one of those moments as a player where I'm trying to rely on my knowledge, and it's like there's a lot of options here. And I know what the safest one is, but the safest one could also put me in danger for later. So, there's so many things you could do. First, we could just immediately... My first instinct is we could use the Scroll of Fear. Orc Priest, there's no way he's going to be resisting a Scroll of Fear. It's going to make him run away and go, ah! He's going to run in the opposite direction. We'll get away safely, for certain. On the other hand, we could try and kill him. We have a pretty high chance of killing him. That roll on that first couple smites that one Orc Priest got was insanely lucky. Like, that was an incredibly lucky roll to do that much damage that fast. But that's not to say it couldn't happen again. That could very much happen again, and we could get immediately obliterated right here. Another option is we can also quaff that potion in a desperate attempt and hope it's a heal wound, in which case then, or haste. But I think we should go with the Scroll of Fear. A scroll that causes great fear in those who see the one who reads it. Even if the reader is invisible, allies or the reader will remain unaffected. Monsters that are non-living, undead, demonic, holy, plants, berserk, or frenzied cannot be feared. I don't think orc priests count as holy. I think that means more like angels and shit. So let's read it. There we go, look. The orc priest shouts, you hear a shout. You read the scroll of fear, crumbles to dust. You assume a fearsome visage. The orc priest looks frightened. God, there's another priest. Get me up those stairs. Oh, there was 3 priests there. And a wizard. Whew. You know what? We made the right choice using that scroll. That is dangerous. 3 priests and a wizard early on. Damn. 3 priests and a wizard walk into a bar. No, I'm a little annoyed. I've only found 1 scroll of Identify, considering it's the most common scroll in the game. But, what can you do? Oh, also, here's a fun little thing. Undead enemies won't follow you upstairs. I don't know what the thought process is, but there's like 2 exceptions. Like, a named enemy, like Jory the vampire, he'll follow you upstairs. But for the most part, skeletons, zombies, ghosts, they do not follow you upstairs. So there's an ogre waiting at the bottom of that staircase with a friend. We got 2 priests waiting at that one staircase. What's down at this one? Quokka! Here we go. Okay, this is... Oh, God. Can I kill the skeleton before that ogre gets to me? There we go. Anyway, bring the hobgoblin back upstairs. Finish him off. Get him out of here. I remember in the old days, once you worshipped a god, once you killed someone, you would go over to their corpse and hit P. And then your character would pray. And it would offer up their corpse to your god. Alright, I think we can take the ogre at this point. We're pretty tough. We got a good combination of armor and evasion. I want to get long blades up to 5, and then we're going to go back to focusing on fighting. Because... Oh, that smite scared me. That smite put the fear of Baal into me. Get that stone. Hey, buddy. What do you think about this? Eh. I throw the stone hits the ogre but does no damage. Yeah, I kinda had a feeling that was gonna happen. Alright. This is a fight where anyone could take some serious damage, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna fuck him up. Let's go! Easy, look at... Oh my god, look at how much we leveled up just because of that. It seemed... Like, it seems so quick and so simple, but I swear, that shit is dangerous. Alright, our biggest worry here is that group of... Oh, I just saw one of them. The orc priest and wizard. Sanji, no. So, if we can get him... There we go. Come to me, buddy. And go! Oh, I should have waited one more turn. So, orc wizards, they're dangerous. They have a couple of dangerous things. They're far less dangerous than orc priests, but they definitely have some stuff to worry about. Orc wizards' gimmicks are, one, you know, they can cast, like, little early level spells like fireballs and stuff. That's not too dangerous. They also usually carry a shitty dagger. That's not too dangerous. But the main danger is, one, they can make themselves invisible, which early on you most likely don't have a way of seeing invisible enemies unless you're a race that starts with that ability. And invisible enemies are obviously much harder to hit. And the other is, sometimes they can cast confusion on you. And confusion's a real motherfucker, as you might suspect, especially if you're a wizard. Confusion... for one thing, makes you unable to cast spells, so, oh, they're assholes. But also, in melee, you can't really control which way you're attacking or even moving. If you try to go upstairs, you'll stumble and fall back down them sometimes. That's pretty rare, but it does happen. And also, you can't read scrolls, so you can't use your get-out-of-jail-free cards. Alright, we walked in. But, as a warrior, wizards aren't usually too tough. Confusion kind of sucks, but boom, take them out. It's the priests you gotta worry about, dude. You saw that smite. You saw it rip my health in half. But I also have more health now. I'm ready to take that sumbitch on. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna go get that priest. I'm gonna go get him. I haven't seen him though, which makes me a little scared. I'm probably gonna run into out in the open. Hey, look what's out in the open. Alright, the jackal barked, but it did not seem to catch the priest's attention, surprisingly. Okay. My plan right now is I want to catch his attention, but I want to keep him on the edge of my vision range. If he's on the edge of my vision range, he's not going to get a chance to stop and rest to cast the spell. Oh, he got one in. Oh, fuck, mate. Oh, God, look what just walked in from the top of my screen. Oh, fuck, we're in trouble. The orc priest just walked in at the top of the screen at the same time. This is really unfortunate. Holy shit. And they're both blocking. Oh, man. Okay, this is... Whew. This is an incredibly tough situation. Holy shit. Oh, man. This could be death. I was so worried. This is such a horrible situation of luck. Of just not finding any scrolls of identify on any of my potions. Or not. Where's all my scrolls, dude? I don't have any way of blinking. I don't have any ability. I have no scrolls. I have, like... Oh, man. I used that one scroll of fear earlier to scare off that one priest. I've got some unidentified potions which I could chug in the hopes that, I get, like, a resistant, like... Whew, this is a really scary spot to be in. So on one hand, I kind of want to rush for those downstairs right here. Which is also risky because it could put me down next to something dangerous. But I would be out of the sight of both of these fuckers. Another thought is maybe just rush for one and kill it, but he's out in the open and it could be leading to more danger. Either way, I'm probably going to be getting smited at least once or twice here. I think I know what to do. This is really risky. Oh, man. Alright, I cut off the vision of one. Alright, there we go. Fuck this guy up. Oh, God. I'm dead. There's no way. This is the... Oh, man, this was the worst thing that could happen. Oh. Guys, I can't believe this. Oh. I'm dying as one of the easiest characters in the game on stream, on my first stream of this. So, a potion of attraction is... When you use it, it makes all monsters come to you nearby. Oh, God. Literally the only thing that can save me right now is if I get a potion of heal wounds and then the other one's a haste potion. Cringe. So, there's still a very, 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 very small chance we can come out of this. But it's so minuscule, it's like, I don't expect it to happen. So potions of attraction are interesting. And you might wonder, the pink name means they're not necessarily bad. Now, potion of attraction is basically probably the second worst potion you could possibly drink is a random potion to drink. It's pretty shitty. It means every enemy in the immediate area that I haven't even seen is going to get sucked towards me. But it's actually pretty useful in the late game. Say you're an incredibly strong melee character and you walk into a room with a bunch of mages. You chug that, it immediately makes them get pulled towards you so you can fuck them up. Unfortunately, you don't want them to be pulled towards you when you're dying and trying to get away from 2 orc priests, because I seriously can't believe a group of 3 orc priests in a wizard spawn. Holy fuck. Alright, I'm praying. Oh, Okawaru, please let this be a heal wounds, and don't let them both cast smite on me. Ew. Was that? It was a potion of curing, which is like almost as good, except nowhere near as good. And wait! We might be able to work with, oh wait, the adder, this is why the adder is so dangerous. Look, the adder hit us there. In that one turn of me drinking a potion, the adder poisoned me twice. So, it's canceling out the healing I'm getting from this ambrosia potion. I'm dead. I die. I can't believe this. Oh, God, I'm fucking, oh, I'm not, oh. Yeah, look, there's the test character I finished this morning, right before stream. I was like, here we go, I'll just do a test, make sure, and then, I can't believe, I can't believe 3 fucking priests and a wizard on the 4th floor as the, what the, that's so rare. Oh, of course it had to be when I'm streaming. Of course! I'm trying to teach people how to play the game. Alright, we can get back there pretty quick. To a random name, we are Zisugen. YouTube? Yes, I'm still watching. Teacher. No! That run was fucked. 4 floors without finding 1 wand. Any scrolls of, like, no scrolls to identify. 1 scroll to teleport. No blinks. No healing potions other than 1 curing, which is the weakest healing potion type. Fuck me! Also, the only pair of gear I found was a boot. Bad streamer plays the game. Oh. Here, don't worry. Now that I've explained all these basic things, we can catch back up to there in no time. But it's just like, fuck me, dude. I can't believe that luck. I'm gonna level up long blades a little early this time, get some extra good early game damage. Well, I did also get kind of fucked by having to use my potion of might real early. Another Knoll on level 1? Fuck, dude. Kill him. This game's really wanted to make it real rough for me to try and show people how to play this game. Alright. So this is what it looks like more once, once you play the game a bit, when you're just speeding around like, okay, pull him back here. Oh, here's a tough little bastard. You got some good hits in. Alright, we leveled up long blades a bit. Back to level up fighting. As I said, I like to constantly alternate between these two early on. Fighting, as I said, so super important because you need more HP. Oh, hello, other Knoll friend. Jesus. Let's heal that up. Alright, back to exploring. Alright, we're finding some fucking scrolls here, and oh, hey, a shop. That's not bad. Finger slip. Result 3. Hey! Give me more strength. I kind of like to alternate between strength and dexterity early on as a Minotaur fighter because we can get some stuff. Dexterity just helps you evade a little bit early on. Alright. Umbra. Wait. What does that do? Oh, okay, shit, that gives you... Oh, okay, so this gives you basically one of the effects of one of the gods. That's pretty cool. If I was playing a stealth character, this would be sick. Lets us become invisible and also increases our stealth, which is pretty nice. Gonna have to remember that. So let's just keep wandering through this floor. Oh, I can't believe that stroke of luck to run. Oh, that was like, I can't, it's so hard to describe how many different things of bad luck that was at the same time occurring. For it to be like, okay, it's a run where you found no escape items, and then it's early on it generated one of the most of the dungeon floors look like this. It's rare when you get a floor that's big and open like the one that I died on. So then we had the unfortunate situation of having it generate the open floor. Then when it generated the open floor, it gave us a pack of orcs. Then for the generation of the pack of orcs, it had the incredibly low chance of generating multiple orc priests. Normally there's like 1 to 2 orc priests in a group, and even 2 is less common. 3 I've seen like once in all my runs. And then for them to have split up in a way that they were able to flank me like that at that exact time when, as soon as I stepped out into the open. Fuck. Jesus. Alright, so as I said, we want to check these multiple stairs down. Oh, I'm gonna be thinking about that run for weeks. It's gonna haunt me. Sometimes when I go down, if there's just one enemy nearby, I'll just be like, eh, get him real quick. Take him out. Just take him out. Take him out! I knew this. I was just thinking last time, I was like, man, this run's going so obscenely good. I can't get over how ridiculously good this run's going. And then just like halfway through the run, I was like, oh god, I'm using up all my luck. This luck is all going away. There's no way this can continue. And there it was. Okay. I wanted to back him up, but yeah. Okay. Get that out of there. There we go. Kill it before the kobold gets there. Wait, he keeps throwing rocks at us, but I mean, with our defenses, a rock does nothing. Just don't want to get surrounded when there's an adder or a big worm nearby. Oh, hey, Quokka. Get out of here. Getting some good shop spawns, which is pretty good. Ooh. That falcon might be worth grabbing. It's a little weaker than our basic longsword, but if it has an enchantment, it can definitely be worth switching over to, especially something like electricity would be absolutely incredible. Or maybe vampiric. Honestly, Flame is probably one of the weaker brands, but just to have the safe peace of mind and knowing later on I'm not going to have to deal with Hydras, it's so good, because flame weapons have a unique gimmick of if you fight a Hydra, if you chop off their head, it cauterizes the wound and they don't grow more, which I always thought was a really fun gimmick. I love when certain enemies have like mechanics like that, but it's also one of the things where like you gotta know the game to know about shit like that. I mean, we're back up to level 4. Look at, oh my god, this is going so much nicer than that last run already. Look how many scrolls we have. Look how many potions we have. Look at all this stuff. This is, oh my god, this is so much better than the last run already. Like I said, even when you know what you're doing, you can have some really bad runs. There's a saying of like, oh, no matter what, any run is winnable. Honestly, I've always been in the mindset that that's bullshit. You could definitely get fucked by RNG in some situations. Now, I will say, the majority of runs are winnable. And almost every time I've died, there's always been a situation where I'm like, oh, okay. Here, I definitely could have gotten out of that if I used this combination of items and stuff like that. I always, like, later on think about how I could have gotten out of it. But there are some situations where you can just get fucked. I've had a run where, like, on Dungeon 2, I still hadn't found a single scroll. Like, literally haven't even seen a scroll. And then all of a sudden, I stepped into a shaft, which dropped me 3 floors, and dropped me next to a named enemy that before I could even make my first turn, threw a net on me and killed me before I could react. And it's like, yeah, there's literally nothing you could have done to stop that, no matter how good you are at the game. And those are gonna happen, but I will say, with their updates and how much they've changed the game over the years, those situations are far less common. They were a lot more common in the old days. Nowadays, the times you get put into situations that are unwinnable are so rare. I feel like we could have won that encounter if I hadn't had some early goofs with using some of my items earlier to save myself due to being put in this stupid situation where I was going around fighting with my fists. So I think for the rest of this tutorial stream of teaching it, I'm not going to be taking any more of those fucking impose a rule on me shit from Sanjay Pratty. Because like I said, I'm trying to teach what this game is so that when I stream it, I don't have to constantly be asking or answering a billion questions of how everything works. I want people to know. Of course, I'm not against answering questions for people on how to play this game. But this first one is more just, you know, teach everyone. Okay, that's a lot of people with pole arms. I'm going to try and lure one away. Let's go. Yeah, pole arms, a lot of enemies with them, that can be a pain. I don't want to get too many attacks on me. So we found all our staircases, and they're pretty close together. Just kind of a pain. What I'm going to do now is, okay, here's one thing you can do. Read the scrolls on a new floor, but stand on top of the staircase. This way, alright, there was one of our scrolls of fear. We got Scroll of Identify. Only one of them, but... Oh, we found Potion of Curing as one of our first one. That's pretty good. Scroll of Enchant Armor. Hey, that's not bad. Increase our armor. And what's our other one? 2 maps. Nice. Alright, so our armor's slightly stronger. Alright, there's a mystery altar. As I said, for this, we're not going to be messing with any mystery altars. We want to steer clear of them. Get that bat over here. And oh look, another Potion of Curing. As I said, Potion of Curing is the weakest healing potion, but it's still very good to have it known because it is actually incredibly useful. Lame, what's lame? High risk, high reward. Like I said, we'll do that on I want to do other runs where we're going to be doing lots of high risk, goofy ass shit. Because, you know me, I love that shit. Maybe we'll do a run where we worship Zom, the god of chaos. Oh, shut up! I do not. Oh, Almost got distracted to notice that snake coming at me. Yeah, we just gotta be a little careful for this run. And once we get, you know, I show you guys how you do it, then, you know, I'll show you some of the wacky runs. I had a quite fun run as a poison mage recently. Poison mages are weird because they're incredibly strong in the early game and then they fall off super hard in the late game. But they let you transition pretty easily, but into like the other magics. And oh my god, I love poison mage because it's basically like being fucking Kira from JoJo. You just walk around for a little bit, applying poison to everyone. And then once everyone's sufficiently poisoned, you just go, Killer Queen! And then you hit your button, which detonates all the poison on everyone, and then they explode from the inside out. And you just laugh, and you laugh. Alright, we got a group of orcs, and look, there's only 2 of them. That's pretty good. I don't know what's with all these dead bodies here. What's been going on over here? We're definitely at the point where we could be encountering wizards. That's a null, and what's he wielding? A +2 spear of venom. Oh, +2 spear. That's pretty scary. Oh, look at that. Oh my god, I just noticed we also picked up a wand of digging. Holy fuck, that literally would have saved my life last run. Wand of digging is so good. So wand of digging does is, if you cast it towards a wall, it immediately just makes a 1-block wide hallway. So you can immediately cast that to make anywhere you want a safe little hallway to hide. It's insanely useful. There's a couple, obviously, exceptions where there's certain walls that can't be destroyed. But for the most part, it's incredibly useful. So +2 Spear of Venom is a motherfucker, but we have 5 potions of curing. So he's gonna definitely get a hit or 2 on us. Minecraft. But we can cure the poison pretty easily, thankfully. Look at that, 1 hit and he already, look at... So... Oh my god, this is why... Look at that. He hit us twice. Look how much damage he did to us. There's 2 poison ticks on us. The yellow bar is how much health we're going to be losing in total from this poison. So we need to steer clear of that son of a bitch. You could use potions of curing to immediately remove any poison you have on you. But I'd like to save them preferably. They also heal you a little bit, but the healing is so minor. It's so little. Fucking... You found me pretty quick, didn't you, buddy? Alright, you want to go? Let's try this. He immediately poisons me on the first hit. I hit him. Alright. He wasn't so good with those last couple hits, was he? Alright. This orc, he's wielding a short sword of Holy Wrath, which is literally the least threatening thing in the game if you're not playing an undead race. It does basically nothing. Alright, single orc wizard, a little scary. Not super scary, though. I kind of want to start going to the next floor just because... I don't know, never mind. I was gonna say because I was worried about more of those gnolls, but we killed the only one that really had a dangerous weapon. Alright. Wait till he sees me go around this corner. So he's like, ah, there he is, and he's gonna come up that hallway. Tick, 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 and go! How's it going, buddy? He confused me! Ah! Bastard! My confusion wore off. Get him! It's just that easy, folks. Heal up real quick. Oh, you know what? Oh, I completely forgot about how time works. So, a unit of time is actually like it's more like 0.1. But almost everything is measured in units of 10. I don't know. It's really fucking weird. So, if you notice right here, this time, that's how much units of time has gone throughout the game. 3,438.5. That last action, that's how many units of time it took. It took 1 unit at a time. Just boom. Actually, as I said, it technically takes 10 units, but it's weird, complicated bullshit that doesn't matter. Just say it takes 1 unit at a time. In parentheses, whatever your last action took. So, right now, my movement speed lets me continue 1 movement per turn, but certain actions will take different amounts of time. Like, if you are a Tengu, you're actually a little faster than normal races, so your movement is like 0.8, which means you can actually slowly outspeed things as you run from them. And that becomes important. It's the main reason why you really want to level up your weapon skills, because, let's see, if you click on any weapon, you'll see right here it has information about the weapon, and also some, like, lore and shit on it. It's Got a sword with a long slashing blade. Base accuracy, base damage, base attack delay. The weapon's minimum attack delay, 0.7. That's as fast as you can attack with it. Is reached at skill level 14. So, our current long blade skill is 3.8. When it tells us then how long it would take us to reach 14. So if we made it so that long blades was the only skill we were training, and nothing, just long blades, nothing else, it would take us 4.2 level ups before it would reach 14. And this is with our current training, it's going to take us 9.4 levels. Which is what we're going to alternate, because we don't want to wait till we're like a little fucking 14 before we reach that. I want to make that a little faster. Alright, so this floor is cleared out. Let's look at our inventory. We got some items here. Look at all our potions. We got some more scrolls. What are these scrolls, though? This could be dangerous. Oh, scroll. Oh, we have an extra scroll of teleportation on hand now. Let's go. Alright, we got some get out of jail cards here, dude. Let's go. If we get caught in a bad situation, it's not immediate death for us. That's a pretty nice feeling. Come on up here. So let's go down some stairs. Alright. We got a little bit of this map revealed. But you know what? This is Dungeon 4. Which means Temple could start spawning at this point. So I'm going to check this out. And... don't look like it did. There's an altar over here. But, yeah, it looks like it didn't spawn on this floor, so we'll just keep going about this floor as we would normally. My goodness, we have a lot of potions. Oh my god, there's another scroll of teleport. Let's fucking go, give me that. Alright. Oh, shit, okay. That's a little scary. Blork the Orc. He's a named boy, which means you know he's strong. He can smite. He's got his gear is absolutely crap, and he's carrying a wand of random effects, which could honestly it could fuck us, it could help us. But see, here's the thing: is he knows how to throw frost for pretty decent damage, and also, oh wait, can he not smite anymore? Wow. Okay. So that's a little less scary, but it's still not good. Oh, you want to know again another fun fact about old versions of this game? So, there actually used to be a gimmick where if you fought against an enemy like Blork the Orc or someone who has ice attacks, players would recommend you immediately go to your inventory and drop all of your potions on the floor. And you might be like, what? Why the fuck would you do that? Well, see, in the old days of this game, ice attacks could freeze and shatter your potions, which would actually also activate them on you instantly. So say you had some unidentified potions of Berserk, or something like that, the potion would shatter and then you would go berserk randomly, and when berserk ends, you get kind of fucked. So he's gonna have to go through enemies to get us. This is a little bit of a dangerous situation because he can do some pretty good damage, but we've got some good stuff that I think we can handle. We've got an amulet of magic generation, but I mean that does nothing for us. A wand of digging, which don't really need in this situation. We got that potion of might, which we might use. Might use, get it? We'll see how much his first attack does. Oh shit, he can haste himself. Alright. So here's a little gimmick I like, is he can't really get through these enemies. If I just choose to not kill this kobold, and just leave it here, his haste might wear off. Blork the Orc screams, I'll make a cloak from your skin. Alright, I'm just putting myself in danger at this point. Let's just chug the might potion and fight him. Alright, there we go. Oh, gave us good XP. It's a little bit of a danger, but you know what? We got... Wait, the temple did spawn here. How did I miss that? Oh my god. Dude, let's go. Alright. So the temple spawns, I want to say, anywhere between floors 4 to 10. I did have one run recently, and I think it was a glitch that they fixed. Because like I said, I like to play on the beta branches. But I did have one run a couple days ago where a temple never spawned. I'd never seen that in my life, and as far as I know, that's not supposed to happen. So I think that was a glitch. But I did have a run recently where a temple did not spawn. It was fucking weird. So I'm just going to explore here real quick so you can look at all these altars. So many gods here. So many fucking choices. This one right here, Rue. Maybe you should, that wouldn't be possible because I searched every single floor of the dungeon. It wouldn't have been possible for me to not find it. The game tells you if a floor isn't fully explored when you leave it. So that right there is the Altar of Rue. He's one of my favorite gods. He's really weird gimmicky. Probably walked right through it. No, because I hit the search and it said no temple found. What Rue does is Rue makes you have to make sacrifices, and they're permanent sacrifices to your character, and they can be shit like you permanently lose the ability to wear armor, or you permanently lose the ability to cast fire magic, or some of them are even more serious, like you permanently lose an eye, which lowers all your accuracy, and especially if you use ranged weapons, so fuck, you can lose an arm, you can lose the ability to have allies, all kinds of weird shit, but in return he gives you some of the best, strongest abilities in the game, as well as incredibly strong passive effects. Like when people just stand near you, they go confused and start punching each other. It's a really fun god. We're gonna definitely do some runs with him. Really hard to get some wins with if you don't know what you're doing, but real fun. So other than Trog, this is the god I recommend number 1 for people. Okawaru. Okawaru is a dangerous and powerful god of battle. Followers are expected to constantly prove themselves in combat, and may channel Okawaru's might to enhance their prowess. Okawaru pays little heed to easy victories, but will reward worshippers for heroic feats against mighty foes. Basically what that means is, well here it shows you what the powers is. Basically means he likes it more when you fight stronger enemies, and if you fight weak ass enemies, like if I killed a rat, he'd be like, I don't give a shit. You can kill a rat easy, why do I care? Here it gives you an example of what their powers are to you. It also tells you their like favor towards you, which is always neutral unless there's again some exceptions, like the holy gods like the Shining One and Zin, they don't like undead, so if you're playing as like a ghoul or a vampire, they'll like tell you fuck off and you can't worship them. Here's the powers Okawaru gives. You can gain great but temporary skills. That's heroism. That's the skill I was talking about that boosts all your combat skills by 5. Very nice. As you've seen, it's pretty slow going on level up skills, so going up 5 levels in all your skills, pretty big boost. Okawaru will gift you ammunition as you gain piety. That's not going to be too useful for us for the most part. You can speed up your combat. That's pretty good. He lets us basically cast haste on ourselves. It works slightly different to haste, but it's basically haste. Sadly, you cannot stack it on haste, though. And then Okawaru will gift you equipment as you gain piety. That's also one of the reasons why I recommend it for a new player. He'll give you a good... Because not only does he give you good... Well, usually he'll give you good equipment. Sometimes he gives you trash. It also kind of helps you learn more about the different equipment in the game, what's good, what's going to be better for your character, because he gives you a lot to help you test with different stuff. We're going to worship him. Okawaru welcomes you. Starting out, up here you see these dots. This shows our relationship with our god. Right now, it's just dots, meaning he doesn't give a shit about us. He's like, yeah, you exist. He acknowledges our existence, that's about it. But as we kill enemies, that's going to go up. And once we get that first star, we are going to be able to use his ability. So let's get to fighting shit. And once we start having his ability, that's when combat's also going to become a lot easier for us. Because basically, anytime we get into combat, it's just like, oh, Kawaru, I need help. Give me free stats, please. And then he does. And then we kill. And it's good. Yeah, just, oh, that group of orc priests before fighting it, it was so many bad luck at once, fuck. And the worst part is I still feel like I could have gotten away if I just made some different choices. Better get over here. Alright, I do want that scroll. We got a couple snakes here. Snakes can be faster. Look how fast that little adder catches up to us. See, it's slowly gaining on us. We can't run away from it. Get him in the corner. Yeah. Contrary to popular belief, like with most games where you don't want to corner yourself, in this game, cornering yourself is usually actually the best thing you can do. A lot of you little adders on this floor, ain't there? Damn. Okawaru accepts your kill. He's like, I guess. It was just a giant cockroach, though. Not that great. Oh, something you might also notice as you travel through the dungeons. You might find areas like this where the only way to get in is through the staircase. This just sometimes with the dungeon generation they spawn little rooms you can only get into through other ways. This one almost always has an alternate. That's a fun god. God of just death and murder. We might worship them sometime, but they're not one of my favorites. I like the really wacky ones like Jivia and just oh, gloves. Free defense. Let's go. Give me that 1 armor. Yeah. Yeah. Say, Nosh, what armors have we seen? Oh, you know what? I think I want that chainmail, actually. I'll explain how you should be thinking about your armor and evasion here in a second. So, early on, and for the most part of the game, there are some exceptions, but this is generally how it works. I would say you basically want to pick 2 of these stats and really focus on just 2 of them. Either armor, evasion, or like armor, evasion, shield. Pick like 2 of them and focus on them. And then you kind of want to just do whatever balance is going to give you the most out of, like, to get, like, add them together and then find what combination is going to give you the most. Early on, we can kind of focus a little bit on evasion since we're still getting a little bit. We're not wearing too heavy armor. So let's see what's the best combination we get out of this with put the chainmail. Right now, we have, like, let's see, with evasion and armor, 9 and 7, we got 16. If we add this chainmail, what do we got? 11 and 6, okay, 17. Slightly better. We're evading less, but we're blocking more. So let's stick with this armor for now. And we're going to slowly transition to using much heavier armors and using big shields. Don't want to go too fast in using big shields. Like, if you find a tower shield right away, don't start using it. Because if you don't have proper training, it's going to start making it so that it really slows down your attacks and just makes it so that you just miss a lot. Found some boots. Nice. This run's going so much better. Man, this is useless. Get that out of here. Alright, so this floor is cleared. Let's read these scrolls. What are you? Alright, Scroll of Fog. This is actually an incredibly useful scroll. You notice, like, look. Once there's a couple in front of me, I can't see past it. This vision over here is cut off. This is really useful for later game. When there's really powerful magic casters, like, say, oh, I don't know, like 3 Orc Priests. Say, like, I had the Scroll of Fog when those Orc Priests came up. I could have walked forward a little bit, made it so that they were a bit more directed behind me, then read this, then they would have had to have gotten through the fog before they'd be able to see me again. And they can't target me if they can't see me. So this is a pretty useful item when dealing with magic casters. What are you? Oh, this is why you clear floors first. You might find the Scroll of Pain. Your body is racked with pain. It automatically reduces your health by half. Oh, but on the bright side, we found it, so we don't have to worry about it later. This run's going pretty good. I'd like to find some more Identify scrolls, though. So let's get our way into the next floor. Oh, wait, I'm going the wrong way. Oops. Oopsie. So, oh, also, you might be wondering, what's with these red stairs? So these are trapdoors. See, this is an escape hatch in the floor. An escape hatch in the ceiling. So these things are interesting because they're always there, but you can't, until you use them, you can't tell where they're going to go. So we can go up here, and this just drops us here, but you might notice there's no way to get back down. So those are risky. I do actually like to check them after I click forward. This you don't have to do, but it can be nice to check at least the up hatches on your way back up, because sometimes they can be useful. Because, say, maybe an up hatch is going to put you near another stair. Because at the end of the game, you have to come back up, and sometimes those escape hatches can drop you, like, right next to another staircase. Yes, essentially. Unless you know you're up, like, the floor above you is safe. Like, if it's safe, and there's no enemies that are going to follow you up, then, yeah, the up ones are basically always fine. But, yeah, only use the downwards ones in an emergency. Otherwise, you're gonna get in trouble, boy. You're gonna get in trouble. Oh, that's the one staircase I already went down, of course. Oh, that imp got a good blast on me. Get out of here. Also, you can tell if you've been through one of these staircases before because they have these little sparks on the end. That means, like, oh, you haven't been through it. And sadly, we can't get to that one. Yeah, up one should be fine. But check it out. So here, I'll just show off the wand of digging. We don't have too many charges with it, but I just want to show it off. Boom! Cuts a hole through here. We could go worship at that altar if we wanted. We could also check the staircase. Puts us next to a snake. Fuck that snake up! Yeah, yeah! Alright, so we've gone through all of our downstairs. We got a good idea of our... Again, they're a little closer together than I'd like. Okay, the orc shouts, but I didn't hear any shouts in return, so... Oh, wait. There we go. Get him! God, we have so many potions. I really hope we find some more identify scrolls soon. So, okay, I'm always a little worried in these early dungeons when I see water. Because sometimes water means electric eels spawn, and electric eels fucking suck. It digs through, I think, 5 or 6 tiles, and yes, it is one of your best get out of jail free cards, especially when you later get to the lair, which I'm sure you're familiar with, the lair of beasts. The problem with the lair is it has so few little like choke points for you to like funnel enemies into, so the wand of digging is so nice there because you can just immediately run up to a wall and be like, BAM! Here's a hole in the wall, and then just maybe do something that's going to cause a lot of racket and just try and lure enemies over there. I just realized I haven't explained water. So the way someone explained, like if I stand in here, you notice I have the water effect here. This means I'm a little more sluggish now. Like you might notice I have 1.6 for my movement instead of 1. Yes, wand of digging is incredibly useful. Very useful tool. As I said, there are some exceptions later on when you get later in the dungeon. There are like certain walls can't be destroyed, but it's usually pretty obvious which ones can and can't. Any rock wall like this can be. So, all your actions are more sluggish. You have a harder time hitting enemies, which can also work in your benefit. You can lure enemies, like say there's a dangerous named enemy, you could be like try and lure them to stand in the water and then just keep stabbing them while like struggling in the water. You cannot go into the deeper water. If you notice, if I try to do it, it says, why would you want to do that? Because you can die. Hey, they've changed it a bunch over the years. I want to say now it's so much more lenient. It's actually really hard to die to deep water. But in the old days, it was like, oh, here's an enemy that pushes you. Well, they pushed you into the water and you drowned and you died. Because your characters can't swim in all this armor. And for some reason, like all the other... and you might be like, well, what if you're a wizard? I guess you never learned how to swim, buddy. No one in this game knows how to swim. Except for if you're a merfolk. Merfolk can just swim through the heavy water. And in fact, they actually get benefits. That's one of the cool things about all the races in this game is they all have different gameplay mechanics. And like merfolk, one of the gimmicks is you want to lure enemies to water because you get so much stronger when in it. But yeah, for the most part, you just kind of want to steer clear of heavy water because, like, if you fall in it, you could die. You could drown. Oh, you got a poison on me on that first bite, you little bastard. Look how dangerous that is. Like, his attacks do nothing, but that poison eats right through me. Right through you. Our fighting's close to leveling up. Bullfrog skeleton. Bullfrogs would be a little tough, but a bullfrog skeleton, we could take it. And I highly, highly recommend, as I said, examining enemies your first time encountering them. Like so. Just learn some stuff about it, especially, like, if you're not going to do it, because, I mean, I understand it is also a bit tedious doing that for every enemy, at least do it for every named enemy you come across, because they all have unique gimmicks to them. There's some that you're going to be like, oh, it's just that guy, I can take him, and other times you might be like, oh, fuck, it's that dude, I gotta get out of here. Like, if I ran into Natasha right now, I'd be like, it's Natasha, let's go beat her up. But if I ran into Sigmund right now, I'd be like, oh, this might be a little dangerous. We might need to take a step back. He might cast confusion or go invisible. You just, stuff you learn over time as you play. There's some uniques, like, I feel like everyone has their own couple uniques that have given them more trouble than any other. Like, I know there's some favorites like Rupert, who's this big berserkin dude who, when he shows up, he just jumps at you immediately and then berserks with this big ass axe. He'll fuck you up. I've seen him end many runs. For me though, I think the two uniques that have probably ended the most runs for me would probably be Uruk and Sonya. Uruk is just an incredibly strong orc warrior who usually has really strong throwing weapons, and I can't count how many times like I've seen him And then the same time I've seen him, he shouted and threw a javelin that like hit me in the brain for like 1 billion damage. And then like before I could get away, he just took me out or something. Like that dude's tough. Sonya is a kobold you can actually run into in not too late levels. And her gimmick is she's incredibly fast and she always has a little short blade that has distortion on it. And distortion is like one of those modifiers that when it's a weapon for you, you're like, ew, distortion. I don't get this trash out of my hands. This is garbage. Fuck this thing. But when an enemy has it, it's like, oh god, he has distortion. I need to get out of here. He's gonna fuck my world up, dude. That's what distortion does. Say you have a weapon with, say my longsword was a longsword of distortion. Whenever you hit an enemy, it has a chance of just translocating them. Which usually means it'll like blink them around randomly. Which, as a melee character, why the fuck would you want that? Why would you want an enemy to randomly teleport away from you while you're hitting them? It's terrible. The danger with you know, that whole dispersal shit is, sometimes it doesn't make them blink. Occasionally it sends them to an area of the game called the Abyss, which is an end game area, which you can actually, if you're careful enough, you can escape from it. I've definitely escaped a lot, but oh god, getting sent to the Abyss early on in the game when you're not ready, it can basically be a death sentence. And Sonya, I can't count how many times that bitch has come up to me with her weapon, and then on the first hit, it's like, whoop, you've been sent to the Abyss, and I'm like, what? On the first hit? Are you kidding me? Oh, any character that has distortion brand on their weapon, oh, I hate them. I hate them. Luckily, most enemies that have distortion brand are usually late enough that you can handle getting sent to the Abyss if it really unfortunately happens to you. It'll still suck, but oh god. This is a dangerous room. Okawaru, you still don't like us enough to give us an ability? Damn, dude. Alright, we should be able to handle the bear. Actually, wait. I got a fun plan. Let's try something here. Let's see if I can do this. I'm gonna try to evoke the Charming Wand and see. Oh, I can only hit the bear. Okay, the bear resisted, but it took some effort. So I'm gonna charm this bear. Oh, come on, bear, come on! There we go. Okay, that green circle, it means he's my ally now. So I'm just gonna watch as the bear fights. Oh, they killed the bear, but you know what? That means I now don't have to worry about killing the bear. Oh god, I forgot. So yes, this is what I forgot to explain. Much like I said, the enemies can do everything you can do, and that includes gain experience. And yes, enemies can level up. Oh, he got some good hits on me there. But also, this guy's got a spiked club, which isn't just a graphical thing. It actually means he's stronger. But he's slow. I'm just fast enough I can outrun him. Just barely. Oh, that's bad. That was really unfortunate to have a stream of orcs spawn in. But, you know what? We were running towards the staircase, so we're fine. Also, I just realized I only uncovered 2 of the staircases here. Oops. This is again what I mean when I say, do as I say, not as I do. Because sometimes I'm a little forgetful and I just, oopsied, forgot to uncover this last staircase. Oh my god, this is actually a way better one. Look at this tiny hallway. And it's a tiny hallway that lets me cut off vision in case I ran into like an orc priest. Dude. So YouTube, did you stop? YouTube, keep playing my music. I hate when it does that. Who's sending me ads on Discord? Oh, okay. I got it. It's all taken care of. Yeah, hope you guys are. This is, like I said, this is a bit more experimental stream. I don't know how often I'd be streaming this game, but like I've said, like I might do it more because this is kind of a test and see how I feel streaming. Because I think this might be my it's either my favorite game or my second favorite game of all time. I've played so many iterations of it over the years, and it's just like I said, it really. Every time I play this game, it's so simple, and it's mostly text as you just watch this simple little tile slide around. But in my brain, like, this game really just gets my imagination pumping. I'm just imagining this warrior Minotaur going through the clang of his metal armor echoing through the halls as he steps through, the shout of the orcs, then just the clash of their swords against each other as they fight. I imagine all this shit. It's a lot of fun. Okay, see what I mean? We haven't seen any orc priests yet, and we're like 2 floors deeper than we were on that other run. What the fuck? I cannot get over this one. Oh, Scorpion. Okay. Scorpion, another enemy you want to watch out for early on. These guys, they're like adders on crack. Let's examine them. HP about 18, decent evasion, not incredible, but they've also got a bit more armor. Like, it doesn't show it, but they actually have a bit more armor than all these. This is stupid lobster word. What a whim. Carrie, I'll have you know it's a loathsome arachnid, armed to the teeth. Its body is covered in a thick carapace, its tail is tipped by a venomous sting, and its forelimbs are equipped with a pair of sharp, grasping claws. It is fast. So here's the thing is, these guys, like I said, are like adders on crack. They poison you pretty much as often as adders do, but they're a lot harder to kill. It's also 2 inches long. So here's where we're gonna start showing you. Here's Okawaru's ability. Okawaru likes us enough. Okawaru is aware of your devotion. Title Combatant. You can gain great but temporary skills. Totally stupid. No! Alright, so here we use heroism. So wait, here, you know, I'll show you. Here's our abilities right now. Alright. Here's our abilities when we fail to use our ability. Oops. That's gonna happen early on. There we go. We cast it correctly this time. Combat prowess of a mighty hero. And now look, bam! Look at that increase. And it's like 5 doesn't sound like a lot, but you also have to remember that the max level of a skill is 27. And as I said, it's like 5 level. That's like 4 levels worth of XP you're getting there. Casted Kraken this time. What? What? I don't get it. Did I say something that sounded like I genuinely don't get this joke. Really? I don't know. Alright, so now, oh, wow, even with this, we missed on the first stack. Now, Scorpion should be no problem. And now, I am a bit of a mumble mouth. I apologize. So here is a problem a lot of players, a trap a lot of players fall into, and something that I fell into for a long time. Don't think of these abilities as your last resort. These should be your first resort. These should be like, oh shit, there's about to be a battle happen, cast this. You don't want this to be like, oh fuck, I'm in trouble, now we cast this. Because a lot of people see this because when you look at it, you notice it doesn't just cost MP, it costs piety. And what that means is whenever you cast these abilities, it actually removes a little bit of your relation with the god. And yes, you can de-level in your relationship with them. But the cost is so minor. And the bonus you're going to get from killing things, especially things you needed to buff yourself up for, you should always be using this ability, basically. Like, at this point, you know you can... Enemies you know you can handle without it. No issue, you don't need to. But any enemy that's, like, slightly dangerous, you gotta do this. Well, I wanted... For this one, I moved him down slightly. I mean, you know, normally he's up like this. But, you know, I figured for this it looked a bit better while I was a little bit down. I mean, I ain't using a controller for this, that'd be madness. But yes, you should always be constantly using skills like this to buff yourself up. Because, I mean, piety is something you're going to be constantly generating. It's not like potions or scrolls where you have a limited amount of them. You're going to be constantly getting more piety, and this is going to guarantee you're living later to use his abilities. God, no. So, like, look at, oh my god, yeah, just destroy this guy. I mean, you notice he took a couple hits, even with all these buffs on. So, right now, we have, you have a chance of failure, and it doesn't last that long. And that's determined by another skill. Once you worship a god, you unlock the invocation skill. And this is everything to do with your god. How many porn mods does this game have? As far as I know, none. I have seen a porn roguelike out there, but it's like, at that point, why don't you just read a porn story? So, invocations it's a very tricky skill to figure out how to level, because with certain gods you need it more than others, and everything like that. Like, there's some gods that don't even use it. Porn roguelikes, what a baffling idea. And like certain gods you don't need as much. For Okawaru, it's another reason why I recommend it as a starting god, is because it teaches you a bit how to level the skill. You don't really need much invocations. Darkest Dungeon does have a ton of porn mods, you're right. Because Okawaru's skills already last decently long enough time, and they're pretty easy to cast, don't take much MP. You can basically just keep casting them whenever they wear off. You basically just want to get it up a couple levels, like up to like 7 or so, just so that you can reduce the cast chance of failing. Other than that, just like I said, all right, we got a wizard who's casting a freeze, like who's got a dagger of freezing. He can be dangerous. I resist his spell. Oh, he confused me. Like, look, see, this is, that white outline right there, that means he's invisible, but the outline there means I detect that he's there. I can't see entirely where he is, but he's right there. I'm hitting him, somewhat. Boom, there we go. And see how much harder it is to kill one of these guys once they go invisible? That's how they can be tricky. At this point, I know that I'm more than strong enough to be able to take him, even without using my skill. Okay, this is a situation where I would say definitely use your skill. Bullfrogs, they're a little tougher than some of the enemies you come across. They're pretty fast, they're not super strong, but then we're also going to be having to fight an ogre right afterwards. We should use heroism. Oh my god, Paul, I fucking love AI Dungeon. That's one of my, again, that's definitely one of my favorite games that's come out in the last few years. That shit's so fun. I've had so many runs just go so wacky. I've definitely, yeah, you're not wrong. I've definitely had some runs that have taken a triple X turn very quick. Like, what? AI, what have you done? Well, occasionally I was like, you know, maybe this ain't so bad. Alright, let's fuck with this ogre. Got him. Alright, see, heroism. We just sliced them up, dude. Ripped them apart. Unfortunately, like I said, since we haven't really leveled invocations, it doesn't last too long. As soon as we get fighting to 8, because I want to get fighting up, as I said, for more HP as soon as possible. Once you get fighting to 8, then we're going to start leveling up invocations just so we can more reliably get heroism out there. I agree, Carrie. Unless it's like a children's show. Scroll of Amnesia. Okay, so these scrolls are, if you're a melee character, don't even worry about them. They do nothing for you. They are useful for wizards. So this game has a lot of roots in D&D, and in D&D, whenever you level up as a wizard, you have like spell slots, and you have to like use some of those slots to get spells. And this game has a similar system where like if you find a book, if I find any books, okay, as you can see, yeah, if I hit M, we can memorize some stuff. As you can see, we are not very good. We have a 100% failure chance of casting them because we suck at magic. Say you want to do spells. The levels are how many spell levels it takes, and then once you memorize them, say later on you get to a point in the game and you're like, ah, these early level spells aren't doing nothing for me. You can use the Scroll of Amnesia to forget spells to get your spell levels back. As a melee character, don't gotta worry about it. Okay. Yeah, I agree. So what's this scroll right here? Well, you know what? I don't want to read it now because we still haven't uncovered everything on this floor. Let's wait. We could. There are a couple bad scrolls. This little guy right here is like the most unthreatening thing ever. I mean, it's literally an iguana. It's just an iguana. A green lizard with strong jaws. That being said, it does up to 15 damage a bite with high accuracy. So, these guys, luckily they don't poison or anything, but I will say, if you're playing a squishy character, watch out around these guys. I've actually had these guys bite me for like 15 damage twice in a row. And end a run. They're scary. They put a little bit of a fear into me. Oh, I recognize this room. So, okay, that room is probably a Zom altar, the god of basically trolling your ass. One of the most popular gods in the game. He's the god of chaos, Zom. He just likes to do random shit. He also is a god that has no piety meter. When you worship Zom, he just does shit to you. Like, it's just randomly, it'll be like, Zom has decided to gift you something, and all of a sudden it's like, holy shit, it's like a +9 of one of the best weapons in the game! And you come in and you're like, yeah, I'm just going to town. And then all of a sudden you just be like in the middle of a fight, and then all of a sudden it's like, Zom is bored. You've become petrified. Zom thinks this is hilarious. And then all of a sudden you just get murdered, and then as you die, a message pops up that says, Zom thinks this is hilarious. And he does lots of shit like that. It's like, fuck you, Zom. He can be real fun, though. It is possible to win with him. It's a real crapshoot. Alright, so Phantoms, they're pretty tough early on because they're incredibly hard to hit. They blink around constantly and they do some pretty decent damage. I feel like they've been nerfed a lot recently. Maybe I'm misremembering, but they don't seem as dangerous as I used to feel. They constantly just teleport anyway. The main danger is in a hallway like this, sometimes they teleport behind you. But nothing in front of me is that dangerous. He's the most dangerous thing. If he wasn't in there, I just immediately kill everything else. So, also they heal pretty quickly. If you notice, his health bar just disappeared. That means he's at full health again. Look how hard he is to hit. There we go, bam! Come on, hit him, hit him! There we go, took him out. If this wasn't in this tiny hallway, I'd say that was a fight worth using heroism on. Because getting surrounded while fighting one of those can be a pain. But in a hallway like this, that's nothing. Also, our fighting hit 8, so I think it's time. Let's turn on training invocations. The thing I think that's taken the longest for me to learn as a crawl player is when you should be, like, alternating between leveling up your skills. Also, let's go! Yes! Oh, this is what I wanted to see. I'm happy to see this monster show up. So, whites, what they do is they always spawn with usually like an enchanted weapon, usually of around like +3 or 4. Sometimes with brands, like it could be an ice longsword or something, but they usually spawn with longswords and spears, and occasionally maces, and they always drop them when they kill them. The main danger with them is, again, like most enemies, if they surround you, they usually do drain on their attacks, which in recent versions is nowhere near as bad as it used to be. It just lowers your max HP. But it's still dangerous, because less HP means easier to be killed. I'm gonna use heroism. Whites, yeah. We have to take out the whites. I'm gonna use heroism, because these guys actually have pretty decent stats. But with heroism, we have more than enough to destroy them. Like, even with heroism, look how much I'm barely hurting him. But motherfucker had a +4 longsword on him. I don't know if you noticed, I'm using a +0 longsword. So, bit of an upgrade. That plus number isn't... Oh. I just hit capital D because I was transmitting, which makes you drop the last thing you picked up. Oopsie. So, that plus increases not only the accuracy of your weapon, but also the damage. No, I'm not... if you do anything like try to do a channel point thing to make me drop something for the stream, I will refund you at the end of the stream. I'm not doing any of that again for the rest of this run, because that fucked me on that last run. This is an educational stream. Alright, we're done on this floor. Nothing really of super note, but hey, we got that +4 longsword. That's actually gonna help us a lot on the coming floors. Listen, we'll do more goofy shit like that on future runs. But, this is the one run I want to, you know, go right so I can show people how you play this game, because I love this game. I want people to see it. And know how to play it. Hey, Briados. I love you so much. I want to say sometimes that snail also moves. A lot of the altars are animated. If you just, like, keep sitting still, you notice, like, see how that torch moves if I keep mashing the wait button. Some of the altars are animated. I want to say that snail sometimes moves. It's very rare, though. Because it's very slow. Oh! Not a great floor to step down on. Again, only one priest, and now we're 3 floors deeper than we were on that other. I can't get over how fucked that was. This is a dangerous floor. It's pretty open. Here, I mean, we can get out of this, no problem. We're a lot stronger than we were before, and we have heroism now. Let's look at some of the longswords we found. Oh yeah, that's right, there was those shops. How much was that? Ooh, we could afford that. Although I've already got a +4, and a falcon sucks. You know what? I'll keep that in mind, because that could be a flaming falcon, which we still would prefer the +4 longsword for most of the time. That would be useful for later on when we start finding hydras. Basically, if you're ever using any bladed weapon other than a short blade, and you're having a long run, and you find a flame weapon, grab it and keep a hold onto it, just in case you find any hydras, because you're gonna be real grateful you kept onto that. Okay. Centaur and Iguana. Okay. So we got some thoughts. Every single one of these stairs is putting us in a not great spot, to be honest. I could use a wand of digging, but I don't know what's on the opposite side of the wall. It might just put me into a hallway and leave me open. Ooh. You know what? I'm going to go for a little bit of a gamble here. I mean, it's a safe gamble. Even if I take a hit, I can get away safely. My worry is, you see down here we have this killer bee. Now, one killer bee on its own, not too dangerous. Problem is, killer bees almost always travel in a swarm of like 7. And they poison you even easier than adders do. And they will swarm you really quick. So if you get them in a hallway, they're pretty easy. But in an open place like this, they're going to fucking destroy me. But I can do wacky shit like this. What if we evoke our Wand of Charming on the Centaur? He resists with some effort, which means what you're saying is there's a chance. We charmed him. Let's go. So, now, the Centaur is coming over to us. Look at how quickly he immediately got double poison stack from that one. He's getting fucking murdered. Alright, I'm taking this bee up with me. Okay, that's how much one bee could do. Also, that Centaur's dead now. But he's dealt with, which means I don't have to worry about chasing him. See, wands are incredibly useful. Also, I will say this. If you want to start leveling up a ranged weapon, it's not a bad idea. Like, it is good to occasionally, like, you might want to pick up, like, throwing or slings or something, just so you can, if something's far away, you can either get their attention or get them to you. My #1 personal recommendation for new players, evocations. This might be, outside of fighting, the single best skill in the game. I don't level it up every time myself anymore just because I've done so many runs with evocations. But evocations might just be, in terms of just out of all the skills on their own, the single best skill. Because there's about 500 items in the game that count as evocables. And they can all do different kinds of effects. And they all are pretty, even at 0 evocations, you can use them. It's a pretty good effects. Like, you saw me use that. I have 0 evocations, and I just charmed that Centaur, which charming is like the hardest thing to get off. Imagine if I was focused in evocations. I could be charming like endgame enemies with that. Throwing is really good to go with for fighters. I quite like throwing because it's usually pretty fast to swap between weapons. Crossbows are really strong. The only problem with crossbows is it's hard to find the ammo early game. Also, they take a little bit longer to level up than other weapons. Slings are honestly really underrated. I highly recommend slings. Because the thing that's nice about slings is you don't have to fucking level up slings at all. The higher level slings are, I can never remember how you actually pronounce the name. It's like Fustibulus? Fustibule? I can't remember. We'll find one later on, I'm sure. But those things, even with 0 skill in slings, if you got a couple sling bullets on hand, you switch that thing. I've taken off like endgame draconian heads with 0 kill in slings with those things. Slings are a really underrated range skill because you just don't have to really level them to use them. But obviously if something gets within range, you want to swap to your weapon. Oh my god, this run's so good! So this right here, Wand of Acid, especially if you've been leveling up evocations, probably the best wand in the game. As I said, the amount of enemies that are immune to acid is basically just slimes. Everything else in the game will get absolutely fucked by it, as well as the enemies get corroded much like you do. So say there's a really strong enemy, Wand of Acid, he's corroded. Wand of Acid, he's corroded. Okay, I can now just punch him to death because he can do nothing to me. It's incredibly strong, especially if you level up evocations. If you level up evocations, you can basically one-shot later enemies with it. Alright, we just read a scroll of immolation. This is 90% of the time horrible scroll, you don't want it. Incredibly situational. What this scroll does when you read it. So let's see, we don't have any others. Okay, what happens when you read a scroll of immolation is every enemy in the area has the spell Inner Fire cast on them. What does Inner Fire do, you might ask? Well, it's a funny little spell, where when something under the effects of Inner Fire dies, they fucking explode. And when I mean explode, I don't mean just a small little explosion, I mean like 3 tiles in every direction around them explode. And every single enemy in Vision that when you cast that scroll gets that effect on them. And it can actually be, it's a very situational scroll. If you know what you're doing, you can use it pretty effectively. Like, say that room where there was all those bees. Say I read the scroll of immolation, got some good distance, and then used the wand of acid and zapped one of them, caused them to explode. Boom, big chain reaction, the whole room lights up. Unfortunately, it's really hard to use early on, and more times than not, you'll most likely try to use it, get your ass blown up. Don't recommend it. Alright, so here's our first experience with an orc warrior. They come slightly better weapons, much better gear, and they have slightly better stats. They can be kind of tough sometimes. They also usually pack. There we go. There's an orc priest. Let's say there. If we're seeing orc warriors, there's usually an orc priest around. This point though, I'm much tougher. An orc priest is not gonna. Look at that. Look how much damage you did to me. He's not got anything special. They're dangerous. Be careful around them. But at this point, we should be tough enough. We can go take down an orc priest. I'm gonna cast heroism right as I get down there, and I'm gonna go stab his face. Unless he didn't approach me. Okay. Whew, he got a good smite on me as I was heading back up them stairs, though. Oh, there's an ice beast there. Ooh, I don't like that. Oh, that changes things. Oh, fucker. Okay. Alright, we're definitely heroisming here. Oh! You just trying to smite me, boy? Get out of here! Cut that orc in two. Get him out of here. And look, even with using our skills and lowering our piety, we've already gone up to our next star in piety. Which, I think at this point he's just like a little more appreciative of us. Alright, here we go. We got the bees in the hallway. Again, we want to use heroism. It's going to make us avoid more attacks, which means we have less chances of getting poisoned. And, oh, look, we de-leveled. But watch, we're going to, before this fight's over, we'll have leveled back up. And look, we're back up to 2 stars again. Boom. It's just that easy. Do not be afraid to use your god abilities, people. We got a little poison. A little poison. Iguana, get out of here. See all those iguanas? It took a lot of hits there. Ooh. White imp. Anything that's white usually means it's got ice magic. So check this out. Boom. That guy was a zombie. He doesn't follow me up the stairs. Take him out. Let's get back to exploring. Another wand of acid, dude? Really? If you insist, I won't say no. Oh my god. And there's a weapon shop with absolute actually, no, a +1 whip of electrocution early on. That ain't bad. I'd take that if I was using maces. Come here, orchid boy. Oh, we got, you know what? Yeah, that's heroism. Reach level 9. You know what? More strength. You know it, baby. I'm strong! And now I just... Fuck him up. Get him! Just clear that whole hallway. Blood everywhere. Okay, we have 3 scrolls to identify. I think we should start identifying some of our potions. Potions of lignification. Alright, here's an interesting one. This is... Again, this is another really situational item. That's just what... Purple names mean usually bad, sometimes good. I think potions of lignification are actually... This is I would say the opposite of some of our other situational items in that this one's actually pretty good early game and terrible late game. A potion which transforms the imbiber into an animated tree with branches capable of holding weapons. Such a tree has minimal evasion, but increased health and natural armor, and is resistant to poison and immune to negative energy. However, it is rooted in place while the transformation lasts and cannot teleport. Alright, so let me explain why this is good. And why this is bad. So first of all, if you're an evasion-based character, you can already see where the issue is. You can't evade, you've become a tree. You're not really good at evading no more. The nice part is, it gives you 24 fucking AC. Early game, that's a shitload. That's more than my AC and evasion combined. That's a lot of AC. So that's pretty good in the early game. Also, as it said, it makes you resistant to poison. So say, swarm of bees coming around, boom, drink that tree potion. I suppose it does have some use in the late game, as it's one of the only ways of basically becoming completely immune to negative energy, which is a lot more common in the end game. But at that point, you also don't want to use it because 24 AC is going to be lower than what you're going to have at end game, and you're going to lose your evasion. So it's like, it's good early game for one of those, like, it's kind of a good oh shit button. So, potion of cancellation. Ooh, that's an incredibly useful potion. Basically, anytime you have a debuff on you of some sort, like someone has slowed you or confused you or put a mark on you, and what mark does is it makes it so enemies anywhere on the map can see where you are and will start coming towards you. Very dangerous. You just quaff that down and boom, it gets rid of any harmful effects. Unfortunately, it will also get rid of teleport if you've read a teleport scroll, so be careful about that. Let's identify, I don't know, let's go for the pink potion. Pink's cute. Oh, let's go! We found Potion of Haste. I mean, that one I feel is obvious. When you drink it, it makes you hasted, which makes all your actions twice as fast. It's pretty fucking good. Oh! Another thing I did forget to mention about the tree potion. Another nice thing about the tree potion is I want to say it increases your maximum health by 50%. So, pretty good early on when HP is so important. Damn, a great mix early on. That's pretty crazy. It's a pretty fucking big one. Oh, this is a dangerous enemy. We can take it with heroism, but like if we didn't have heroism at this point, I'd say maybe this would be a time to start zapping this fucker with that acid wand. So these guys have been nerfed a lot over the years. Thank God. I've definitely had a couple runs into their previous versions. Boulder Beetle. A great beetle with an almost impenetrable rocky carapace. When at some distance from its foe, a boulder beetle is capable of rolling at high speed, attempting to crash into its target for heavy damage. Max HP 76. I don't know if you noticed, that's like an obscene jump in HP compared to some of the other enemies we've seen before. I think the highest we've seen before this was 27. Also, its AC is 4 stars. It's got a shitload of AC. It has 2 abilities. It can blink away from you, and then it can roll into you. And the further away it is when it rolls, and it can get pretty far, the more damage it deals. And I've had it hit me once and do like, not anymore, but I have had ones that hit me and did like 54 damage on a hit, and I just like exploded. I was like, alright, I'm gonna cast some heroism. I'm gonna fuck this beetle up. Oh! And that's without him roll. Look at the damage he's doing with heroism on me right now. These beetles are not a joke. Oh God, okay. I think it's time we throw it. There we go. Whew. God, he got a couple good hits in there. Whew. And that's why we have that acid one. That's kind of our oh shit button. Did you see that? It obliterated him. And immediately we got a ton of XP out of it. Just heal up real quick. Ooh. Ooh. A little scary. He got a couple good hits on us, more than you'd like, but you know what? It's fine. This is a really fun god. Man, you know what? I haven't actually done a run with Nemelex in like fucking at least 5 years. But Nemelex is fun. He's all like you draw cards that give you buffs and do shit. Ooh, Ogre, you got a big hit on me. Also, I just noticed we're at 3 stars now. Which means, oh no wait, it's the next, that's right, this is when he starts giving us ammunition. It's the next one when we unlock our next ability. Ooh, a couple big hits, but I knew I could take it because we've cleared out the rest of the area. Ice Beasts, ooh, they're a little dangerous early on, but on their own, not too much. Yeah, look at that damage, ooh. It's fine, we're near plenty of stairs that lead up. Damn, this is a small level! It basically is. I mean, that's what he is. Like, look at him. Yeah, he's very much a god of weird shit. Nemelex is a strange and unpredictable trickster god whose powers are invoked through magical packs of cards, painted in the ichor of demons. Followers will be granted decks of cards as they traverse the dungeon and are encouraged to trust in the cards to provide them with divine assistance. However, the trickster can also ensure that fortune favors the bold. And so yeah, you can draw cards from the deck of power, and he'll give you random decks of powers, and you can, and then later on he gives you the ability of like, alright, now you can choose one of 3 cards. So it's like, he does some pretty cool shit. I mean, if you call it a victory, you escape. as far as I'm concerned, it's not a victory if you don't leave without the orb. You gotta get that orb. Man, this, I'm just looking like this is a small ass fucking floor, dude. Oh, it's another one of these open floors. I hate these. Very risky. You gotta escape with the orb. And okay, so again, this is another one of those things where there's lots of schools of thought on this. Some people are like, oh, I like to save my enchant scrolls. For me, for the most part, again, some situations, but for the most part, I would almost say, use that shit. Because it's almost always going to be better to just have something better now than it is to hope that you're going to find something better later to use it on. And also, I would also recommend use your enchant scrolls on things like boots and gloves and hats before you start using it on chest pieces and shields. Because you're more likely going to be replacing your chest pieces and your shields as you go on. Hats and boots are a little more rare. You will probably replace them later on, but it's going to take longer. Let's go find... Oh my god. Alright, let's go find some more places. Alright, we need to keep going this way. Okay. Not a fan of this staircase. It's kind of bad. This one can work. We can work with this one. Oh, that's a lot of orky boys. Just don't want to see multiple priests walk around the corner. That's all I ask. But at least now we've got some actual ranged options if that happens. Card Gambler God, yeah. I just noticed that message, sorry. But yeah, he's a fun one. There's the gods in this game are one of my favorite things about it, and I think it's one of the most interesting things about the setting is all the different gods in it. Oh, we haven't seen Heplioclacana? Heplioclacana is another really fun one, and one I'll definitely do some runs with. I call them the co-op god. Oh, Kazal is also really fun. Because they all have, like, there's so many that have unique gimmicks that entirely change the way you play the game. Like, Gozog is a really fun one that's probably one of the most popular ones. Gozog has a shining altar of gold, and you don't really have a piety with Gozag. Gozag just charges you money, because Gozag is the god of gold. And you have to pay him money to join him. But as you give him money, you can also start doing stuff like those shops you come across in the dungeon. You can essentially, you can purchase them and be like, this is my shop now. And then it essentially is like the idea of like other wanderers wander through the dungeon, and then you get money from them. And then you just slowly get money over time. And you could do shit like enemies no longer drop corpses, their corpses turn to gold. And you can then get shit like you can bribe the enemy, you can pay the god to bribe the enemies you encounter and have them not be hostile. So say like, oh shit, there's an incredibly strong enemy. Hey Gozag, here's 50 bucks, tell him to fuck off. And it works. Gozag's great. There's a lot of really fun gods like that. Yeah, he's a really good one. Once you learn how to play the game a bit, I really recommend messing around with all the different gods, because there's so many weird ones. Here's a Steam Dragon. In terms of one-on-one combat, it's decently dangerous. The main danger from this motherfucker comes from the fact that he's going to be breathing steam everywhere. And steam, you might just see it, and you might be like, oh, what, some clouds? Well, that's not dangerous. Get the fuck out of it. So he keeps casting it on me. So what steam does is while you're in it, it's constantly burning you and doing damage to you. So I'm going to cast Heroism because he's already decently dangerous. Oh, baby. He dropped his scales on the first one? That's pretty lucky. Dragon scales can actually be pretty good armor, especially if we haven't really found much good alternatives. Steam Dragon scales are nice because guess what? They make you immune to steam clouds. So right now we have 14 and 7 for armor and evasion. What if we put these together? 10 and 9. No, okay, it's not as good. I remember in the old days, Steam Dragon Scales was genuinely like one of the best armors you could get off of an enemy. It was like, what? Steam Dragon? I want to say it's still really good if you're a caster, because it actually has very low encumbrance while also providing you with a unique protection. Steam Dragon armor is the only thing in the game that protects you from steam, as far as I know. There might be like a rare artifact that can do it. Because yes, there are certain effects that only certain like suits of armor and shit even can do. It's a lot of. I highly recommend examining a lot of the shit if you've never seen it, because you'll find fun little shit like that. So another dragon. Boy, if only I was wearing some Steam Dragon scale, so I was immune to the steam. Fuck him up. What's our invocations at? Alright, we're going pretty good. Let's see here. Alright, our fighting's at 10. Oh, fuck. Okay, I just made a mistake. I mean, it's a simple thing, but... So, if you hold... Again, I'm using caps lock because it's the only key this game doesn't use on the keyboard. If you hit a capitalized key on the screen, it immediately turns off everything except that stat. So that's why fighting is the only thing lit up. Let me fix that real quick. And... I want to focus... Actually, no. I want to focus long blades for a bit. Let's focus our attention on that one. And you know what? I'm also going to do this. This is a really nice thing you can use. I use this all the time. It's one of my favorite features about the leveling up screen is if you hit, as you see right here, it says set a skill target. So just hit that button. And now we can set for, let's hit I. Dude, Carrie, I fucking love breakfast for dinner. That's one of my favorite dinner things to do. Especially, like, a nice big, like, skillet or a nice scramble. Oh, man, now I kind of want to do Brenner for breakfast. Oh, shit. Brenner for dinner. So here what I like to do is I'll set invocations to what I'm trying to... Again, let's go for 7 for now, because we've been having some issues with our long blade attacks landing, so we want to focus more on that. Set for 7. So now when we get to this target, once it gets to 7, it'll automatically turn off our XP going into invocations for us. So that helps you. You don't have to constantly keep track on all your XP and everything. Whoo, baby. We have our first artifact, boys. We have our first artifact, boys. White text. That means it's an artifact. And you might be like, oh shit, an artifact. That must mean something really good. And maybe... There's a good chance that could be something really good. It's also out in the open, which has me a little scared. Okay, this is not bad. It's not great, but not bad. So it's going to increase our intellect, which, you know, for us, useless. But it is +1 by default, and we didn't have a cloak, so that's going to be +2 armor for us. It also is going to increase our resistance to fire. Which, that is actually sick. Fire resistance is a stat that's basically good throughout the entire game. There's not a single point in the game where resist fire is bad. Early game, some of the most basic bitch spells the enemies that have, like wizards, is just a basic fireball. End game, the most dangerous spells in the game are fire spells. So, you can't go wrong with resist fire. Alright, we got a bunch of whites in an open area. There's no hallways nearby. There's not a single hallway on this map, and these are the types of walls that you can't dig through. This is a rough one. We could definitely take these guys. I'm just trying to think of the best way we should do it. Like this, we're at the point where we have so many different tools at our disposal. Like, look at our inventory. Also, so right at the bottom, on the right here where I'm like kind of like circling right now, there's actually an inventory screen when you play offline. I don't really recommend getting used to that because if you use the web version, which honestly I recommend playing the web version, it constantly gets updates. Also, it's a lot easier to find other players. You can ask for advice and stuff. Plus, you'll just get more used to the commands as you play. But yeah, there's a little inventory screen there. What's interesting though is, in the web version over here is a special screen that shows you enemy information at better... Like, it gives you better information on enemies than the download version does. And I don't know why it does that, because that's so much more useful. But I do recommend just occasionally while you're running through, just occasionally open up your inventory and just keep track of what all you got. Because right now we got some good stuff. We have 4 scrolls of teleportation. That's 4 chances of escaping from big danger. We got 6 potions of curing. That's anytime we're poisoned, we're good. Also, and this is something I actually only learned recently, so like I'm still learning shit to this day playing this. I only recently learned potions of curing, they also cure confusion. So say you're in a really dangerous situation and you get confused, and you got potions of curing, pop one of those open, chug it, it'll cure the confusion. I was like, what? How did I never know this? It blew my mind. So we're gonna, oh yeah, okay, so like I said, they usually travel in packs of 3. One of them hasn't seen us. Oh, there's not really a great hallway around here. Here we go, there we go, well, I got them slightly separated. And now I'm going to heroism, and I'm gonna start fucking them up. There we go, killed that one before the other one got around the corner. Oh, there's 4 of them, my god. Legends of Runeterra, that's Magic the Gathering. It's a Magic the Gathering MMO, and by MMO I mean it's kind of an MMO. It's mostly just a Diablo clone that's incredibly pay to win. Don't play it. Anyone who's looking at Legends of Runeterra is terrible. Oh no, wait, oh that's right. I'm sorry, you're right. I'm sorry, I got that mixed up with the Magic the Gathering MMO. No, it's the League of Legends Magic the Gathering clone, which is even worse. Somehow. This guy only had a +1 Falcon and Freezing. Get out of here. Oh shit, okay. That is a Kobold Brigand. They're pretty tough. Kobolds themselves aren't too bad anymore at the point we're at, but Brigands are pretty tough. So here's another trick with... Here's what you can do if you don't have hallways. You can usually, if you break line of sight, enemies are going to constantly chase you. And here I got it set up. They have to come to that doorway, so even if they're intelligent enough to know to keep a distance, they have to be close to me. This is going to give me a chance to just quickly pop one of them and then run away. Wait, 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 boom, there's the imp. Gold Brigand, let's go. If I heroism, I might be able to get, oh god, what? Oh, okay, no, that imp drained me. I thought, does this son of a bitch have a short sword of draining? No, it's the shadow imp draining me. There we go. With heroism, we could fuck him up. We just gotta, you know, get him one at a time. So that's what you can do to deal with enemies if you don't have a good hallway. Also, again, if we got in danger, we could just have quickly retreated up here on the stairs. But that's also still risky. You gotta be careful doing that. Because if there's more enemies and you're not killing them fast enough, they will just start piling out. So that's why you want to make sure there's a staircase near you so you can get the fuck out of there if you need to. What's the scroll do anyways? Oh, that was a scroll of noise. As you can see, you hear a loud, deep croak. There's a frog nearby. I heard that. Frog's like, what was that? There it is. It's checking it out. And now I'll kill it. Skill's going along nicely. Feel pretty safe about just doing some random exploration now. That guy's wielding a +1 longsword of protection, please. Protection might actually be, you might be like, oh, that sounds pretty good. It protects you from damage. Add some more armor on your weapon, that sounds pretty good. It's probably the worst brand in the game. I think these are one of the few undead enemies that actually follows you upstairs. Let's see. Yes! Also, these guys have a unique thing where their attacks can drain you. No matter what weapon they're using, but it's usually not much of a thing. So I'm gonna pull them down with me. So protection is so bad because, like, it just... First of all, the protection only kicks in once you actually land a hit on an enemy. And at that point, it's like, I'd much rather have something that's just gonna do a shitload more damage to my enemy. Like, give me lightning or something. The other one didn't even have a brand. Jeez. It was a +4 though, which, I mean, that's what I'm using. We'll get some good weapons later on. That's one of the reasons why we worship an Okawaru. Hopefully he'll give us some cool shit. Oh yes, Okawaru does try to give you stuff based on your skill. So that's also one of the reasons why you don't want to level up too many different types of things, especially if you're worshiping him. Because I had a run the other day where I was leveling up slings. Try and get some more use out of, because as I said, they're pretty strong even without leveling them up, so I thought, you know, I'm gonna level it up, do some work with them. But then, I already had a really good sling, and every single fucking gift Okawaru gave me was just more slings, and I was like, dude, please, anything else. Carry. Alright, this is a good conversation. I like it. Let's go. Oh, that's sweet. I think that's sweet. Alright, good. We got past this floor. These floors can always be such a bitch. These big open ones. There we go. Now we're getting a more normal floor for the next one. That's what I want to see. Oh, there's an altar near me. You know what? I was gonna go fight those kobolds, but that dude, I don't know if you noticed, but he's wielding a fucking greatsword. Oh, it's just a... Oh, it's only a +0? Okay, not that dangerous. Also, want to see something funny? So check that out. That's a shaft. You can... most of the traps in the game, you can see them yourself. But there are some that you can't see, and you will just step on them, and it's like, oh, fuck. Shafts are probably the most dangerous trap in the game. Because they just drop you 1 to 3 floors below you. But see, here's the funny thing about shafts. Oh, look, it's gone. The white falls through a shaft. The shaft crumbles and collapses. Once someone falls through a shaft, it collapses. And enemies will just walk right onto them if they see you. So, say goodbye to that white. He just fell down a hole. Hey, right game's fucking shitty. Ooh, hello. Holy shit! Okay, we might need to be real careful here. I don't know if you noticed, this is +7 dire flail. So, first of all, dire flails are one of the strongest maces at this point in the game. That's a really strong mace as it is. +7 means he's going to be incredibly accurate with it, and it's going to do more damage. Whew! I think we might want to throw an acid in his face. Also, yeah, I'm with Sanji. Fuck Riot Games. I'm gonna immediately acid this dude. I don't want to risk getting hit. There we go. Corroded him. Take him out. That thing, that is one of the strongest weapons I've ever seen at this point in the game. Holy shit. If that had a brand on it of some sort, I would have honestly probably just run away from that fight for now. Like, that would have been... Oh, God. They came from behind me. That scared me. Let's heroism up again, just in case there's more. Oh, a lot of dudes came down this hallway. Oh, God. We go to the opposite side. Poggers! That fucking Chuck E. Cheese Poggers clip. It just lives in my brain. I wake up in the morning and I hear Chuck E. Cheese go, Poggers! And then I'm like, today's gonna be a good day. This guy's using a trident. Tridents are one of the better early game polearms you can get. Thankfully, most classes that would start with one actually just start with a straight up trident if you pick polearms. Poggers! There's your scroll of immolation. Oh, okay. Yeah, see that? Don't do what I just did. That's another example of why I was like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna walk over here and show this. And then I immediately walked into the open and started getting blasted by shit. If I wasn't such a tanky class like Minotaur Fighter, that could have been dead. He streamed a bunch of times. Chuck E. Cheese did a bunch of streams, but that's like just one of the most memorable because it was so insanely awkward. You know, I'm not a fan of all those brand Twitters and shit like that, but I gotta say, the KFC Twitter did something that I thought was actually genuinely kind of clever. The KFC Twitter only follows 11 accounts, and it's 6 dudes named Herb and the 5 Spice Girls. Get it? Because KFC has 11 herbs and spices. I was like, okay. That's kind of funny. That's cheap. I'll give you credit on that one. That's kind of good. That's the one I'll allow. That one got me. Yeah, don't talk about the stream. I'm not gonna pay. Good. You know what? You make a good point. You're right. Fuck KFC. Oh, oops, I'm capitalized. You're gonna see that there's nothing to open your buy message a lot. Oh, Wyvern. He's a tough, but not tough enough to deal with Minotaur fighter. Oh, a Scimitar is a better, so it's also a longsword, and it's, if I was still using a +0 longsword, it would be a straight upgrade. But at this point, +4 longsword better than +0 scimitar. Another interesting thing about this game is there's all different types of weapons. So like, look, we've got long blades, we got a long sword, a scimitar, a falcon, and there's other types as well. But I mean, just this far, we've already seen those different types. And they all have different stats. Some are like, they attack faster, but they deal less damage, or they're less accurate. Oh, fuck, what is this? We have to go, now. So, this is an incredibly rare spawn here. Oh my god, I cannot put into words how many of these things right here are incredibly strong. This enemy we could probably take on its own. That's a Hydra, and it's got 8 heads, which means it's pretty strong as far as Hydras go. We don't have any way of dealing, well, we've got that acid one, that could probably help with that. If it was on its own, freezing wraiths can do incredibly strong freezing damage. We have no good resistance for cold. These guys are Centaur warriors. In terms of melee, they're actually pretty weak. If it was just melee, we could probably take them. That's weird, Brad. But if they get anywhere where they can get range attacks on us, we're gonna be fucked. The real problem, though, is the fact that the first enemy we see here is a basilisk, and that could cause us to be fucked hardcore. We need to run immediately. Like, this is like alarms are going off. These are all incredibly strong enemies, and the main danger here is this guy right here, who's honestly the weakest, but combined with these others is gonna get us killed. Because this guy's gimmick, this little bastard's gimmick. Let me open him up and explore it for you. Oh my god, I didn't even see what they were wielding. A +7 dire flail of venom, a +7 vorpal hand. Woo! And there's all these artifacts under them. Holy shit, they're guarding some good stuff. So this is a basilisk. Not a lot of HP, not a lot of armor. But it can petrify you. And petrify actually increases your armor a little bit. But here's the thing, you can't move, and you constantly get wailed on, and it doesn't increase your magic resistance. So first things first, we need to raid a scroll of teleportation immediately. Oh my god, the basilisk tried to petrify us and we resisted. Let's go. Thankfully, a lot of these enemies are ranged and they can't. Oh god, and there's an acid dragon. Oh, he can breathe acid, dude. Uh oh, he petrified me. You feel yourself slowing down. See, we can actually cure this with our potion of cancellation. Here's the problem. If we drink that now, it's going to get rid of our teleport. Your limbs have turned to stone. You have turned to stone. Fortunately, in this path, only he can get to us. Which means we should teleport before anything happens. Look, our evasion and shield have gone to 0 because we can't block it. Boom. Oh, fuck. This is where we teleport. This is what I talk about when I say teleport scrolls are not immediate get out of free cards. We teleported like 8 feet. We teleported from here to here. But that's enough to get us to safety. So this floor is danger. Oh, that was an incredibly rare. I have seen those before, but like I wasn't expecting. They're so rare. I haven't seen one in ages. They're essentially like a miniature vault. They spawn on maps, and they have incredibly strong enemies guarding their stuff. But my god, that's one of the strongest amount of guards I've ever seen. I'm a little nervous because I'm hoping. I don't think the lair was on that floor, but oh. That's a really scary thing. We need to get to the next floor. Although we have some stuff in our advantage now. At this point, they should be separated. Okay, Freddy. Yeah, I can imagine. So, on this one, I honestly want to just move to the next floor. I'd like to come back here. But we gotta be careful, because we could run into other dangerous shit down here as well. Oh, Wand of Ice Blast. That's actually really good. We have an AoE spell now. Not a fantastic one, but it is one. I think I'm gonna get another alternate chamber. Yados, really? Somebody. Alright, so these howler monkeys, their gimmick is they're not that hard to kill, but they hoot and howl with incredible vigor, which makes a shit ton of noise and draws the attention of other monsters in the area. Which I kind of like when I'm first going down, because it makes it much easier to clear out the immediate area if you've got a good spot. We have to be really careful on this floor. But like I said, those enemies being split up gives us a much better chance of dealing with them. But holy fuck, a Cyclops, a Freezing Wraith, 8-handed Hydra, 3 Centaur Warriors, the +7 weapons on Dungeon 9? That's insane. Like, that's genuinely, that's fucked. It's not as fucked as those three Orc Priests we ran into. That is the most fucked spawning I've ever seen. But it's pretty bad. Okay. That's a 2-headed ogre. They're pretty dangerous. Oh my god, wait, I just realized we picked up a when did we pick up this ring? Put that on. +6 dexterity. That's not really gonna save us, but it's gonna make our attacks a little more accurate and give us a little more evasion. So, it's something. So we got a lot of options of what we can do here. Obviously, first off, I'm gonna say throw heroism out. You should always be doing it if you're ever even slightly worried about a fight. We got a lot of tools at our disposal here. But what I'm going to say is what we should do is, even though this monkey's still here in front of us, we're going to blast this guy with the acid. So these guys, they're basically just like ogres, except they have 2 attacks. And I've kind of had the fear of God put into me by these 2-headed ogres. I think, yeah, Marvel movies are still coming out. They just did a big TV show thing, I know, with that WandaVision. But I believe they are working on some movies. They just, put a lot of them on hold because they want to wait till movie theaters are back open up. Can't release movies despite already being finished on streaming platforms. But yeah, these guys, I've had the fear of God put into me by these fuckers because I can't count how many times I'm like, oh, it's a 2-headed ogre. They're so slow. They're so inaccurate. And then on the first attack, they both landed their attack at the same time and it was like maximum damage and I exploded. And I was like, oh. Okay. That happened. So I'm gonna blast acid in the hopes that I can hopefully, aim it past this guy and hit the ogre. Hey! Let's go. First try. First fucking try. And I'm heroismed up. He's corroded. Get him out of here. That's why acid ones are so good. Not only do they also just do obscene damage, but corrosion is quite possibly the best acid effect you can throw an enemy. And then just kill that zombie. And so I'd say if I'm not slowed down and explaining everything, my runs they last a different amount of time, but I'd say the average is around like 7 hours. So like this stream could be going for a while. Although I will say I'm starting to get a bit hongy. Might need to take a break at some point for some food, but I do want to do a full stream before I just play this game all the way through. And fuck, another one of you guys? Let's try something maybe a little different. So these, in the old days, I would honestly tell you to never even bother picking up a wand of polymorph. I would usually just tell you to just turn it off. But nowadays, it's a little better, but it's so risky. So in the old days, say you see an enemy and you want to if you have a wand of polymorph, you might be like, oh, maybe I'll make it into something weaker. Almost every time I ever use a wand of polymorph on an enemy, it always made it something worse. So like, nowadays they made it better in that like, look, if you click on it, it's like, if at the top here, it says, a 2-headed ogre, it could become a glowing orange brain, a merfolk, or a sea snake. And if you notice the different colored names, that shows how strong those different possible enemies could be. A merfolk, we could easily handle a merfolk. If that thing turned into a glowing orange brain, it'd be dangerous, but I think we could handle it. If it turned into a sea snake, we'd probably instantly be murdered. Sea snakes are like adders once they've taken the training weights off and then have been put on crack cocaine and steroids at the same time. They are like 3 times as fast as you, incredibly poisonous, and they do pretty good damage. And I've had times where I'm like, okay, I'll just polymorph this guy, and it turned him into a fucking endgame enemy on like Dungeon 3. And I was like, fuck this thing, I ain't using this piece of shit. Get that out of my hand. No, we'll just use the tried and true method of acid! Yeah! I already corroded him. Let's hit him with a flame. This is the weakest wand. And look at that, we've already fucked him up a bunch. Alright, get him out of here. I might notice in our throwing slot, you could pick up darts and you could just throw them. It's a little weird. I think it's a little weird that they still refer to them as darts, because they used to be... You used to have blow dart, because they're blow darts. And you used to have pipes, and you shoot them, and it was another skill you could level up. It was like connected to throwing. It was a little weird. Now you just throw the darts, which I always thought was kind of weird. Oh, here's a yak. Yaks are actually... Oh, shit. Caught between a rock and a hard place, but then, you know, we can just get in the hallway. Wizards aren't as tough because most of their spells require line of sight, so we can just power through these. But yaks? Yaks are actually pretty tough for early on. We should be strong enough to handle them, I think. But I'm still gonna heroism up because, you know what? Why the fuck not? Oh, look at our stats. Our long blades are actually strong enough. We're reaching minimum delay with our weapon when we power up, so that's pretty good. Yeah, look at us just fucking tear through them. There was an invisible enemy there for a second, and I just cut through them, getting to them yaks. Keep coming at me, keep coming at me. I'll keep leading you back to this hallway. Let's go. Also, oh my god, the long blade's already at 10. Let's go. Back to focusing on fighting. We're hitting enemies pretty reliably now. I feel safe going back to focus on just increasing our HP. Orc priest, you say? I used to be quite scared of you. But nowadays, you're... Oh! I don't know if you just noticed what just happened. That wasn't a smite that son of a bitch just shot at me. The orc priest zaps a wand. The bolt of acid hits you. You are splashed with acid. This motherfucking orc priest found a wand of acid. And I don't know if you remember, I told you those things is dangerous. But that means we get that wand now. Oh yeah, wands are another thing that have changed so much over the years. In the old days, you used to just... So you... Yeah, acid back here. What if I just chop them up? You notice whenever I pick up a wand, it just has like... Over here, this is our charges for our wands. Anytime you use a wand, one of these charges goes down. In the old days, you actually would have there was scrolls that let you increase the charges. Nowadays, whenever you just pick up a wand, you transfer the charges to the new one. It's so much better. In the old days, it was not only did you have to have scrolls of recharging, but if you found another scroll, you would just have to be like, well, I guess I have three wands of acid now. And it was like, each one has like 3 charges, and you'd have to keep swapping between them. It's so much better now. Some of the people complain about some of the changes they made over the years, but so many of them are so much better. Not a weak peon. This is Kazlal. I love Kazlal, but he's not a god you really want to take early game. Kazlal's god of elements. And he loves you being loud and out and just smashing shit. What Kazlal does is, first, he's just like, the more pious you are with him, he starts having elemental clouds around you. Like lightning bolts. Yeah, he's kind of like a storm spirit, yes. You'll have lightning bolts going off around you. You might have fire clouds, poison clouds, any type of element. He's all elements, though. Yeah, he's basically just like, he's always just being super loud and obnoxious. I love him. He does actually, as a character, remind me of Storm Spirit. And so what he does is, though, is the clouds, you make a shit ton of noise when you play as them. You cannot be stealthy if you worship Kazlal. Basically, at all times, your noise meter is going to be maxed out because there's going to be thunder and shit just going off around you. But on the plus side, first thing he does, he makes you immune to clouds. And clouds are a danger that are persistent throughout the entirety of the game. So getting immune to that is pretty good. Second, as I said, he makes clouds around you that any enemy that walks into those clouds is going to be getting buffeted by elemental damage at all times while they're in it. And third is he just has a bunch of cool ass spells. Like you can turn all the elemental clouds around you into elemental spirits that fight alongside you for a bit. It's sick. Yeah, Storm Spirit's great. I fucking love him. I was saying, I wish the Dota anime was about Storm Spirit. There's like so many cool and interesting characters you could put in the Dota anime, and they picked like the most boring fucking characters. Dragon Knight, Luna, and what, Wind Ranger, I think? And it's like, dude, come on, give me Storm Spirit, the anime. Ooh, that hat is actually pretty good. +3 enchant. So normally, artifacts can have higher enchantments than normal gear. That's a +3 hat. Most gear can only be +2. Although that's also +8. Oh wait, that's. Oh wait, I just realized. No, wait, never mind. We don't want these. Never mind. Oh, it doesn't matter what you're doing, Paul. As long as it's how you have these ticked. As long as you set this right here, make sure you set this to manual mode. This is the most important thing. I cannot stress this enough. Do not have this set to auto. Have it as manual. And then you go through and sort like what you want. Like I said, most of the time I would recommend having fighting as your main thing. But yeah, if you're going around throwing stuff and you want to focus on leveling the skills, just be like, okay, well, I'm throwing stuff around, but I'm doing pretty good with my throwing. Their stuff is landing pretty consistently, so I don't really need to level up anymore. So I'm just gonna turn it off. Okay, yes. Good, you got the RC thing to make it so it's manual to VOD. Good shit. Good shit. Yeah, I would recommend early on, just kind of what I've been doing, you know, have a little bit of XP going into your armor and shields is good early on. I feel is the most reliable defenses for a Minotaur fighter. And then, yeah, just focus on, like, fighting and axes for a bit. I'd recommend constantly try to keep your fighting a bit higher than your long blades or your axes. And whatever axe you start with, open up your inventory, click on it, and then look over here where it'll say, like, 14, or, like, it'll say, like, 14 or another number is what you need for the minimum attack delay. And I would recommend hitting S. So, I've set it a skill training target of 14 for long blades, meaning once I hit 14, I'll stop leveling it up. Because at that point, leveling up weapon skill more than that, it does give you a benefit, but it's so minimal compared to the benefits you get from other stuff. To give you an idea, like, every extra level in long blades than what you need is, like, +1 damage. But otherwise, you could be putting a level into fighting, which will give you, like, +15 HP, as well as slightly more accuracy and damage. Oh, nice, Paul. Yeah, so yeah, like I said, feel free to ask me any questions you got. I want to get more people in this. Okay, Hornets are a little tough because they're very fast, but with Heroism, we should be able, yeah, we can handle them, no problem. Oh, you know, I just realized I didn't explain. Let's go back to the shop real quick. This is a unique shop. Why have been so many Chabriados altars this run? This is weird. This is a special Chabriados shop, and as I said, Chabriados' gimmick is they're the god of going slow, dude, going slow. So you might notice this says of ponderousness and ponderous. What does that do? This hat is very cumbersome. It slows its wearer's movement. That's right, this hat is heavy shit, dude. It is very cumbersome, slowing its wearer's movements. That's what ponderous does, meaning we don't want that. If you're not a member of Chabriados, being slow is very bad. Okay, yeah, that seems like a pretty good setup, Paul. Yeah, like I said, I would recommend going for either armor and dodging, or like armor and shields, or dodging and shields. 2 of these 3 and just focus on them. For me, I personally find more out of armor and shields. But you can work with armor and dodging. Armor and dodging can actually do some pretty good work. Like, I think that's what the last run I was... Yeah, that's what the last... Other than the test run I did. That's what one of my most recent ones was. Oh, this is a shitty floor and a half. That's a really bad floor. Also, okay, so we're at Dungeon 10. This is the point where you want to try and go into the lair. Did you start as a gladiator or a fighter? Or wait, okay, so are you... What class did you start as? If you're a fighter, you should have started with a shield, even if you used that. A berserker or gladiator would have you start without a shield. Oh, Manticore. Ooh. Oh, okay, so yeah, you're a berserker. Okay, yeah. Yeah, then I would definitely recommend focusing more on armor and dodging rather than shields. Because Trog is probably going to be gifting you some you'll probably get some two-handed weapons early on. And axes have some of the strongest two-handed weapons in the game. So if you just focus on armor and dodging and not use a shield, you can still be pretty tanky while also throwing out some sick damage. Only thing you really need to worry about early on as a berserker is just make sure you don't put yourself in a bad position. Oh shit, yeah, that's pretty cool, right? Terrorblade's got some interesting lore. Yeah, just make sure you never put yourself in a berserk situation where you're gonna be exhausted afterwards. It can be very dangerous. Thankfully, as, I want to say... Actually, no, never mind. Never mind. I was gonna say you could use something, but I was wrong. But you can... Say your berserk ends, you're in a bad situation, you're slowed. You can use a potion of cancellation to help yourself out. Oh, this is a really shitty rough floor. Okay. Gotta think about this one. So Dungeon 11 is when it starts getting really rough. Even if you know what you're doing. This is when the game starts. Yes, that is... Hey, Paul, don't get me wrong. I've fallen for that same trap so many times. Like, oh, well, I gotta save my MP or my piety. I should wait until, you know, like, I make sure I really need it. And then, like, all of a sudden, like, I use it when I'm at, like, a third of HP and it's too late to save myself. And I'm like, oh, you gotta use that shit. There's the entrance. Wow, that's a late layer entrance spawn. Okay. We should go there. I'm gonna take a gamble. Nah, actually, you know what? We have enough tools. I don't need to take that gamble. So the layer is actually slightly easier, I'd say, than Dungeon 11 and onwards. This is our first experience with a branch. That's right, there are branching paths in the dungeon. The first one being the lair. This is a very late spawn for the entrance of the lair, but whatever, we're fine. As you can see now, it pops up here. The lair has 6 floors. Orc should appear on floors 9 through 12. So yes, it has 6 floors, and the enemies in here, they can be pretty rough. One of the main dangers of the lair, as I was talking about earlier, as you notice, it's very open. Oh, we actually spawned near a hallway? That's lucky. That is lucky. Usually you spawn, I can't count how many times I've gone down the lair stairs and gone right into a big open area. We should be able to handle most of the things here without issue. The 2 things we need to keep an eye out for... Actually, I'd say there's 3 things we need to keep an eye out for. Basilisks, as mentioned. If we get them in a hallway, they shouldn't be an issue, though. There's death yaks, though, which are, like, way stronger yaks. They usually don't spawn to the lower levels, but they can sometimes spawn on the higher levels. Oh, yeah, Paul... I would look up you know, I got a little guide here of the general recommended order. I'll just post that for you. It's so useful. It's such a simple thing. Let me get it. Here we go. So here's your general game route. Oh, wow, that formatted terribly on the stream. Let me fix that. You know, maybe I could do a little texting here. Here we go, here we go. Oh, this looks so much better. Okay, yeah. Zop. Oh no, here, Paul, let me get this better on screen for you. So you can see how it's formatted a little bit better. Okay, dude. Gotta resize this in OBS. It made the text way too big. Here we go. Okay. So this is the general recommended route for playing the game. You don't have to stick to this. This is not an ironclad rule. This is just something to give you a general idea of where you should go from where. So, yeah. I'm for the most part sticking to this for this run, just to teach you the basic route. So yeah, you want to do dungeon until around levels 10 or 11. That's when really dangerous shit is going to start spawning in, like more Cyclops. You're going to run into more trolls and stuff. which, again, one-on-one as a Minotaur fighter, you could probably handle them, but there's going to be a lot more open areas, and you're going to start running into enemies that have skills that can move you around. Really dangerous stuff. So that's when I recommend you start going to Lair Beasts. Lair Beasts is a lot more... All the enemies, well, they're all beasts. There are occasional rare human spawn enemies, uniques that can spawn, but for the most part, they're beasts. So they're all pretty mindless, you know, you can just lead them into a hallway, chop them down. Your main issue here is going to be poison. That, and as mentioned, Hydras. The Hydras are the unique enemy of Lair that are a bit of a bitch. If you have a bladed weapon like an axe or something, if you find a fire wand, just keep it on hand, because you can just chop off the heads and cauterize it. If not, you're going to want possibly a good ranged weapon or maybe some good escape tools. Because getting into a wrong spot with a Hydra can be bad. I do not recommend fighting them one-on-one with a melee weapon like an axe or a sword. Then, after you get done with the Lair Beast, you might want to go back and do the dungeon a little bit more. You know, like dungeon levels 12, 13 or so. And then you might want to go hit up the Orcish Mines. Now, this part, I feel like, is a little more, you know, like, you could do these parts a little out of it. I usually will, once I finish the lair, I'll then go do, like, dungeon 12 through 14, and then I'll go hit up the Orcish Mines, because some of the uniques that can spawn the Orcish Mines are pretty scary. Then, yeah, we'll get to the rest of this, but this is just a good rule of thumb on how you want to progress through the game. It's really useful. This has given me a lot of help over the years. I refer to this guide all the time. Sometimes when I come back, I'm like, fuck, I haven't played in ages. What should I go do that now? And then I go look, it's like, oh, right, swap that. And I'll explain more what a lot of these mean later. It's useful. Glad to know I could be of some help. And the music stopped. What the hell? Let me fix that. Oh, wait, oops. That'll explain why, because I forgot to set the playlist to repeat. So I'll be right back, and then we'll continue this run as we've entered the lair. I'm back. Paul, you say your best run ended because you were tired and not focused and made stupid moves? Well, that's how everybody's best run ends, I feel. Oh, dude, I can, trust me, don't worry about it. I've had so many I've played this game for like over a decade. And I still have runs where I'm just like, I put myself into a really stupid situation and then I'm like, oh fuck, that's right. I still had to scroll of blinking. I could have escaped. Oh! Or like I finish a run and I'm like, well, there's nothing I could have done to escape this. And then like 5 minutes later, I'm like, oh fuck, I definitely could have escaped that. Komodo dragons are one of the more strong enemies here. They have pretty decent stats in terms of like attack speed, damage, accuracy, armor, health, and they can also poison you, but their chance of poisoning is pretty low. Yes, the lair is lair of beasts. Lair is just short for lair beasts. Oh, Black Mama's a little dangerous, but again, not too much of an issue. Oh, here we go. All right, we've got 5 stars with Okawaru. You can now speed up your combat. We now have the skill of Finesse, which is essentially like free haste. I suppose not entirely free. It does take piety with our god, but as I've said, don't be afraid to use that shit. The whole point of it is to use it. We're gonna wait a little bit on Finesse, unless obviously we get into some shit. Finesse isn't one you really want to throw in every single battle because it takes a little bit more piety, but it's one where like anytime you're like, okay, this is gonna be a dangerous fight, we need to throw piety. So heroism is like, this might be a somewhat challenging fight, use heroism all the time. Finesse is like, oh shit, we need to use this. Playing the Android version, damn. Oh, dude, oh shit, we spawned in the middle of out in the open, not near a wall. So we just felt, that's one of the things I talked about you can't really expect. You fall into a shaft and drop 1 floor. Luckily, we got pretty lucky. We only fell 1 floor. So we should be able to, oh god, okay, we are near the wall. So if we get into deep shit, like a bunch of stuff shows up, we can dig ourselves in. Hey, look, I say we should dig ourselves in. But yeah, I can relate to that a lot. I've had a lot of runs where like, this run's going really good, but it's like 3 in the morning and I need to sleep. And so I go to bed, and then I'm like, oh, let's continue the run. And then I die 10 minutes later because I just got cocky. Because I'm like, that run was so good, dude. And then I'm like, oh, God, I should have been paying more attention. Yes, I tried the Android version 1. It's fucking crazy. The fact that you played that far with that's pretty impressive to me. It's so awkward and weird. Alright, we got a lot of stuff we can identify. We got some identify scrolls again. Let's identify some of these potions. Okay, we got 2 shitty potions that we can't do anything with. Magic and Brilliance do nothing for us. Brilliance is essentially a potion of might, but for spells, makes them stronger, as well as, you know, raising your int, your NP, everything. Oh yeah? Well, that's good to hear. I do like that there's a portable way to play it, because I feel like this is one of those games that, like, this game could definitely benefit from having, like, a good portable version, because the games last so long, but they're so simplistic, you don't need to do, like, fast inputs, they're so slow. That looks like a spot where we could see some electric eels. I'm a little worried. Hey, look, it's electric eel! And he immediately zapped me. So, some things you start to learn about the game is, oh, fuck. Oh, that plant's blocking me, you son of a bitch. Alright, that's okay. I'm pulling him to me. So one thing that's neat is you start to learn shit like eels and fish and all this. A lot of these, like, a lot of the stuff in the lair, reptiles and frogs and hydras and stuff, they're all cold-blooded. So if you zap them with stuff like Ice Blast, it'll slow them. I don't think eels are cold-blooded. Let's see. It is cold-blooded. Okay, so yeah, if you hit it with ice, it'll actually slow it most of the time. As well as doing damage. Killed it on the first hit. And again, I just want to state, we are now at the lair, which is about, like, a third of the way into the game, I have put no points, 0 points into the evocation skill. I just one-shot that enemy with one of the weaker spells off of a wand. So, and they get stronger and more accurate the more you level them. I cannot overstate how strong evocations is. We did find a staircase up. Oh, that's a yak. But it's a trap stair. Oh. I don't want to go up that because we didn't finish clearing the floor. It could put us into a shitty position. Oh, hello, yak army. Heroism, and let's just tab. I'm turning into a fucking blender. Alright, they're dead. Sometimes you just gotta just mash that tab key until everything on screen's dead. That's what I don't, you know. See, this is where I need to pay attention more. I apparently have a ring of protection all this time. I don't know when the fuck I picked this up. Let's put that on. Ring of protection, not an amazing ring, but plus 4 AC at this point in the game. Nothing to shake a stick at. Blink frogs are kind of a pain in the ass. They're fast and they blink constantly. I want that scroll of enchant armor though. Give me that. Give me that! Luckily, he hit me once and it was pretty good damage. Blink frog. Oh, I didn't even see that other one. Another problem with blink frogs is they travel in big packs. Definitely need some heroism here. I should have honestly Honestly, I'm almost gonna say finesse even. We can get more hits in before they blink with finesse activated. There we go, yeah, there we go. We're getting a lot of them now. Okawaru grants me armor. Oh, Okawaru! You actually gave me something good? Let's go, buddy! See, this is why I personally like Okawaru more for beginners over Trog, because Berserk is incredibly useful, but I feel like my only problem with recommending Berserk for new players is I feel like it gives you too much of it, like, it makes you a little stronger than, I feel like it teaches a couple bad, not much, but it does teach a couple bad habits in that you'll feel like you're stronger than you really are, because you always got the ability to Berserk. Whereas, if you go for something like Okawaru, you still got to go a couple floors on your own to get an idea of, like, okay, this is what my character can do without god abilities. And then you just get some really good god abilities. And Okawaru also is more likely to give gifts than Trog. Trog does give gifts, but Okawaru gives them more likely. So this is sick. So we're going to gain +1 armor because they're +2 boots. Plus, we now are always flying. That's not to say there's anything wrong with playing Minotaur Berserker. I do think it is one of the best starts. I say Minotaur Berserker and Minotaur Fighter. Those are the two best. I just personally think Fighter's better for starters. But, you know, that's up for debate. Yeah, Okawaru is great because none of his skills also have a downside. You don't have to worry about, like, once heroism runs out, you don't have to worry about, like, oh shit, my Berserk ran out. Now I'm slowed, and also I can't Berserk for a bit. When heroism runs out, you can literally just cast that shit again. You can just be like, oh no, heroism ran out. Alright, I cast it again. Let's get back into that battle. Alright, here we go. Alright, we're back on the first floor. We know where the stairs are. We have a really good collection of stuff. And some of the things you'll learn is just like, I would almost say there's like, you start to develop like a tier list in your mind of like which escape tools are better and for which situation. And this right here is probably one of the best escape tools overall in the game. Potion of Haste, I cannot put into words how strong it is to be able to move at twice speed. You can escape almost anything in the game. That being said, I try to save them for last. Because not only are they strong, but like at the end of the game, your goal is to get the orb and then leave. My number one game plan whenever I'm going for the orb is, okay, I'll save up all my potions of haste, and then the second my hands touch that orb, I'm just gonna start chugging that shit. And the second that haste starts wearing off, chug another one. And I will have haste until I'm out of the dungeon. So if you can hang on to the potions of haste, ideally, but as always, if it's a situation where you're like, oh shit, I might die here, it's better to use it than to not, because there's no point in saving something. If you're fucking dead, you can't use it. It's always better to use something now and save yourself than it is to save it for later. Also, this guy got some good poison on me. Definitely, I should have heroism sooner. That was a bad mistake. Alright, so here we took a little damage. Here's where you want to use a potion of curing. Actually, no, never mind. I'm fine. I was gonna say I need to get rid of that poison, but I just realized it was wearing off. Don't need to do that. I'm getting a little surrounded here. I don't have a great spot. Oh, I wasn't expecting to run into a horde of blink frogs. Oh, I got him. I got him. Okay, I was scared there's a little more. Whew. This is why you train HP up. Yeah. Alright, let's see here. Some more yaks. Let's keep clearing out this floor. And also, I'm always of the mindset of you should try and clear out every floor before continuing. Obviously, there's some exceptions. With every single thing I say, there's some exceptions. Like, okay, there is also something people have to learn, and sometimes you want to clear a floor if possible, but say you get to a floor and there you encounter a really tough enemy. Like, say you go down to Dungeon 3 and you see a unique enemy, and you recognize that unique enemy. It's like, oh shit, I recognize that guy. He ended like one of my last 3 runs. What you might want to do then is the difference between like Dungeon 2 and 3, not that big. Just go down to the next floor. Sometimes it's worth, you know what, just leave the floor for a bit and just move on to the next one. And then once you've gotten a little, because, you know, the chance you're going to run into something super strong on the next floor, pretty rare. Just go to the next floor, level up a bit there, and then come back in a little bit. You'll be ready for them. Don't just have the idea of like, oh shit, I have to, oh god, speak of the devil. There's a pretty, she's not the most dangerous, but she can be a little spooky. I think we have the tools that we can handle her. In fact, I just thought of something funny. Oh shit, Maggie, I didn't know you could do that. That's scary. Maggie knows how to mesmerize. So this is a new status effect. I didn't think I would have to explain this for a long time, if at all. Mesmerize. This is one of the biggest motherfuckers of a status effect an enemy can cast on you. What does Mesmerize do, you say? Well, in terms of your abilities, doesn't really limit you much. You can still read scrolls, still chug potions, cast spells, all that. Here's the issue with Mesmerize. Did you notice how my line of vision seems to only be looking towards her? I can still actually see out here, but here's the thing. I can only move towards the person who mesmerized me. Yes, if there's something incredibly dangerous, move on. Because I also had that same thought of like, I gotta kill everything. But if there's something incredibly dangerous, sometimes just move on and come back for it. It's a good idea to come back for it, but if I try to, you cannot move away from Maggie. She's got me. But here I had an idea. Let's see if this will work. Can I charm? Let's go! I charmed the water moccasin. Get fucked, Maggie. She's gonna get destroyed. Alright, I'm gonna finesse now. Alright, I broke her vision, which made the mesmerization break immediately. And now I'm gonna finesse, and I'm gonna fuck her world up. Hey, Maggie, I see you have a ranged attack. Let's kill that frog. Get it out of here. Ooh, my charmed water moccasin has applied 2 stacks of poison to our... Ooh. See, this is what I talk about when you have so many tools, you start to learn what all these different things do. It's like, there are so many ways you're going to handle that situation. I could have blasted her with Wand of Acid, but then I thought, Wand of Acid is like such a good last resort. I kind of want to save that. I think I could do maybe something better here. And I thought, oh, what if I land a charming shot onto that water moccasin? We'll get to double team up on her and she might get poisoned. And look at this. Already dead. Now, this charm doesn't last too long. It will wear off. Especially since I have no levels in evocations. But at that point, we could just take this guy off on his own and then be like, hey, fuck you, get out of here. This is... I think the next run I'm going to do on stream, if I do another one, is I want to show you guys a Null Wanderer. Those are some of my favorite runs. And once you get a good feel of the game, once you get your first victory, I highly recommend doing an occasional Null Wanderer run. Because those are the runs that are really going to teach you the mechanics of the game. Because Nulls, if you've never played as a Null, their gimmick is this screen right here. They have no control over this screen, essentially. Nulls level up every single skill in the game at the same time, at all times. But they have incredibly high skill aptitudes. I think they have +8 in everything. So Gnoll's gimmicks are, by the end of the game, you will be a master of nothing, but you will be good at everything. And so it really teaches you to just start like looking at all the tools you find, your wands, different types of weapons, what armors you find, and start to balance them out. And it really teaches you a lot about the game mechanics and what works well with what. And I have a lot of fun with them, and we'll definitely do 1 or 2 runs of those. Like I said, I would recommend doing that once you've actually gotten a win or 2 under your belt, and you actually, you understand the basic game mechanics. Because they're a lot more fragile than your typical Minotaur. But hey, it ain't bad being able to do magic and fight. Hey, let's explore more of floor 2 of Lair. But yes, I was saying before, but I feel like I'm gonna be a good example of do as I say, not as I do, because I know all the tricks and tips that I guarantee you, was you follow some of my tips, and before no time you're gonna be like, I get this game, I gotta win. Just but if you follow everything I do, I definitely make a lot of mistakes, or sometimes I have a bad habit of getting cocky. I'm trying to tone down my cockiness for these, because a lot of times when I play this game, I've played so many, I just like speed through this, and I'll make some stupid mistakes. So I'm trying to take my time and go about it slow, show you guys what you should do. One thing that kind of sucks about playing a Minotaur fight is you don't get to see any of the really wacky shit that starts happening. Like, when you start doing attacks that are such high damage that when you hit an enemy... One thing you notice is, okay, it says I slashed the bullfrog. You notice there's an exclamation point at the end? That's just what every message is whenever you're fighting. It's just like, oh, you slashed the bullfrog, exclamation point. Later on, when you get to the point where your attacks do a lot of damage, to signify that an attack is incredibly strong, it throws more exclamation points on it. So it's so fun when you're playing a wizard and you cast an incredibly powerful spell at an enemy, and you just see like 5 exclamation points pop up at the end of the message. You're like, oh, this dude's gone. And then you look at the screen and there's just blood everywhere because you hit them so hard they literally exploded. That's the wacky shit. Alright, we got a blink frog coming. I'm not excited about that. What the fuck? Be right back 1 moment. Ah, I return. Let's continue exploring. Oh, that's right. I was fighting some blink frogs. These guys are tough. They're a little deceptively tough, because first you're like, oh, they're not too tough, they keep running away, but they peck away at you, and they regenerate pretty quick. So that blinking? Oh, okay, that's a death yak. They're like yaks, just way stronger. But they're not too bad. If we can, I don't want to take the risk that one of them is going to be smart enough to actually go around and loop me on the other side. So I'm going to use another one of our blasts of the digging wand. Damn, I almost dug through over here. So we only got one's attention. Alright, I'm going to do a little bit of this fight without the heroism just to see how, so you guys can see how tough these guys are. Or we could get incredible rolls and just absolutely destroy it. There we go. That was a good hit. There we go. He got a couple good hits on us and then so wasn't as good of a show as I was hoping, but I was gonna say, like, they can fuck you up. And they usually come in big numbers like yaks do. Alright, so we hit our cap that I set for invocations, and our fighting's going good. Skills are all looking pretty nice right now. Okay, good. I got the X attention, and it's only 2 of them. And if I... Okay, there's 3 of them. Okay, good. They're all coming from this direction. This is exactly what I wanted. Alright. Heroism and finesse. Let's go. And fuck him up. Yeah, boy. Oh, he got some good hits in. But we've leveled up fighting so much. Level up fighting. Level up fighting. I can't say it enough. Level up fighting. Your #1 skill should be fighting. The only exception is maybe if you're a spellcaster, but even then you should still be leveling up fighting. It just might not be your highest level skill. Polar bear, you ain't too tough. Oh, he's berserking. Ah, I don't care. I slice him up anyways. I'm a Minotaur fighter, baby. I don't think I can hit him. Oh, yeah, these damn plants. Alright. So I got that eel's attention. I left its sight. There we go. Gotcha. So lightning is probably... lightning is the second most dangerous element, I'd say, next to acid. The thing with lightning is, even if you're lightning, you can never be completely immune to lightning. You can only become resistant to lightning. And when you're resistant to lightning, it can still ignore it. It's very much a big motherfucker. Lightning's gimmick is, when it hits you, it just straight up bypasses some armor and resistances instantly. So it's very good. And it's one of those things you really just want to avoid if possible. So I want to hit these guys with the Ice Blast. Oh, okay. It dealt damage, but it didn't slow them. Still didn't slow them. So Hydras are what I try to save my Wands of Acid for early on. Unless I find, you know, a flaming longsword which can just chop off their heads. Hit him with the acid. It corrodes them. And it also just does a shit ton of damage. Then we've hit him a couple times. Honestly, at this point, we could probably get away with chopping him up, but it's still really risky. I wouldn't recommend it. Sometimes they heal up from it. I'm gonna just keep blasting him, honestly. There we go. Got him. Okawara was honored by your kill, and it is like in pure white text because he is like, damn, that was good, dude. Four-headed. Oh, I didn't even see you, tiny little guy. Only 4 heads. All right, now I'm feeling that cockiness coming back. 4-headed Hydra. I mean, you're nothing. I don't want to teach people the bad habits I have. Okay, I tried using my flame wand because I wanted to get up. Since it's like the weakest wand, just sometimes you can kill with it. It's just there we go. I got a good hit on. Oh yes, this is actually. So here's what there's so many ways you can figure out of dealing with Hydras. Like one thing you could do is honestly, if you're a Minotaur and you're incredibly tanky, you can. If you're tanky enough, this is really risky. I would not recommend it unless you really know what you're doing. But you could honestly just stand still. And you could headbutt Hydras to death. Because you're not chopping the heads off, you're just constantly headbutting it. You could kill them that way. I wouldn't recommend doing that if you picked longswords as your weapon, though. Because longswords have that mechanic I mentioned of riposting. Where if you dodge, you'll sometimes riposte and hit them. And if you riposte, you will slice off some heads. And they will get stronger. So I gotta be careful. I might riposte sometimes while I'm doing this. Hey, there we go. Killed it using my really weak wand so I could save the others for later. Let's go. We finished this floor. Ooh. It's the headbutt technique. Like I said, I wouldn't really recommend that unless maybe, like, if you have an axe, anything other than a long sword, and if the Hydra's at really low health, you could probably get away with it, but be real careful. Another good tool for people who want, like, just some extra help, any nets you find. If you ever find nets on the ground, I know gladiators start with nets, which is pretty nice. If you ever find nets, always pick up nets. Nets are so good. They're another thing where, like, even if you have 0 throwing, you have a good chance of getting a net on your opponent, especially if they're not a humanoid. If they're just a dumb animal, the chance of throwing a net is incredibly high, like a Hydra. And anything that's trapped in a net, it's like all their skill aptitudes are reduced by basically like fucking 7. Yeah, nets are really strong. Only problem with nets is it's very easy for them to get destroyed, so you typically run out of nets very quickly as well if you're using them. I typically try to save my nets either for something like a Hydra or uniques. Oh shit, what? Wow. We're doing the fuck. Oh, this guy can slow me? I forgot he could do that. It's fine. They're already so slow, like, I can get away from them so easily. Okay. There we go. So, this is a trick you can do if someone slows you. If you haste yourself. I had to use that potion because it was basically... I can't remember if finesse cancels it out like haste does. Because finesse is a slightly different mechanic. But if you're hasted at the same time as being slowed, you are considered fast plus slow. It just means you're at normal speed. So if he rolls a really good hit, he could really fuck me up. Bog boys are pretty strong. He could do 3d18 damage. Let's see, that's 54 damage if he rolled maximum. Like, oh, that's enough to kill me instantly right now. So I'm gonna take a potion of heal wounds, and now I'm gonna kill him. Because there was a chance he could have gotten that maximum roll, and I don't want to risk that chance because I've lived through too many situations where that chance has happened. To know that even you're like, in your mind, you're like, that's like a fucking less than 1% chance to happen. That still means there's a chance. So what you're saying is there's a chance. Oh, okay. Hydras are also deceptively fast. Like, you'd think that big fucking thing would be slow as shit. I actually want him to come up with me to the next floor. There we go. So I'm gonna just immediately acid. 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 Alright, there we go. He's pretty fucked up. Use shitty wand so I don't have to use it. So I've got good stuff for later. Come on, wand of flame. Yeah! Always happy when I see the wand of flame actually succeed. You know, Baby Yoda really is just Gizmo. I was gonna say there was something different, but no, they are the same character. Now, this is a little scary because I think the bog body can slow me down without having to have a direct line of vision to me. But if I do this... There we go. Good. Got him. Get up here, buddy. Okay, yes, I thought so. Finesse does not entirely cancel out slow like haste does. It just somewhat cancels it out, I can assume. Oh, Gawaru giving me +2 gloves, dude. I mean, honestly, these are like one of the worst enchantments I could possibly have for me, but still, that's +2 to my armor. Remember Baby Nut? Yes, sadly I do. +2 close archery. It improves its wearer's accuracy and damage with ranged weapons, such as bows and javelins. Counts as having the Slay +4 modifier, which means +4 to your accuracy and +4 to your damage, just flat, which is pretty good. Wasn't able to get rid of the poison. Oh, yeah. Enemies with some strong poison weapons early on can be pretty rough. Poison is definitely one of the biggest threats in the early game. It'll get you. That +2 fucking Spear of Venom we ran into earlier in this run, that almost ended it. And that's when I know what I'm doing. This music's so peaceful, dude. I can't handle it. It's too peaceful. There's a lot of dudes over here, huh? Why don't we come back upstairs? Never know what you're doing. Oh. That's not true. I sometimes know what I'm doing. Sometimes. Just keep luring these dumb animals up here to be slaughtered. Let's have a quick look at our stats. That's not the stats menu. That's the stats menu. Alright. We've got quite a decent amount of fighting. I'm going to get fighting to 15, and then I'm going to probably aim for getting our long blades up to 14, and then just stop leveling long blades for a long time. Oh, yeah. I've definitely been in that point. Honestly, Paul, I would say that's probably the right choice in that situation. If you're poisoned to the point where, like, I'm not going to survive this, yeah, you really don't have any choice other than just chugging that shit. Like I said, the only one you really have to worry about is getting the Potion of Degeneration, which, funnily enough, is one of the only ones we haven't found this run yet. Better than nothing, yeah. So that, right now, that one we just read was the other really negative scroll. It's the Scroll of Vulnerability. It makes your willpower count as halved, so you can get really fucked up by spells. Well, the funny thing about that scroll is it also affects enemies in vision, so you could use that and cast some spells. I wouldn't recommend it. You'll probably get killed before you do anything. Potion resistance, that's pretty good, Potion of flight, absolutely useless to us, because we have something that gives us permanent flight. Oh yes, that's right, because I have flight, I can go over water without getting slowed. I can also go over deep water and over lava. Oh, want to see something cool? This is always a fun thing for new players. Wands of Flame are actually incredibly strong if you're near water. You might think it'd be the opposite, but no, actually water makes Wands of Flames incredibly strong. How so, you might wonder? If you fire any type of fire spell or ability over water, it creates steam! And anything in that steam gets the shit burned out of it. And I'm not joking when I say that is actually incredibly powerful. If you have a Wand of Flame early on and you know there's water nearby, lure some enemies into it, fire that fire at them, and then watch them just die to the steam insanely quick. It's shilling for game. Fuck you. Stupid joke. Oh, shit. Okay, we just stepped on what is probably the most dangerous trap in the game. You set off an alarm. A Sentinel's Mark forms upon you. Sentinel's Mark is probably the shittiest thing you can have on you in the game. Okay, maybe, you know what, I can think of a couple worse ones, but it's definitely up there. So what this does is, first of all, it usually makes off an incredibly loud noise. You notice the bar is completely full right now. It's not red, but it's still pretty loud. Not only that, but it marks you, which makes so every single enemy on the map right now knows my current position, and if they're awake, they are heading for me right now. Also, enemies in range have, I think it's almost, they have such a massive boost to their chance to hit you, it might as well be a guaranteed chance they hit you. It is almost impossible for them to miss you while you have a mark on. It's pretty bad. Thankfully, we have things like Potions of Cancellation. But we're in the lair, and so I would much rather try and power my way through this for now. I'd rather use my Wand of Digging than my Potion of Cancellation. Because Mark is a status effect that will appear much later in the game and much more dangerous enemies. Like, I'm talking about we'll be in a room with, like, a bunch of magic enemies and ranged enemies all lighting me up at the same time. I'd much rather be dealing with a bunch of lizards who know where I am than a bunch of archers and mages. Oh yeah, the potion of attraction. Yeah, that can be pretty rough. Yeah, oh, using the potion of attraction with Steam. Oh yeah, that'd be a really good combo. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, that's a pretty good idea. Yeah, look at them all just slowly coming towards me. I should definitely activate heroism for this. Oh shit. Okay, that's a little scary. Guardian Serpent, that caught me off guard, I'm not gonna lie. That spooked me more than half the fucking games I played in that PS1 horror demo disc. So Guardian Serpents are pretty strong enemies that have lots of poison magic. Luckily, I think most of its attacks need to have line of sight, so these frogs will block it, and then it's going to get into melee range, and then I'm going to beat it up. But if you run into one of these things from a distance, it could really do some harm to you. Yeah, okay, he's not casting any spells because he has to have vision. He just slowed me. And there's a bog body coming. Oh, that's right, the bog bodies. I should have remembered. Alright, I can somewhat negate the slow. Finesse. Oh, those bog bodies. You know what? Now would actually be a great time. Potion of Resistance. Because they cast a lot of cold magic, and Potion of Resistance gives you essentially +1 to all of your resists, except negative. So now we have a bit more cold resist. We could also use this to make it so that the bog bodies outside of our reach won't be able to hit us with spells. Oh, thank God the mark wore off. Alright, we don't have to worry about them guaranteeing lands with their fucking spells anymore, at least. Oh. A little spooky there. I'm feeling pretty good about this. From this point on, I'm feeling pretty solid about being able to progress forward without issue. It's the very end that always has me worried. Oh, the very end is a bitch. So the very end is Zot, is what it's called. And there's just so much stuff in there. But mainly, the number... You'd think that... So that there's... there's a lot of enemies in the game at the end. And you'd think some of them would be the more dangerous ones. Like, around the orb are a bunch of enemies called the Orb Guardians. And they're pretty strong. But honestly, they're one of the less dangerous enemies around it. Which you'd think the almighty Orb Guardian would be the strongest, but no. You know what you really gotta watch out for when you near the end of the game? This enemy's called Orbs of Fire. Don't fuck with the Orbs of Fire. If there's any way you can not fight an Orb of Fire, I would recommend it. But the number one thing with the Orbs of Fire is they're just like... First of all, they do a bajillion damage, and they also like lower your stats. They have... Basically every single thing you could think of that's bad, they have. Great stats, great HP, great abilities, and they can also mutate your body. Which is pretty fucked up. Okay, I don't want to go... That's going to lead us to the swamp, which is one of the branches we're going to be going down later. Plus, I just don't want to deal with that lightning eel. He's at a bad position to approach from. We'll finish exploring this floor later. Let's finish up this lair. But first, I need to be right back again. This will be the last burb for a bit. Just need to have a quick food, and then I'll resume stream, so... Guys, I'll be back like 5 minutes. Give me like 5-7 minutes. Gonna have a quick snack. I'll come back, I'll resume, and we'll make a bunch more progress here. I'll leave the music playing. Alright, alright. I'm back. Got some food in me. I'm back. I'm ready to game, dude. I can't believe it's already fucking 4:30. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours? Jeez. This is what I'm talking about when this is one of those games where like I can play it for so long and just I completely lose track of time. Like I thought it'd been like an hour and a half or 2 hours since I started streaming. It's been 4.5. Welcome back, thank you. I appreciate it. Glad you've been enjoying the streams, Paul, and I hope I've been able to help in any ways. We got a lot of yaks heading our way. Hey, this is definitely a hero and finesse situation with all these death yaks. See, this is one of those situations where I worry, like, I don't know. Trog's Berserk might not even be able to get you out of this situation. Because the problem with Trog's Berserk is, if a fight goes on for too long, you can just have it wear out. And then you would just be fucked. If you don't have a potion of cancellation on hand. Whereas with like a fight like this, I can just be like, hey, my hero wore off, bam, cast hero again. And that's why I think Okawara, I like Okawara a little bit better for beginner players. Yeah, Carrie, I went into the kitchen, I grabbed my big jug, or not my, I'm sorry, not my jug, my bucket. I got my bucket of pasta, I just jammed my mitts in there. I was just, no, I didn't eat plain pasta. I'm glad to hear it, Paul. You know, people have been enjoying it. I might stream this game some more, because, like I said, I love this game. It's just, I don't know how entertaining it is for people to watch. And, ooh, an artifact shield? I don't, honestly, well, it's the only thing we found so far that's resistant to poison. This far in the game, wow, that's actually a little crazy, but okay. It is worthy of having to have something that's good resist poison, but Buckler is the weakest shield. +1 is not a high enchantment, and increasing our intellect does nothing for us. The shields kind of suck. Time to change cheesy burgers into a jug of spaghetti. Oh god. I don't even know how it... Oh fuck. Okay, these guys are assholes. This enemy has on its own is not too bad. But I've definitely had these assholes end some runs. They're a lot more dangerous if you're a magic user or anyone who's slightly frail. Dream Sheep, a drowsy and fluffy ovine whose coat sparkles with motes of dream dust. It gathers in herds and fills the air with dream dust, overwhelming its victims and putting them to sleep. Not a ton of HP, evasion, armor, or willpower. Or a shitload of damage, but it has the ability of dream dust, which can just put you the fuck to sleep. And sometimes it keeps you asleep long enough that you still get hit while you're asleep. So they're kind of assholes. Luckily, they don't have a ton of HP. Again, I feel like that's another enemy that's been nerfed, and I just fell asleep. I wake up and they're biting me. Stop biting me! Aha! You try to make me sleep. The main danger with them, though, is a lot of times they show up when you're fighting other enemies. Like, there'll be a Hydra and them, and it's like, you don't want that. You don't want that. Let's find some spells. Look at all these spells. So whenever you pick up a book, it adds a spell that you add a list of spells you can memorize. This is stuff we're not going to mess with for now, but almost every spell in this game actually has a use. It's one of the things I find really neat. There's so many just spells that sound like, on paper you read them, it's like, this sounds shit. This sounds useless. And then you use it and you're like, oh, this is actually pretty good. Like, there's one spell that for so long so many people thought was shit, and then people started using it and they're like, okay, no, this is OP as fuck. Oh yeah, the sewer? Dude, if you can get into the sewer, it's pretty good. There's a lot of, occasionally you have the spawn where there's a shit ton of sewer rats. That one can be a bit rough, but honestly, yeah, the enemies in the sewer are not that difficult, and you can get some pretty good early game gear there sometimes. Usually a good amount of potions are in there, which I quite like. Oh my god, so many blink frogs. Get out of here. Get out of here. I'm gonna talk about spells. Like, one spell. Do we have it by any chance? No, we don't have it. So there's a spell that is actually a very high level spell. I want to say it's like level 6, and they only go up to 9. It's called Haunt, and for the longest time, people thought it was shit. Would I drink a sealed can or bottle of soda that you found in a sewer? No. Sewer, your main issue with sewer is you might run into some adders. Other than that, I want to say it's mostly just rats. And maybe some bats. There'll probably be a snake or two and some geckos in there, but the main issue will probably be adders if you see them. No, Carrie, I would not. But yeah, there's a spell called Haunt. If it was Mexican, oh shit. Still no. Mexican Cola is pretty fucking good though. The Mexican Coca-Cola stuff, yeah. Yeah, there's a spell called Haunt, and it's like a level 6 summon, and it summons like, which is a pretty high level summoning spell, and it summons pretty low level ghosts. It summons, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Okay. So those elephants are pretty dangerous, as well as the snake. I want to kill the snake because it's going to keep hitting me as I run away. But if I kill the snake, the elephants are going to get closer and they're going to swarm me. I see... I'm looking for a possible hallway spot. Would I drink a potion that would turn you into... Oh, shit. You know, that's a good hypothetical. Oh, man. Shit, that's a good one. Oh, man, I don't know. That's a tough one. Fuck, that's tough. I'm gonna have to think on this. Oh, wait. Oh, we got a perfect... Oh, we got a hallway right up here. Let's go. I don't know what you're talking about, Sanji. I don't want to... No, I'm kidding. I don't want to be brapping. Did I? Oh, no, I fucked it up. There we go. Look how much damage that elephant just did to me. Oh. Yeah, if the others show up, we're definitely going to want to use finesse as well. Okay, that's a tough one. I don't know. On one hand, I would get to be my awesome, adorable persona, but then I would be farting all the time, and I don't want that. I feel like that removes a lot of the cuteness factor. Sounds like it'd be pretty terrible. What? Oh. Fucking Blink frogs suck if you're not in a hallway that has an end. Because they keep doing this shit. Stand still, you fuckers! Oh, Okawaru grant me... Oh... Ooh. What's our current cloak again? I don't know, Okawaru. We're gonna have to think on this one. On one hand, we could enchant it so it would give us more armor. And we don't need the no. We'd lose the resist fire, but we'd get slight bit of magic resistance. Which is pretty... Yeah, Kenny? Yeah? Well, you want the willpower cloak? I don't know. I don't know. Yes, so that is... you know what? Those have a name. I can't remember what they're called. I just call them mini dungeons. Oh, you got it? Good shit, Paul. So yeah, the sewer... There's a bunch of dungeons like that. Anytime you're on a floor and you see a message, something like, yeah, like, you hear the distant creaking of a sewer drain, or you hear a distant wind blowing, or you hear the clash of battle. Anytime you see a line of yellow text saying something's happening nearby, that means there's a little mini dungeon that spawned nearby. And they're usually a little difficult, but then they'll have some good rewards for the point you find them in the game. Or like, the sewer is a good way to get good potions early on. And there's all kinds of them. You're gonna have to... Those are a little more complicated on figuring out which ones are good to go for and which not. I'd say my biggest recommendation is if you see one that's like a gateway to a battlefield, I would not recommend going through that one unless you have some sort of item that gives you flight. Like, I've got the item right now that lets me fly all the time, or if you've got some potions of flight. Just because that one, it doesn't always spawn this way, but a lot of the times when it does, it spawns in a way where you like have to run up a path while a bunch of enemies just outside of melee range are poking you with spears. And if you have flight, you can just go, hey, fuck you, and fly over there and kill them all, making it much, much easier. It's my only real tip for those things. Yes. Well, the thing with them is you have to be fast. If you take too long to get to them, they collapse. They're like little temporary things, so you gotta kind of like speed to get to them. They can be dangerous, but the rewards are also pretty good. I try to go into them if I can. There are certain situations, like, there's a couple of them that are themed around elements, and those ones are pretty scary. I rarely go into the ice one unless I have some pretty good ice resist on me. Like maybe a couple rings of resist ice. Then I'll throw those on before going in, but otherwise, that was pretty scary. Oh, I want it. Yes! I managed to get there before the elephant got out. We got him trapped, boys! Elephants are tough because not only do they do a lot of damage, but when they hit you, they can push you around. We'll probably, yep, there we go. I was gonna say, we'll probably demonstrate in just a second here. Which also makes it much easier for them to surround you. So we're definitely gonna finesse again. Look, and they come in big packs like this. It's fucked up, dude. Oh, he's pushing me even while I'm finesse. Damn. Oh, there we go. Oh, heroism lasted most of that fight. Let's go. Oh shit, I'm still leveling up fighting. Ah, fuck, I hit it capitalized. Ah, so many mistakes. So now I'm gonna start I did it again. I hit a capital again. So now I'm gonna focus on long blades because we're so close. I kind of want to just finish leveling it up. In fact, you know what? I'm actually gonna do this. Actually, I am gonna. Boom. Oh no. And now that I wanted to do it, I fucked up. There we go. I'm gonna focus all my energy right now into long blades just because we're so close to getting to that maximum delay. I think it's worth it. Like, I cannot put into words, maximum delay is really good for your damage. Makes you get more attacks in. I had a brain fart. I couldn't remember if layer was 5 or 6 floors. 6. Alright, so this isn't the last floor, which is good. Last floor usually has, there's a good chance some pretty dangerous enemies spawn in here. It's honestly not a bad idea, and I will recommend this for some new players. Especially with branches like this. Clear everything except for the last floor, then maybe go back into the dungeon, do a couple more levels in the dungeon, then come back, then do the last floor. Because the last floors of these places are always harder. The lair is definitely the easiest of all the last floors, but it's still got some stuff. So it usually spawns some vaults that'll have dire elephants, and the elephants already were able to do some serious damage to us. Imagine one that's twice as big. That's a lot of enemies, huh? Should I do something goofy? No. Just get this hellhound upstairs. Hellhound ain't too much. She ain't too tough. Get him out of here. Oh, okay. That's the Rhyme Drake is a little dangerous because it's ice. And it can freeze you. It's also resistant to being slowed. I want to say it's not resistant to having its fucking mind blown up. Oh, although it did resist it. So I guess I was a little wrong on that one. You know what? I've had this Curar dart in my hands all this time. I'm just gonna get that out of here. Just, throw it. Alright, I missed. Whatever. I'm gonna quiver this. So if you quiver something, it means if you hit F, it'll automatically use that ability. It's pretty nice. Real good if you... I don't use it as much with wands because they usually have such low casts. I'm swapping between them. But if you've got like boomerangs on hand or something that you have got a lot of, it's good to quiver it. Alright, good. They're in a line. This is actually what I wanted. Oh, fuck. I should have fired then. Okay. Let's get this Hydra. Oh, shit. He froze me. So when you're frozen like that, it slows you down, makes your stats a little lower, but If he hits you with another ice spell, he can just completely encase you in ice, and it's basically the same as being petrified. So, we got this guy right where we want him. Can I no, you know what? Paralyze is a really hard to land wand if you don't have any evocation. So we're just gonna throw the acid at him right from the get-go. Hydras are just too dangerous. Alright. Now we Ice Blast. Ooh, that did nothing? Really? There we go. Alright, now I'm just gonna keep Ice Blasting, actually. There we go. Yeah! Long Evades 13! Alright, get over here, you fucking dragon. I want to fight you on your own. There we go. Take out the Wyvern. Die from the hit pain and straight. Yeah. Alright, we took care of a lot of the dangers there. Feel a little safer about exploring. Oh, there was another one of those guys? Well, damn. Harrow up, let's go. Go. Oh shit, I actually would have, that was a mistake. I should have gone further like that. This is a little scary. There's another Rhyme Drake? Really? There's another Rhyme Drake! Okay, see, I got a little cocky here. I shouldn't have moved forward as much as I did. I thought I killed the Rhyme Drakes. I wanted to get on those stairs. Then this Wyvern cock blocked me. And there's 2 Basilisks, which means twice as many chances I could get paralyzed. And I don't have any potions. I was gonna say, hopefully I could get something that would help here, but I wanted a potion of resistance, but if I keep moving, it's gonna be harder for them to paralyze me. I'm encased in ice. Alright, here we go. We can win from here. It's gonna be a little dicey, but with heroism and finesse, as long as we kill the basilisks, like, now that we've got them so that if they'd gotten a paralyze on us out in the open, we could have been in big trouble. But since we're here, we should be fine, I'd say. Unless one shows up behind us. What the fuck? So many of these dragons. What the shit? Alright, we're definitely using our finesse and just bailing. Alright, there we go. Oh god, that's actually scary. Holy fuck. That dragon showing up behind me was like... Alright, oh god, I'm gonna die. Stones. It's a stone, Luigi. You know what, I have an idea. I'm gonna purposely step onto this alarm trap. Look at this. You hear, look how many enemies are around here. From stepping on that mark trap. Look at all these messages. You hear a loud deep croak, you hear an angry hiss, you hear a loud deep croak, you hear a croak, you hear an angry hiss, times 2. You hear a loud deep croak, you hear a croak, you hear a loud deep croak. So I'm just gonna wait. Here, there they are. So my plan here is I stepped on that on purpose because I wanted to lure some of these enemies away from those other areas. And now I can safely take them up here to a place where I know I have some good spots for defense. Sentinel's mark is worn off. Okay, there's a basilisk down there, which is a little dangerous. There we go, we got the Komodo separated. That's what I wanted. Those other enemies, if I get petrified, I don't think they'll be able to do much damage. That should be too much danger. If I just keep pulling them back like this, we'll be fine. Oh god, this is a little dangerous, a little dicey. Oh, that's right, my heroism ran out. That's why I was like, why is this so difficult? Oh, that's... See? Do as I say, not as I do. Whew! Alright, so... You notice, you might be like, oh, well, what happens if you set a skill cap on one of your skills, and then that's the only skill you're leveling? What happens if it's the max? Do you just lose that XP? No. It goes, hey, you need to be leveling up something. You need to enable at least one skill. So you've got long blades to 14. Let's go back to leveling up fighting. And you know what? I'm thinking maybe we should start putting points into evocations. I want to show you guys some of the power. Some of the power. Let's heal this all up. Yes. Oh, here's a fun thing you can do. Say you've possibly lost an item that your god gifted you. Well, if you type gift, everything your god has gifted you has the marking of gift, so you can always find where they are. We've got them all on hand. Oh shit. There's a death yak there. Okay, the frog is they're blocking all our good paths here. Oh my god, the frog, I was gonna run around him, it would have been fine. But the one in the one spot we wanted to moved. So that was nice of him. That was really kind of him. And we can retreat back to this corner. I'm a little worried about that death yak, but this way the frogs can't blink behind me and flank me. If you notice, okay, right now, so this right here is what our last action, I mentioned this before, this is how much time our last action took. You'll notice now that our long blades have hit 14, it is 0.7 of a turn. Meaning any enemy that's turn takes longer than that, we essentially can get multiple hits on them before they get an attack. And that's pretty fast. Alright, I'm done going down there for now. Or am I? Oh fuck, there's a torpor snail here. Okay, these guys are assholes. So the way these guys work is as long as they're in your vision range, you are slowed. Even if you cancel it, it will immediately pop back up. They constantly, and they're not blocked by having things around you. As long as they can see you, you are slowed. They suck. Which is why we're gonna run away. Holy shit, look how much damage we took. And now that is a combination of things. So one, we are surrounded by one thing. We are slowed because of the torpor snail, which affects us while we were climbing the stairs. We don't get sped back up until we finally get back up the stairs. Alright, so I just finessed, as well as heroism, and I nearly killed these enemies while running over here because I kept retaliating and riposting. There we go. The Komodo Dragon's what I was worried about. We got it. A little close, but that's why we love up fighting so much. So we can afford, you know, we can make some dicey plays like that. I don't want to go down there anymore. I feel like that was enough for now. Oh shit. Wow, that was unfortunate. Wow. I went down this staircase to check. Yeah, yaks they're tough sons of bitches. So the second I stepped down here, the basilisk gazed at me and started petrifying me. Can I make it back upstairs? Nope. I've been turned to stone. I'm still 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 stone. Oh my god, I made it. I'm upstairs. Why they didn't follow me? Alright, well, now the fact that they're actually standing at the stairs waiting for me to come back down, now I really want to go back down. That means it's actually easier for me to get on them. Unless they ran away, you fucker. What do you mean you're not at the stairs anymore? Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Okay, a Hydra showing up. Well, that time I purposely got petrified because I knew they wouldn't be able to damage me. Unfortunately, a Hydra ran around the corner right as that happened. We can kill this Hydra, we just need to get some distance. But getting distance with these things around is going to be way too difficult. This guy can freeze me and this guy can petrify me. So this is very much a situation where we need to use the teleport and get out. And right now I'd say just try to run. Okay. Yes! We found the basilisk on his own. That is so good. Basilisk can't do much damage on its own, especially once it's turned you to stone. Alright, okay. There's once again, basilisks on their own, not that dangerous. Basilisks around other enemies, massive danger. Hydra especially. Where'd that Hydra go? They just kind of wander around. What if that wasn't the basilisk and that was actually another one that I just somehow missed all the time I was here? Because that could happen. I don't think that happened, but that could happen. Buddy, I've been looking for you. An 8-headed son of a bitch, huh? Exactly what I wanted to see. I'm gonna use Ice Blast before you get too close. There we go. Now we... Look at this. We've leveled up evocations. I just zapped that acid, hit both of them, and nearly killed the other one with the first hit. Let's go. What about Mind Blast? Oh, he resisted. Shit. Okay, back to acid. Never mind. Acid! Kill them both. Oh, I can't believe that fucking Hydra ran around the corner at the time. That's why you gotta not be cocky like me. Be like, oh, I could get paralyzed here. It'll be fine. And then immediately a Hydra walks around the corner. Okay, yes, so this is where a lot of times I've also got myself killed. I keep forgetting which staircase is which. So right here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hit Control and X. I'm sorry, not Control and X. I'm just gonna hit X. I'm gonna highlight this staircase. We hit E twice. And now I put a little X over it. See that X? That doesn't really do anything gameplay-wise, but it's just a reminder to myself to be like, hey, be careful about that staircase. There's dangerous shit waiting at the bottom for you. Just shoot a wand of random effects at this frog. Why not? This can literally do any effect in the game. It can haste them. It could buff them. It could polymorph them. It could give them a unique effect. Basilisk. Come on. Yes! Thank you. Now you die. Oh, God. That... Load off my mind, I tell you what. Anytime a basilisk willingly runs into melee with me, I'm like, thank you. Thank you. Our skills are looking pretty good. I'm real happy with how our skills are looking right now. What? I was trying to pull two of them up and then one of them ran away. Oh, that's a little more than I wanted, but we can get into a tunnel. Can't teleport when there's a fucking wall behind me, can you, bud? Where'd you go? Where'd you get back here? Let's clear out this lair, dude. This lair of beast. I'd like to pull at least two up, please. R3, okay. You guys got me. Well played. Or did you? Sometimes the enemies just don't give you what you want, you know what I mean? They know I'll do just the thing to piss you off. Have I found any good armors, really? Because, yeah, like I can say, my current armor finds have been pretty lackluster. I suppose I could buy those gloves. Ooh, a shiny kite shield, actually. If we don't find any good armor by the time we're done with Lair, we're going to D10. We're buying this, this, and this. That could all be big upgrades for us. Another Rhyme Drake. I'd like to break eyesight with him, please. Thank you. Home to Bel Air. It's good. It's good. Also, I keep forgetting I need to use these scrolls. Alright. I could... See... This is another one where it's kind of like a side grade. Do I want to use it? No, we're gonna save the scrolls of enchant armor because we're about to go buy some armor that might be better. So, and in the case of we're about to buy something that could be better, it's worth saving the scrolls. Alright, finally, I'm gonna be done with you, you son of a bitch. Gotcha. Oh, that torpor snail's so dangerous. Unless it's on its own, much like the basilisk. There's a lot of enemies in this game that you start to realize, like, okay, this guy on his own is nothing. But when he's with a group, holy fuck, he's the most dangerous thing alive. Oh, found a dagger. I don't give a shit about a dagger. Oh, you know, I probably should have stopped for a second, but you might have noticed that for a second there, the polar bear had a little angry face at the bottom. That meant he was berserked. Berserk is actually more dangerous for enemies than it is you. Berserk enemies get actually slightly higher increase to their damage than players do. Same when they're just mighted up. It's very dangerous. So anytime you see an enemy is getting mighty or berserked, be very careful because they're stronger than you think. Okay, we've searched all the way except for the last floor of lair. I think it's time we go to D10. Oh, so you know what? Now remember, we didn't finish searching D10. That was the floor with all the fucked up shit. Which, even with how strong we are now, that stuff is incredibly strong. Because, like, to give you an idea, we would go through probably a couple more floors of the dungeon, and then we'd go do the orcs, and then we'd go do a place called the vaults. The vaults are where a lot of the enemies that we encountered in that room, that's when they start spawning. So that's like 3 more areas before those guys start fucking showing up normally. So that, bit of a shock. But here, we'll go back and get some looks around. Let's get back to the top here. Did I finish searching? What was over there? Oh, that's right. That's where the electric eels were. We'll worry about that later. Is there any other floors I didn't finish searching? Oh, that was lava. Okay. Just gotta remember. Okay, now we finished searching all the layers. Other than the very bottom floor. We'll come back. We'll come back to it. Alright, we're on Dungeon 11, and this is a little bit of a scary one. So I kind of want to go back to D10 and try our luck with some of those enemies now. If we get them on their own, we should be able to handle them. Just looking at all my tools and thinking and stinking. Yeah, I think we should get to that shop. Not that one. That one. Alright, we have a good amount of money. A plate armor could be fucking huge on us right now. I think that's the best thing we could hope for. Any enchantment, like, as long as it's got, like, at least better than a +1 would be ideal. Honestly, anything would pretty much be good. +2 plate armor of cold resistance. That's not bad. Alright, so let's... There we go. You know what? No, I should show you. So, if you're changing out your body armor, you want to go somewhere where you know everything is dead. Because, so not where I'm at, because Dungeon 10 was actually the floor I cleared. Dungeon 9 is the dangerous one. Okay. So, the reason you want to do that is because changing up body armor takes longer than anything else, and it's very likely an enemy could show up while you're taking it off. Let's see here. Let's see how long it takes. So right now we got 26 and 8. With this we'll have 31 and 7. That's a big increase. And that took 10 turns to do. Change his body armor to rank fights. Yeah, no. Don't do that. It's a trick. You can swap weapons pretty easily, and you can very much swap jewelry without much issue. God, I still can't get over the fact that all this stuff spawned on Dungeon 9. This is a little fucked up. I'm really trying to make these, really trying to make me earn these runs. I'm trying to lure them away in case it was going to lure any big, scary enemies. Haven't 2 times? No! Well, now you know. There's one of those fuckers. Okay. Here's a fun trick to deal with really strong ranged enemies. Get a melee with them. That's it. That's the trick. It's very rare. There is, so 99% of the ranged enemies in the game, even if it's like, oh god, they have like a +9 insanely strong artifact crossbow, just get a melee with them. Because you might be like, oh, but they'll just keep shooting me with the crossbow. Because you can do that. They can't. The amount of enemies in the game that can attack you with their incredibly strong ranged weapons while in melee range with you, there's like 3 of them. They're very rare. They'll have a tag when you examine them that says Master Archer. So centaurs suck in melee range, although this guy does have a +7 Vorpal hand axe, which is disgusting that it spawned something like that at this point in the game. But I mean, it's fine. It's still, he's still a centaur and he sucks at melee, so we chop him the fuck up. I'm more worried about the other centaurs showing up, because if they show up in a big open area, I could eat a lot of arrows. Okay, Cyclops are also pretty dangerous. They're like ogres, except more accurate, faster, and they have a ranged attack. And their ranged attack is they literally just grab a big-ass fucking rock and hurl it at you. And it hurts. And I will say, if you ever want to do a build focused on throwing, pick an ogre. An ogre run that was focused entirely around throwing attacks was one of my favorite runs ever. Because it's literally just like, you're going into these big, ancient relic and ruins where there's like these ancient liches and masterful mages and wizards and undead warriors. And I'm just a dude in a loincloth with a big rock, and I just throw it and I kill all of them. And it fucking makes laugh every time when I just watch my character, like, all them casting all these crazy ass spells, and I'm just like, rock to face, go! Yeah, he just threw a large rock. The large rock hit me and did 11 damage. That's pretty weak for a large rock throw, to be honest. I am gonna harrow up. Oh, Okawara. Now we're talking. So these are gonna have like 1 less armor than the current class I'm wearing, but god damn it, there we go. But they make me resistant to electricity, which is a very rare resistance. As I said, you can't become immune to it, but it does help. I'm keeping my hands on this buckler because we're probably gonna have to go to a place full of poison at some point, and that'll be handy. Alright, that's an area where I didn't want to run into that centaur. It's fine. Oh, hey Basilisk, you're right around that corner, huh? You just chilling? Alright, so here's a fun thing. That centaur is so fucked now, so check this out. Nothing happens if you do it. It don't do nothing. You're already worshipping Trog. So here's a fun thing. Say there's a really strong enemy in your hallway like a centaur. They're ranged, so all you have to do is just... This orc in front of me, he's so weak. He's nothing to me. He's like he's a fly. So I'm just gonna ignore and try to not kill him. In the hopes, so now you see the centaur's gotten closer. Now, kill that orc. What up, centaur? I'm on you, buddy. Oh, what's that? Now you have to use your +0 dagger instead of your magic short bow? Let's go. So now when I walk away, he immediately pulls it back out. But first, I'd much rather kill that fucking basilisk. Oh, that's so much better. Get out of here. Alright, now we just... Dude, we killed the basilisk. Everything else is gonna fall so easily now. Just tear through him like butter. Tear through him like butter. Regular... Okay, acid dragon. break line of sight with that son of a bitch immediately. Okay, good. Because if he got some good hits on us while in a fight, he could really fuck us up. Because you've seen what corrosion do. It's gonna ruin your world. There's that freezing wraith. I've been looking for you. Now that I have my armor of cold resistance. Centaur, what are you doing hanging out with those orcs, you crazy bastard? Alright, gotcha. It's called getting baited. Oh my god. So we're actually... This Centaur is one of the incredibly rare cases where this Centaur is more dangerous in melee than he is in long range. Because he has a fucking +7 dire flail venom. I almost forgot about. Oh, that's incredibly fucking strong. So I'm definitely gonna shoot a bolt of acid in his face. My plan right now is I'm trying to lure the priest out. I don't want to have him attacking me from a range. There we go. And another one. There we go. Hey, hey, no problem. Easy game. Alright, we killed the centaurs that had somehow spawned with +7 fucking weapons. Still can't get over that. That's a little ridiculous. That should be all the major dangers. Gone. This floor should be pretty easy to clear up now. I just realized this is a run where the orcish mines spawned before the lair. That's fucked. Major stranger danger. It's just an incredibly rare thing to happen. So music stopped again. I can end this enemies. Yeah. You can tell this is one of those unique spawning things because it has this unique shape. If you look at the map, that's definitely not something that would get randomly generated. Look at that design. Human hands built this. Which is why it's full of fucked up shit. But our rewards are a +2 scale mill. What the fuck? Get that out of here. Oh, wow. A +7 war axe. I mean, flame isn't fantastic, but resisting poison. That's, for this point in the game, that's pretty good. If I used axes, I'd have been happy with that. Phantom Mirror is a really good item. We'll get into that in a second. And, ooh. Ooh, ooh. +5 ring mail with resist corrosion and dexterity increase. Ooh. Yeah, give me that works. Yeah. See, yeah. I swear to God, one of the reasons I pick Okawara is I swear to God, the randomization's like, alright, what weapon did he pick? Alright, that's what we're not giving him. So that's why I look Okawara, because you get a lot more chances of getting good shit. Oh, we found a ring of fire while we were in there as well. So do I want to use this scroll of enchant? Did I get any more gold? 75? No, I didn't find any more gold. Okay. So... Oh, wait. Did I not pick up that armor? Oop. This is, we need to attack. This is going to be close. I'm not sure if this actually, my current plate mail is going to be better than this ring mail, because this is +5. As well as having resist corrosion's really good. Right, 30 and 7. It's definitely not going to be that good, but it could still be pretty good. 25 and 10. Better than I thought. That's really good. That's definitely a piece of armor. So one thing in this game is you definitely want to keep multiple sets of clothing on hand for situations like, okay, we have that armor is the only thing we have that has resist corrosion. Well, say we want to do the slime pits later, we're going to need that, because everything in the slime pits does that. So here, I'll show you what the Phantom Mirror does. This is actually the perfect situation to use it. It's an 8-headed Hydra, it's a real motherfucker. The Phantom Mirror. Actually, we should read. A hand mirror which can create a reflection of a nearby creature, clouding in the process. The reflection's duration increases with the evocation skill, and decreases with the willpower of the target. It is invariably slightly weaker than the creature it mirrors. Once activated, this device and all other devices of its kind are rendered temporarily inert. However, they recharge as you gain experience. So yes, how this works is we create a clone of a creature that's slightly weaker, and then the mirror essentially just breaks temporarily, and then as we gain XP, it'll eventually come back online and we can use it again. It's an incredibly good item. Unfortunately, you'd think like, oh, I could carry like 8 of those mirrors and make an army, but no, as it said, if you use one, all of them, they're like all magically linked together and they all stop working until you charge them up again. But for situations like, say, a giant fucking 8-headed Hydra, I want him to be, there we go. It's incredibly useful. Look, I made a clone. He already nearly killed the clone, but look at his HP as well. He's nearly dead. My clone killed him. Let's go. That's my boy. And we get full XP for it because he was our minion. Here's Heplioclicon. This is another great, really fun god. I refer to this as the co-op god. This god, when you follow them, they bring, you get in one of your character's ancestors. Like, in lore, like, they're just a random ghost, but in the lore, it's like one of your character's great ancestors, who was like a great warrior, who then they come to join you in the dungeon, and they fight with you. And as you play, they get stronger, and they get better equipment and shit, and you can have them start going down specialization paths, and like turn them into a wizard and shit like that. You can also, and the best feature of all, you can name them. So you can name your little spiritual ancestor that flies around with you. They're basically like stands. They're little JoJo stands that follow you around. They're pretty sick, dude. Oh god. Okay, so we just got sucked into a shaft and dropped through floors. Thankfully, we've already searched floor 10 and a bit of 11. So this is still dangerous. We gotta be careful. Do I have a scroll of magic mapping? See, this is why you save scrolls of magic mapping. Boom! Okay, we know where the stairs up are. I do want to quickly check this shop. That's a pretty good sling, but I ain't using slings. The answer, it heals over time, much like you do, but you also will gain abilities to heal them. It's one of your god abilities is you can heal your ancestor, and it also buffs them temporarily. It's pretty sick. It's a really fun god, and it's also a pretty good one also. I'd say not a bad one for beginners, but I'd recommend still just trying to go for a win with your like Trog or Okawaru setup first. But it's not a bad one for beginners. It's pretty nice because the ancestor also gives you the benefit of if you ever get caught out in the open, you won't be entirely alone and surrounded by enemies. You'll have them to help disperse the damage being set up, and you can also like gang up on enemies. Has a lot of benefits. Let's go upstairs. Okay, so I'm gonna heroism because it's a 2-headed ogre. Oh, he got some good hits in. Oh, I'm feeling pretty good now that we cleared out Dungeon 9. That was kind of weighing on me a bit. I was like, ooh, I'm a little nervous. Those were some pretty dangerous spawns for that point in the game. Alright, I'm feeling pretty good about the gear we have, so I'm going to start enchanting this. Have we really not found an amulet? That's a little strange. You'd think we'd have at least found... Well, actually, no, I think we did. Yeah, okay, that's right. We found some amulets. Wait, I passed up, but... Oh, that's right, it was in a shop. I will be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm back. So yes, we got a couple amulets here. I haven't talked about. Amulet of Faith. What this does is while you wear it, all piety gains you get for your god are massively boosted. It's really good if you worship a god that's a little harder to please than someone like Trog or Okawaru. Don't really need it as a newer player. It is kind of nice because it massively increases the speed at which you get the piety with your god, so you can get your later abilities quicker. The problem is then your amulet slot is taken up by the Amulet of Faith, and once you take it off, you lose 2 stars of piety with your god. So it's good for building it up quick, but then you gotta take it off, and it's like, ah, fuck. I would like to get that Amulet of Reflection, though. So we'll probably try and save up for that. It's not like a super great one, but it's much better than what we have, which is nothing. So let's look at our dungeon overview. Let's look at some stuff.
You found something really cool.
Oh, Paul, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Glad you've been enjoying. So, we could go do some of the first floor of Orc. Look around there. Alright, so when you first go into Orc, the first floor can be a little dangerous, but usually it's not too bad right at the entrance. So I'll usually hang out in the first floor. As you can see, there's a lot of Orc priests, but at this point we're tough enough to not too much of a danger. Dungeon 8 now? Nice! Good shit, dude. Almost forgot to click, well, hey! This is good, let's go! So this is a bit of a danger, but we can slowly pull these guys up with us. I'm gonna finesse and then wait for, the ogre, they should be able to start surrounding me here. But if I'm finesse, I should be able to get up without taking too much damage. There we go. There we go, that's what I want to see. Now I'm gonna step out of the way. Hero. Kill the Orc Priest. There we go. And then slowly lure them back over here and take them out one at a time. And then we'll go do that again. What, you guys not even gonna step up to me? I'll come to you. Again, Orc Priests, even at this point, you want to take them out before anything else. They're assholes. So there was an Orc Wizard, but he went invisible, and I don't know if you noticed, but I did kill him. It happened very quick. Oh, there's some free plate mail here. Do I have anything that has been identified? No? Okay. Man, I can't believe I haven't found potions of degeneration or mutation yet. A little strange. How are my skills looking? Pretty good, pretty good. I'm starting to run low on some of my wands. Should probably be a little more conservative with them. Regular ass orcs, get out of here. Be gone with you! Let's heroism up and then get back down, and oh, that's a lot of enemies. Let's take them back upstairs. Regular orcs pose very little threat to me at this point. I'm so tough with my 32 armor. 7 evasion, but 32 armor, dude. Pretty hard to do damage to me when I got that much armor. Like, look, this dude has been hitting me, but the Orc Warrior hits you, but does no damage. Cause I'm just too damn tanky, dude. Minotaur fighters is the real shit. Oh, there was an invisible priest attacking me there, huh? Well, he's dead now. Oh, you know what? Something I see a lot of new players fall for is you gotta keep an eye out. So there's rings of fire, and then there's also rings of fire resistance. There is a difference. So, rings of fire, not only do they make you have resist fire, they also increase the power of your fire magic. Here's the problem though. They also make you weak to cold, whereas rings of fire resistance just give you the fire resistance. So be careful about that. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, Paul. You got a pretty good mix of armor and evasion there. Yeah, like I said, the general tip I've been given is basically just when you find gear, compare it a bit and add the armor and evasion together, and whichever combination gives you the highest total number, that's what you should basically be going with. Glad to hear it, Paul. I hope my advice has been helping. Hope you have a good one. Tonight's the night. You're gonna get that win, dude. Look at all these orcs. Honestly, I shouldn't have done what I just did. I shouldn't have gone running at them. I should have pulled them to me. That's... Don't do what I just did. That was an unnecessary risk. There could have been an orc sorcerer waiting around the corner to smite my ass. Now, this place is honestly my favorite place to do a scroll of mapping because Orc 1 is almost always some weird disjointed shape like this. It isn't always, but this is probably the most common place in the dungeon to have a spawn like this. It just means you have to take multiple stairs to be able to actually fully explore it. Because a lot of times I notice people will come to Orc 1 and be like, wow, why is it so small? And it's like, no, it's bigger. You gotta go find the other half of it. Yes, it is very nice for being able to take a break. I usually will be playing this game while watching TV shows or listening to a podcast or something. And it's just a nice, I would say relaxing, but sometimes it can get stressful when it's like, oh fuck, how do I get out of the situation? Looks like we go, oh, okay, here we got, damn, we haven't seen a unique enemy in ages. We've actually been pretty lucky with our amount of unique spawns. Or I guess maybe unlucky, depending on how you look at it. Some people really like fighting them because they usually have really good gear. This guy's gear appears to be shit, though, looking at the fact that he's got a +0 and a +1. So this is Fanar, and his gimmick is he's a really powerful cold mage. Unfortunately for him, we just equipped armor of cold resistance. So we're basically gonna blast his ass into next week very easily. Oh, you did some cold magic at me? Oh, you didn't even land it, buddy. I don't even need to finesse. I'm just gonna chop you up. Oh, shit, I forgot. Oh, I forgot he has that spell. Yes, he can drain heat from enemies to heal, but you know what? There we go. Got him. He's not that tough. Fanar, if you don't have cold resistance, can be a little tough if he comes at you from a distance. But if you get into melee on him, he's pretty fragile. I seen that dude a lot. Alright. I'm feeling pretty good about our stats and our gear now that we went back and we got that plate mail. Do I have resist poison? No, I don't. That's fine. I can swap shields if I need to. So let's go back and finish up the lair. Orc, what? I missed an orc warrior. Get him. Oh, so yeah, also if you don't know, you can hit Shift G. And then you can hit an area, so like right now, as you can see at the top there, it says dungeon. Where do you want to go? Dungeon, temple, lair, snake pit, orcish mines? I want to go to L. Lair. Alright, what level of the lair? See? Lair of beasts. Told you, that's the full name. So, where do you want to go? I want to go to floor 5. Let's go. And there we go. Oh, hey guys, how's it going? Oh shit, there's a pig! Pigs are a special enemy. As far as I know, they do not spawn normally in the game. They only spawn if there's a certain unique in the area. So we'll encounter them in a second. So yaks will get fucked up by water, but fun fact, I don't believe elephants actually get inhibited by water because they're so big. It's even in deep water. Actually, deep water might fuck them up. Either way, we need a finesse. Get them all in the water. Here we go. Only the elephant can follow us onto this deep water, so fuck him up. There we go. This deep water essentially acts as a wall to the X. They cannot go through it because they will drown and they can't swim. Alright. Well, you know what? Fuck it. Let's make some bacon. I killed the pig, guys. I did it. I feel like a bit of a monster. I killed that fucking pig. It was so easy. Oh, hey guys, how's it going? What's going on this floor, huh? You guys throwing a party for me? How the fuck do you know I was coming down here? Oh god. The wolves don't bother me. It's the fact that there's 2 hydras on one screen and I only have 4 zaps of my acid wand left that's gotten me a little scared. So, alright, quickly, finesse, hero, boom, 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 boom. Wolves honestly aren't that tough. I swear to God, wolves are another enemy I feel like must have been nerfed, because I remember them being a little tougher. Even nowadays, even when they surround me, I'm like, yeah, you're not that bad. You're not that bad. I could go pick up that fucking sick-ass axe I found. I have no skill in axes, but it is +7. But actually, no, that's right. Since I have no training, it would make me very slow. Nah, it's not worth it. I think we should just do the same trick we've been doing for dealing with these hydras. But first, I'm gonna put a little marker over that staircase so I don't forget that that's the one where the hydras are waiting for me. Ooh, money. Basilisk comes. Oh, it's down there. Oh, I see it. Alright. I got paralyzed, but I got myself into a good position right before it happened, so get it. I really wish I had more Wand of Digging charges for this last level, but it's fine. We can get through with heroism. Remember when these blink frogs used to hurt us? It was so long ago. Oh my god, I just realized we've actually lost a bunch of faith with Okawaru. We can't finesse anymore. I guess I have been a little spendy. Oh man, that's a really good evocable, but we got a Hydra to deal with real quick. Okay, I'm feeling a little better about our paralysis chances now that I've leveled evocations. Chance to affect only 23%, never mind. As I said, paralysis, one of the harder ones to land. Alright, let's look through some of our chances. There we go, we corroded them. Now let's just start blasting. So anyways, I started blasting. You got 7 mines and they're all about to explode under the fury of my wand. Oh, come on. Come on. It can't hit me because I've corroded it so much. It keeps missing its attacks. There we go. I love, look at that. I blast it and now, like, since it exploded, blood splatters all over the nearby walls. It's a little touch that always made me laugh. I love. I live, I laugh, I love. Death Yak, but only one of them saw us, I thought. Oh, this is a perfect spot. Never mind, we're fine, we're good. Don't even need a heroism against these guys anymore. So this is an incredible item, especially if you've been leveling up evocations, because as I said, evocations is incredibly powerful. This is the lightning rod. You can zap it 4 times in a row, and every time you zap it, it gets stronger, and then much like the mirror, it will cool down. So, hey look, it's an 8-headed Hydra. What if I just used... Oh, my mirror is still inert. Never mind. Never mind. I was gonna look like a damn fool. Oh, I splashed it, but I didn't kill it. Alright, so check this out. Even without it being corroded, I think with our evocation skill at 3, that should be more than enough to lightning this bitch. Alright, that was cast 1. Didn't do that much damage, right? Meh. Cast 2. Alright. That was pretty good damage. What about cast 3? Oh my god, do you see that damage? And cast 4, he's dead. The nice thing about that is, as you saw, it hits, it goes past him. So say you've built yourself a little kill hole with the Wand of Digging. You just lure that whole conga line of enemies in there, and you're just like, hey, guess what? Rod of Lightning. Zap everything in the hallway. There's actually a bunch of fun little gameplay mechanics you can do with lightning as well. Like, lightning can bounce, can ricochet off walls. And if you know how to aim it, you can kill enemies around corners. Did YouTube stop me? Okay, no. Another new trick you can do with lightning. Oh, Back to Sea Shady 2, let's go. Yes, that's one of the really nice things about the lightning rod. It's not the best single target damage, but it's still pretty good, as you saw. Able to take a Hydra out on its own. But what's also really nice about lightning abilities is, okay, I have resist electric. So if I had another charge right now, I'd show you a neat trick. As I said, lightning bounces off walls. Say there's a really tough enemy, and I lured them into this hallway. Say an enemy was standing, I'll just drop something right here. I'm not gonna use this ring, so. Say an enemy was standing where that ring is, I could zap the lightning down just below me. It would hit him, hit the wall, bounce back, hit him again, hit me. I'm incredibly resistant to electric, so it probably wouldn't do that much damage. Also, your spells do slightly less damage to you than they do others if they splash to you. Bounce off this wall and hit him again. You can hit like 3 to 4 times with one cast, if you know how to position that shit. Let's start cutting up frogs, dude. Oh shit, that's a Hydra. Oh, I nearly tapped right into that Hydra. Luckily, we can... Yes, Ice Blast right around him. Yeah. Kill that polar bear. I'm using my Ice Blast because it's, again, one of my weaker... Oh, no, wait, don't want to get that. That's going to hit me. Although, honestly, I'm resistant to ice. I can probably get away with it. Fuck, I don't want to use my last acid. Mind Burst! Yeah, look at that explosion! The 4-headed Hydra's mind is blasted! Extra exclamation point. That's right, you blow up the 4-headed Hydra. Let's go! Give me that mess of gore! Alright, tearing through him, tearing through him. Ugh, Torpor Snail, fuck you. Get over here. Torpor snails are actually slightly intelligent. Sometimes they will just try to evade you. I hate them. I hate them. Very dangerous enemies. We still haven't found the person who's caused those pigs to spawn, and I know they're around here somewhere. There's no pigs without fire, that's what I always say. I was just running into that bush, my bad. Spiny frogs have a pretty dangerous amount of oh, God. Hey, my mirror's charged up again. There we go. Thanks, my 6-headed Hydra friend. Un elephant. Oh, no. It's just one, though. Sis, I hope this screen setup has been pretty good. I hope everything is nice and legible. I tried to fill in all the blank black space. I left this spot down here because that's where a lot of the chat messages popped up. I didn't want that to be, you know, too busy. But I hope it looks good. I hope you guys enjoy it. Took me a bit to figure out how to set things up that would look best for stream while still being readable and not make me go like, wait, what? What am I doing? Ooh, a Tyrant Leech. Okay, these are a little dangerous. These usually start showing up in the swamps, but they can show up here. These enemies do... You know what? I'll just examine. I hit the wrong button. So these enemies, an exceptionally aggressive blood-sucking annelid that thrives in swamps and marshlands. About 60 HP, decent evasion. It's slow, but it swims quickly. Yes, a lot of monsters, especially snakes and shit, move faster in water. And hydras as well. Don't go near water near a hydra. They're very fast. It's large. It bites for a lot of damage, and it also heals itself. So gotta be a little careful of that. So I'm gonna heroism and murder it. There we go. You can't do shit if I'm dodging you, buddy. Where's the rest of the elephants? It's very rare to be running into them one at a time like this. It's very, very strange. Has me a little nervous. Alright, Yax, did I get your attention? Good, good. Follow me. We going in. Back into the hole. There's lots of little... I want to say is... Yeah, if you remove a dexterity ring, you feel clumsy. And if you remove a strength ring, you feel weak. Hey, see that enemy right there? That's a fire dragon. They're pretty strong. Honestly, we could probably take that one if I buffed up. I don't want to take that risk at the moment, just in case I made some really stupid mistake I didn't think of. I'm almost positive we could take it, but they're an enemy that will be showing up even into the end game. Fire dragons, and last night when I was playing, I ran into an ogre and I cast polymorph on him and I turned him into one of those, and I just instantly quit the run. And I was like, yep, polymorph 1 still suck, fuck this. Oh yeah, I forgot these assholes can poison you with slow. A ring of poison resistance? I mean, yeah, that's gonna be pretty good for you. If you're playing another Minotaur fighter or Berserker, fucking, dude, +6 int is doing nothing for you. Int is only, you only need to care about intellect if you're using spells, or there is one other rare occurrence. This game does have one of those things where if any of your stats reaches 0 or lower, you will be in trouble. It used to just straight up fucking kill you. And the old days, if you hit 0 int, it was like, alright, you're brainless, you're dead. Or like, if you have 0 strength, you can't support your own weight, and your body crushes under its own weight, or like from the weight of the armor. Nowadays, it just really fucks you up. So, the only time you should ever really care about int as a warrior is if, say, like, something in the later game has really drained your intellect to the point where you're about to hit 0. Then you would want to, like, maybe pop on that ring. Otherwise, unless that situation occurs, go with the poison ring. Poison is such a bigger issue in the early game. Another Tyrant Leech, oh shit. Oh. That's about to be charged. You don't say. God, it's too far to be able to bounce it back and hit them multiple times, I think. 3 slow snail. Well, I mean, they can't stack up on the slow, so I don't know why I'm shocked or angry. Let's go. Look at that. Oh, man, did you see that big blast that went around there? That was me bouncing it around a bit. The little faded area, that's where it's going to be bouncing and doing shit. So, bam! Look at that! Alright, I'm actually starting to take damage. It's time to finesse. Kill this fucking Tyrant Leech. Oh my god, there's more of them? I mean, there's so many... Oh, that's a Lindworm. That's a little scary. Do I have... Okay, I have Fire Resist. I should be fine. But I should probably maybe quaff a potion of... Do I have... Wow, I really don't have any potions of might, huh? It happened again? Now, this is definitely a situation we'll be fine. It's just one where it's like a little dangerous. We might have to use healing or something, but... If we could kill these slow snails before we fight that Lindworm, that would actually be fucking awesome. Let's go! Oh my god, get rid of that slow to fight this thing. Whew! Those snails, yeah, like I said, they just slow you if they're in vision range of you, so they're... Oh fuck, I forgot these guys could do this. These hornets can paralyze you. Yeah, throw heroism back on. Get me in this corner, a little further away from that. Ah, nice little healing spot. Right, now I'm fully healed. I don't give a shit. Come back. Come at me, buddy. You're not fighting me when I'm at half health anymore, are you? Now you fighting the real deal. See, this is what I'm talking about, where this is the point where I start getting really cocky. And then all of a sudden, I keep tabbing, and then all of a sudden, a named elite walks around the corner, and he's like, sup, bitch. And I'm like, oh, shit. And speaking of named elite, I see a bunch of pigs. Is that Kirk? Who is Kirk? She throws some strange powder, gestures wildly while chanting. So this lady has a special gimmick that only she has. She can turn you into a pig. And when you're a pig, it's not great. Start to keep shit up. There we go. So she's one of the few times where I'm like, you know what? Getting surrounded, the pigs aren't that dangerous. Just try and kill her fast. Alright, she's definitely going to turn us into a pig. It is worth the finesse for this. Yes, get it. It's not Cersei, Sanji. Get it. It's Kirk. And then look. Oh my god, all the pigs turned into regular humans and now they're friendly with me. A +2 hat of willpower, eh? I don't have a hat. And that's a really fucking good one. So that's another +2 to our armor as well as some extra magic resist. Why am I? Oh, I'm still slow. Yeah, I'll keep equipping myself. I'm just putting a hat on. It doesn't take that long. So each piece of equipment actually has only certain enchantments that can be on them outside of artifacts. And willpower is a pretty fucking good one as far as hats go. But ideally, I'd really like us to get a hat of See Invisible. That would be really nice. Because we're at the point where some dangerous invisible enemies can start showing up. And if we don't have a way of being able to see them, it could be well, we should still be able to handle them, but it's going to be a lot more dangerous. Hey, there's my favorite lady. See this little jiggle? This little jiggle altar? Look at it jiggling. Look at that little jiggle. That's Jivya's altar. You see a viscous altar of Jivya here. You hover. Oh, yeah, because I'm flying. I hover solemnly before the altar of Jivya. That's a cute little touch. I love that stuff. Jivya is the ancient deity of the slimes. Followers are expected to support the spread and satiation of their fellow slimes by allowing them to consume items and are forbidden from harming any slimes. Especially favored followers will become as shapeless as their god, as their attributes and mutations shift around under Jivya's influence. So Jivya's my favorite god in the game. Jivya's so fun. The number one change they've ever made in this game that made me so butthurt. And just like, devs, why? That was so fun. Jivya altars used to spawn in the temple where all the other gods did, but I think they were like, Jivya's too strong if you know what you're doing. So they made it so Jivya only spawns either in the slime pits or at the entrance to the slime pits, which means, you know, in the lair. So you have to get all the way to this point without a god if you want to worship Jivya, or, you know, get really strong and then abandon your god and worship Jivya. Jivya's such a fun god, though. Like, once you know how to play the game, I cannot recommend playing Jivya enough. They're so fun. Your run is just constantly changing, and the mutation, there's a bunch of unique mutations that you can only get through worshipping Jivya, and it's stuff like you'll have a little tiny slime that's attached to your body, and it just eats projectiles. Anytime an enemy fires a projectile at you, it just eats it. It gives you a little bit of nourishment from it. And there's also shit like, you leave just all the garbage items you're not using, you leave it on the ground, and then slimes come up and they just eat it. And when they eat it, it'll say like, Jivya gurgles happily, and then your HP gets restored. It's fucking awesome. I love Jivya so much. She's so fun. You got Steam Dragon. Come on, my human friend. There we go. We got another Steam Dragon, buddy. Swamp Dragon. Oh, Swamp Dragons kind of suck. They can poison you, and their mist can also sometimes confuse you. A Basilisk, get out of here. Damn, you're a tough son of a bitch to kill, ain't you? Why are you so tough? Of course. Of course. Oh! Wow, what luck is that? So, I don't know what was going on. That Basilisk was having, like, the most insane rolls to be constantly avoiding me like that. But then, just then, on the same turn that I got petrified and turned to stone, I killed the Basilisk, and the Acid Dragon attacked me, and I fucking headbutted it and killed it in one hit. Let's go. That was so lucky. I could fly. I could go over these heavy... Oh, it's another Steam Dragon, huh? Where do you guys keep coming from? Why are there so many of yous? I already passed the swamp. I don't know why there's so many of you here. Oh, there's a swamp. Why are there so many swamp enemies here? I'm not in the swamp. Unless, is this actually the swamp spawn? I want to get out of these poison clouds. Oh, the Cloudamon's already gone. Oh, sick. I thought the swamp entrance was going to be where that electric eel was on that previous floor. Where all the bog bodies were guarding it. This is two areas that look like swamp spawns. What the fuck? I didn't want to stand up. So this is a red dragon. Let's see how we can handle him. Yeah, he's not that tough. Yeah, we can go back up there. Get that money. I was being too cautious at that point. I knew I could have handled him. Give me that money. I know there's just a red dragon in here. Yes, look at the money. This is strange. I just realized we haven't seen a single fucking Ocklob plant. That's weird. They're actually, I almost always see at least 2 or 3 of those in the lair. They're green little plants that fire acid at you if you get near them. And they're kind of dickheads. I kind of hate them. Because they're very strong. They have a very large aggro radius. And they usually spawn in groups, meaning you'll have multiple acid blasts flying your way. It's basically better to just completely ignore any area they're going to be in, rather than try to challenge them. Unless you're incredibly strong. Oh, baby! Ooh. Ooh. What is that? Lance. Is that a polearm? It is a polearm. Fuck. That's... This is a unique. This is like... So... Most of the items in the game, like these, this is randomly generated. But there are some that aren't randomly generated, and this is one of them. And that is a fucking good one. Like, if it wasn't for the fact that I've already invested so many points into longswords, I'd almost say, throw that shit in the trash. Let's go over to this, because this weapon is crazy. It has a unique modifier. Slay Drak. This is a unique modifier only this weapon has in the entire game. An enchanted lance, deadly to all dragonkind. And considering, like, 70% of the endgame enemies are dragons, this is incredibly fucking useful. It also boosts your AC without having to have that stupid protection modifier, meaning it's always boosting it, not just when you hit enemies. While also providing fire and cold resistance, which are useful throughout the entirety of the game, beginning to end. This is a fucking good unique. It's a shame it's a spear. I'll go for the money for now. So yeah, we read a scroll of acquirement, and when you read that, it gives you 4 choices of stuff you can get. There's almost always something really good. This isn't a bad amulet, but minus willpower is just... Willpower is one of the things you never want to have lower, because willpower is your chance to resist effects like the Basilisk's Petrify, confusion spells from wizards, sleeping spells, anything that would just fuck with you that's not straight up elemental damage, that's resisted by willpower. So having that lowered kind of puts you in a good chance to get fucked. So I'm just going to go with the gold. We can use that and just buy some stuff at the shops. That's pretty good. And we finished Lair 6. I'm trying to remember if there's anything in any of these shops. Did we look at all the stuff at... Oh, yeah, you know what we should put? Let's go hit up that jewelry shop on the very first floor. Whee! Look at us go! All the way back to the beginning! Yay! Oh, I hit a button. Oh, also, if you hit the Shift G to go where... If you just hit Enter, you'll automatically go to where you last said you were going. Which is good if you get interrupted by, like, running into an enemy you've missed. And there we go. Yeah, the Amulet of Reflection, I think, is going to be pretty good for us. rings do I have again? They're alright. Alright, here we go. This will help us with those ranged enemies. Which is going to be good since we're going into the orcs area. Okay, I like what we have now. Any potions we missed? No, okay. We've not found a ton of potions. We've actually been pretty good on scrolls, but our potion selection's not been great. Like 8 potions of lignification, dude. Not great. Not my favorites. Let's go check out the orcs. We gotta be real careful here. As I'm sure Paul will tell you, this place can be pretty dangerous. So we only have 2 ways we can, well, we have 3 ways if we can count the trapdoor, but just, might as well just count it as not existing. Oh no, a bunch of regular orcs. They surrounded me. Ah! Heroism, bitch! Let's go, bring it! And look at that, it takes 1 shot to kill them. I killed one of those just with an auxiliary attack. Let's go. Alright, what's down this other staircase? Oh, more orcs. Oh, but there's an orc warrior. That means that guy's actually a little dangerous. Let's... There we go. Just kill those other orcs. Now focus him. There we go. Oh, shit. Jorgren is pretty strong. So Jorgren, he shows up early on, and most of his spells aren't super dangerous, but he's a master of earth magic. So earth magic's main gimmick is it's very physical, and if you have really good armor like we do, he's gonna be a little less threatening. But my number 1 tip for fighting Jorgren, don't stand near any fucking walls. And if there's a basilisk in the area, Jorgren should be considered the most dangerous enemy in the game. And that's not an exaggeration. If there's a basilisk around or anything that could petrify you, do not even think of, immediately use your best escape option. Because Jorgren has one of the strongest spells in the game. It's just very conditional on how to use it. Unless, maybe they've nerfed him. I highly doubt it. Let's check. Okay, no, okay. Oh, no, yes, he does. He has Lee's Rapid Deconstruction, that's right. I thought I remembered him having Shatter, but that's a move that'll really fuck you up. He also knows Iron Shot, which is one of the strongest physical damage skills in the game. I don't know if you noticed, that's 3d28, meaning if he got a really good roll, that would be 84 damage. 84 damage with 1 attack. 1 attack! Jorgren's a real motherfucker. I would not recommend fighting him from a distance. Since we went up the stairs, he's now going to be like, hold on, what's going there? Oh, that dude actually has a pretty good enchantment. Pain ain't bad. I mean, doesn't really do much to undead enemies, but that ain't bad. I'm going to heroism before going down the stairs. Oh, Jorgen, where'd you go? Dude, you knew I was coming down these stairs. I thought he'd be waiting for me. There he is. See how he just blew a hole in that wall? That's what Jorgen does. He just shot an iron shot into me. No, I gotta say, I'm not a fan. Okay, there's a bunch of ogres. He's building an ogre army over there. That has me a little worried. Hey, Jorgen, bud. Do I have your attention? I'm really glad, because I wanted... Oh, shit, that's right. Acid has a short range. Shit. Jorgen, hey! How's it going? Get over here. I'm hasted. Oh, he's constricting me. I forgot he could do that. Yeah, he can cast a spell that constricts you, which is pretty bad. It slows your movements. Oh, there we go. Whew, he fucked me up, and this is with me being hasted. I didn't heroism there, which I probably should have. I was being a little less cautious than I should have. Jorgen is pretty dangerous, as I've said. What do you eat? What do you? Oh, well, you don't. It's so weird to me that they removed food, because food is such a major game mechanic in this game for so long. So many things are based around it. The fact that they're just one day they're like, yeah, we're just gonna remove food. So weird. I'm used to it now, but it's like it's fucking strange to get used to. Because one of the main reasons I didn't really like playing Wizards originally is because not only did Wizards have to manage leveling up their spells and the different schools and memorization and spell slots, you also had to keep track of when you cast a spell. It also made you hungry. So it's like, fuck, Wizards gotta care more about food than other people even. Stupid troll, what are you doing? What, are you gonna want to get sliced up? Hey, here's a fun thing. So trolls, when you kill them, if you do good, you get a troll leather armor. In terms of light armor, troll leather armor is incredibly good. It has, I want to say, basically the same stats as leather armor, but troll leather armor has a really special gimmick. The stiff and knobbly skin of a troll, it magically regenerates its wearer's flesh. That's right, while wearing troll armor, your HP regenerates over time. Incredibly recommended if you're playing a light armor character. It's very good. Even enchanted, like, you might be like, oh, it's still just leather armor. It's like, yeah, but that regeneration shit's fucking nasty good. That's like really good even into late game. And oh my god, if you're lucky enough to find like a randomly generated magic troll hide, ooh. Ooh. Also, we just got 8 more charges for our acid wand, so I'm feeling pretty damn good. This is a really rare design for the orc mines too, by the way. I've seen this one like once before. I'm hoping we don't run into Uruk or Saint Roka. I think they changed the spawn locations of Saint Roka, so shouldn't have to worry about running into her here. But we could definitely run into Uruk. That guy kind of scares me. He's killed me many times. Money. Oh yeah, so also there's always shops that spawn in the orc mines, level 2. So it's a great place if you're looking to find some guaranteed decent gear. You can always find some shops in the orc mines. Which made me laugh because I was telling you about that run I had the other day where for somehow, I don't know, it must have been a glitch with the latest version of the beta branch, but there was no temple between any, like there's no temple spawned, which I'd never seen before. In that run, no shops spawned until the guaranteed shops in here. Also, here we are our first Orc Knight. These dudes are pretty tough. At our point, we can handle them, especially if we use heroism, which I'm gonna do. Because look how many hits he can take. He was using a greatsword, which is a long blade like me, except it's a two-handed version, and it's strong. It is strong. A scroll we haven't read, really. We have so many identify scrolls at this point. Let's identify a scroll of blinking. Thank fuck. Oh, that's a good item. Scrolls of blinking are one of the best. So it's a short-range teleport, but you have complete control over where it's going. Anywhere you can see, you can teleport to. And that is so handy. Do you notice how that troll's HP was generating so quickly? It's because that's what trolls do. Their HP regenerate, dude. Fuck you, Orc Priest. I don't give a shit about your god. Reject your god. And embrace me. This is looking like a dangerous room. The fact that they're spawning perfectly like that and the way this is laid out leads me to believe that there's going to be a lot of magic casters spawned on top of it. I've seen this layout once before and it's been so long I don't really remember it. But I have a feeling it's going to be something like that, yeah. Yeah, okay, it's spawning the exact same enemies on each side. That's gonna be scary. We could definitely get flanked here. I would really like... Oh, I got rid of all my scrolls of noise. What can I do to make some noise? Zap! You hear a shout times 7. You hear a howl. You hear a shout times 17. What's that? Oh, over just like 25 enemies heard me do that. I want to keep luring them back, because for one thing, I do want to keep luring them here, but there's a couple enemies that are dangerous, even if I block their line of sight. Also, that dude just threw a boomerang at me, and I reflected it and nearly killed him. don't know if you saw that. Priest we need to keep breaking line of sight with, as I mentioned, because that smite it goes through armor. But my main worry is we're gonna start getting the conjurers. Oh, there's an orc warlord. That dude right there. That dude's a fucker. We need to be careful around him. He will destroy you. They used to spawn a lot more of those in these dungeons. Whew, okay. We could probably take him, but we've used up a lot of our faith. We can't use finesse. So we'd have to use some of our other stuff on hand. We could definitely blast him with the wand of acid. Alright, I got some ideas. Come on, guys, get in here. Oh, shit, there's an orc sorcerer. That's not what we want to see. Alright, here we go. I got some plans here. First of all, Phantom Mirror the Orc Warlord. So you can't see him, but he just spawned off screen. So now, I'm going to start aciding the Warlord. Oh, he's resisting it. This is getting a little scary. He's getting to me. Oh, God. Okay, hero up. I'm just going to keep aciding you. There we go. We got him with the corrosion, boys. Let's go. I'm just going to try paralyzing him. Oh, he easily resists? Okay, never mind. I'm going to try killing him now. That dude behind him's a little scarier, actually. To the point where I'm going to do one more acid blast through both of them. There we go. So this guy's gimmick is not only does he's like an orc wizard on steroids. He's the next level of orc wizard. He can cast a lot of spells, he can go, I think he can go invisible, but most importantly, he summons a lot of shit like this. And that's a lot of stuff that can damage you from a distance. So we want to get him killed fast. That orc warlord, no wonder he was so tough. He had a +1 plate mail. No wonder, damn. Alright, we got him though. Right, keep luring him. Alright, that dude cast a fireball at me and I reflected it and it killed him. It's too easy with these guys. Hey, orc warrior. What weapon is that? +0 scimitar of electrocution. Oh my goodness. I want that. Give me that. For reference, scimitar is essentially the next level of weapon above the long blade that we're using, and electrocution is one of, if not the best brands in the game of element. It is a +0, which isn't great, but we still haven't found, like, what, any enchanted weapon scrolls? Which means we're still probably going to find those at some point, and we'll be able to upgrade it. If not, you know, we'll just find a better weapon later. No reason not to hang on to it. Could become incredibly good. The last run I won ended with me using a +9 electric scimitar. The orc priest miscast his fucking smite. You idiot. How you fuck up talking to your god, dude? You just gotta be like, yo, what's up, god? I need you to smite this fool. How'd you fuck that up? Oh my god, there's so many of you. This one, I gotta say, this is actually definitely one of the more easy layouts I've seen. Not too many will give you this nice, like, little path right as it's leading in. It's pretty kind of them. Lure him away. Come on, lure them away. Oh, you got a couple good smites on me there, buddy. I'm actually gonna come back here and rest. Alright, fuck him up, fuck him up! Okay, that's the Orc High Priest. These guys are probably the second most dangerous enemy next to the Orc Warlords. Incredibly fragile, very easy to kill, but they are the upgraded version, obviously, of the Priests. Which you've seen do those 6 smites. And then you just get up on them, and then you just, take them out. Another Orc High Priest. But he didn't see me. Look, he just, that creature behind him is a pretty strong creature. He summoned that. And see how many more summons are appearing? But, we got, just gotta bait him. Bait that fucking fool. To come running straight at you. And then you go, hey, what's up? Line of sight. I cannot overstate how important it is to break line of sight. Hey, look, a shop. Here's one of our guaranteed orc dungeon shops. We've got, oh my god, more potions of haste and heal wounds. That's pretty good. We'll check this shop in again. We got more shops to check. Weapon shop with... Wow. Oh, wait, okay, here we go. This is what I was talking about. This I can never say this word. Fustibalus? Fustibalus? Fustibalus. Fustibalus. I don't know. I genuinely have no idea how you say this fucking word. That being said, this item right here is I won't learn anything if I do. So the Fustibalus is probably the best ranged weapon in the game if you haven't put any points into ranged weapons. As said, even with 0 skills and slings, it's pretty accurate and damaging. And it's also very fast. You can use it to kill most enemies in the game without much issue. Until, you know, like, the very late game. Well, that guy was doing some damage, wasn't you? I gotta say, our shops were a little lackluster. Although, I mean, this one actually had some pretty good potions, I gotta say. I would like the potions of attraction. I don't need curing. I have 1 billion curings right now. Heal wounds is like, you can never go wrong with that, though. Whew, this is a lot of money. You know what? We'll come back. We'll come back. There might still be another shop spawn. We might find, like, an armor shop here. Which, if we do, we're gonna be able to want to, you know, spend our money. Hello? Hey, look! There's an armor shop! Who could have seen that coming? Out of the way, buddy. Oh, hey, what were you wearing? Chainmail and willpower. That ain't bad, dude. Plus 4 Steam Dragon scales with resist negative and dexterity 4. Ooh. If I was like a lighter armor character, that'd be like one of the best things you could ever hope to find. Heroism. We got a couple orcs in here. Kill that dude. Kill that dude. There we go. Now get him. Using Holy Wrath weapons to fight me? You idiots. Oh, that shop sucked as well. What's with these shitty shops, dude? I mean, to be fair, I guess that was like one of the best potion shop setups I've ever seen, but the rest of these shops have been terrible. Oh god, an Eden. So these are 2-headed ogres, but way stronger. They usually have dire flails, as you can see. And much like except they're faster and more accurate. I've lost a couple runs to Edens. Much like 2-headed ogres, both hitting at the same time. Okay. Let's just do some zapping, why not? You know what? See, the nice thing about stuff like the lightning rod is it recharges on its own over time. What do you mean, Paul? Like, have you not found the lair yet? Because I want to say the latest it can spawn is Dungeon 11. If you haven't seen it, you might have to just keep trudging on until you find it. Fun thing with the lightning rod is how it just recharges as you keep using it, so there's no reason not to just keep using it whenever it's off cooldown and just blast fools. Oh, to see the overview? You want Control and O. That'll bring your overview up. It'll tell you what floor everything is on. So like Swamp, we should be able to find that on layer 2 to 4. Shoals, layer 2 to 4, and Elf and Orc 2. No problem, dude. I played this game for like 8 years before I even learned about that function. So, don't worry about it. Control O. O. For overview. There's nothing in this lava room. Why did I come in here? That's a lot of orcs, huh? Let's fuck them up. Come at me, boys. A single ogre? I don't give a shit anymore. hello. A little bit of a scary room to have two of those guys right there, but let's just break line of sight. It should tell you where you should find it. It might say something like lair, like dungeon, and then like a list of numbers. You might have to... I think the latest it can spawn is dungeon 11, so you might have just had an unfortunate spawn. You might have to keep pressing on dungeon 11. It happens. It's unfortunate, but it do happen. Yeah, layer, it can be 8 to 11. So if you've searched 8, 9, and 10 and you still haven't found it, that means it's on 11. It's somewhere there. So this is the entrance to the Elven Halls. The Elven Halls is a bit of a mixed bag of difficulty. We'll come back to it eventually. Right now, we don't want to handle it. The main thing about Elven Halls is that a lot of the elves there have really powerful magic, but if you have decent resistances, you can actually go in there pretty early. If you're lucky enough to have found, like, a lot of willpower items. Yeah, it's probably just on level 11. Alright, oh, you know what? Wait. I was gonna say, we're done here. But we're not. We didn't finish clearing floor 1. What's over here? That dude's shooting crossbow bolts at me and I'm reflecting them into him. Fucking idiot. Get out of here. Let's look at all the longswords we found. Now look at them all. Look at all these different types. The Scimitar of Electrocution was definitely the star here. Unfortunately, it's only a +0. A little bit of a scarier room than I thought. Let's lure these guys away, because they're getting hasted by that Orc Knight. Pair Wisdom up. Oh, he's got a weapon that poisons you, do you? Take a map. Alright, and that is Orcish Mines completely cleared. We have now cleared dungeon up to like floor 12. We've cleared temple. We've cleared lair and orc. So next, I would say we should do some more dungeon. But honestly, I've been streaming for over 6 hours now, and I think this is a good stopping point for today. We've made some good progress. Showed you guys some good stuff with the game. Had that rough start with the early one. I hope you guys have been enjoying this. I would actually like to do more streams of this. I love streaming this game. I don't know how entertaining it is for you guys to watch, but I love it. It's like I said, I just lose myself playing this. I also play in the Web Tiles version. You can find me on there, although my name on there is King of Kobold. So if you're seeing them on there, that's me. That's me. I play all kinds of stuff. And so you could occasionally pop into my Web Tiles game and watch me on there. And yeah, Paul, I'm glad you enjoyed. And anyone else watching, make sure, you know, give me a follow, maybe. I'll be back. I think I'll probably stream some more of this. This is a lot of fun. But I stream all kinds of stuff, a whole wide variety of games. And you know what? Let me send you guys over to another streamer. Had a great stream. I thought this was a lot of fun. Let me send you over to someone. Who'll be streaming right now? Ooh. Limmy's continuing his Subnautica playthrough. That'll be fun. I'll send you guys over to Limmy. Hope you guys have fun. Just enjoy. Limmy is, he's a character. And, I'll see you guys next time. Hope you had fun. See ya.